Ses.
Dur bir dakika.
Ses 1, 2 deneme. Geliyorum.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we will start soon. And before we start, I kindly ask you to mute your microphones to avoid any background noise during the conference. Dear Mr. President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a great pleasure to welcome all of you to the conference on searching for integration in the shadow of the global power struggle and Turkish world. We are happy to host the leading experts all over the world who will be sharing their valuable opinions on the topic mentioned above. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic conditions which we are facing for so long period of time, we are not able to meet in person here in Ankara, but I hope in the nearest future we will have a chance to make our scientific discussions in person. Yes, I would like to mention that our conference is being streamed in our Ankasam YouTube channel and our social media. You can follow it from there as well. And before we start, let me give you a brief introduction about Ankasam. Ankara Center for Crisis and Policy Studies is Ankara-based think tank founded in 2017 under the legal entity of International Amity Cooperation and Strategy Research Association, UDSAT. Among its founders are Turkey's leading academics, experts, media professionals, and intellectuals. In this context, Ankasam is a non-governmental organization that seeks to achieve a strong position in its regional and internationally via its countless experts and academicians who exhibit strategic foresight, broad vision, and comprehensive analysis in social sciences. Analyzing the economic, political, and social crises in the international system and developing policies that include solutions to them are among the top priorities of Ankasam. Based on this consciousness, Ankasam assumes an important responsibility to identify, analyze, and offer necessary solutions to the risks and threats created by the power competition-centric economic, political, and social crisis in the international system. Ankasam's main field of activity is the Asian region within the scope of international relations. And having completed its restructuring process in 2020, Ankasam has 4 regional institutes, namely AFPAC Institute, Asia Pacific Institute, Central Asia Institute, and Eurasia Institute. Ankasam is open to national, regional, and international joint studies and collaborations, preferentially in the sphere of activity of institutes, with comprehensive analysis, articles, reports, and other works based on scientific procedures and objectivity. Ankasam also carries out seminars, brainstorms, panels, conferences, and engages in activity cooperation with the media to help Turkey achieve a more active position in regional and global level. Within Ankasam, 2 internationally indexed multilingual journals, which called Journal of Regional Studies and Journal of International Crisis and Policy Research, are published primarily in Turkish, English, and Russian every 6 months since 2017. Analyzing the current events and offering powerful projection for the future, our website www.ankasam.org continues its operation in 3 languages, English, Turkish, and Russian, with the intent to create a heart and mind bridge by bringing the perspective of experts from aforementioned geographies to Turkey and Turkey to them. And thank you for listening to this introduction. Now I would like to give the floor to our president and founder, Professor Dr. Mehmet Seyfettin Erol, to officially open the conference and deliver his opening remarks. The floor is yours, Mr. Roll. Well, we have a small break before we are waiting for Mr. President.
I'm ready. Thank you very much,
great.
Liana. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thanks
Professor,
a lot.
The floor is yours.
Okay, because of some technical issues, I was late. I'm very sorry. Welcome, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. Good morning to you all from Ankara, and thank you for accepting our invitation. We are honored by your participation in this conference, and we believe that it will be a productive event. Eurasia, as you know, being an area of competition between the global and regional powers in the historical process. In spite of the globalization, the importance of competition in Eurasia has not lost its significance, and the Turkic world has been one of the main centers of this competition. Today, with our witness to new versions of the grid game, Afghanistan is one of the countries where the competition in question has occurred the most. However, it is possible to mention a new process in Afghanistan for nowadays. Yet, it can be said that the third grid game has been becoming reality with the role of the United States. In this context, there is a serious uncertainty between the future of Afghanistan. In this day and time, it is possible to say that regional and global interventions create major crises, conflicts, security threats, such as terrorism. And of course, some opportunities. So what is the most effective way to solve these problems? Countries generally try to form alliances based on profits with other actors, according to the nation-state thinking. This attitude is actually the main source of the problems that we confront nowadays. However, Eurasia and the world need a cooperation, reconciliation, and prosperity. For this reason, it is necessary to act within the framework of a win-win understanding. This policy is a method not only for the countries of the region, but also for all actors, which should be followed. Here, the importance of the Turkish world is appeared once again. Firstly, I would like to state that the integration movement in the Turkic world is a civilization movement that is needed by humanity, which is based on the common cultural values and destiny in the Eurasian geography. In the Turkish world-centered Eurasian geography is a constructive and embracing joint future building movement based on stability, security, economic cooperation, and prosperity. The countries of the Turkish world have adopted a great deal of mission to solve the problem in the heart of Eurasia, especially within the frame of the Turkic concept. Afghanistan, which connects Central Asia to South Asia, is also in the position of a bridge that will enable to establish a strong bond which consists of political, economic, and energy dimensions on the north, south, and east-west lines. None at least, regional crises, especially Afghanistan crisis, are required to solve for eliminating the threats. Thus, the attitude adopted by the Turkic Council and the countries of Turkic world to solve the especially problems in regional issues is quite valuable in drawing the world's attention to a peaceful and human solution. For example, as seen in the issue of Afghanistan, the cooperation of the parties in regional problems and their involvements in various projects is a concrete indicator of this. At this point, it is clear to see not only raw power, hard power, but also humanity diplomacy has gained importance. Solving such existing and potential problems through effective cooperation between regional actors undoubtedly means a safer, peaceful, and prosperous world, both regional and global scale. Such regional joint efforts and associations will ensure the expansion and accelerating of the Turkic world-centered integration. As the Center for Crisis and Policy Studies of Ankara, briefly, ANKASA, we'll talk about security problems, solution methods, the value of roots, the importance of cooperation, and the role of Turkic Council in this conference we will hold today. And today we will understand and explain how reconciliation and stability are valuable for Eurasia and the need for a common future with your contributions. We think that the conference has the great deal of importance, but because of the topics which are going to be discussed and because it brings various experts together. By wishing to be established in the Turkic world, Eurasia, and the world from now on, I would like to say many thanks for your participation and interest and contributions, of course. I wish each and every participant to our conference a productive day and constructive discussions. Welcome again, dear guests and my colleagues.
We thank Professor Mehmet Seyfettin Erol for his influential speech and highlighting the most important points at the scope of our conference today. And also we are expressing our gratitude to Professor Seyfettin Erol for his initiative to organize this conference and to bring together the leading experts all over the world. Thank you for being supportive of scientific initiative like that. And now we would like to continue with Gulshat Yusupova, who is Vice Rector at the Institute of International Relations for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Turkmenistan. Ms. Yusupova, can you hear us? Yes, so we are waiting for Ms. Gulshat Yusupova, Vice Rector of the Institute of International Relations of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, to connect. Sometimes during the online conferences, this kind of technical issues is normal. So I hope we can see her soon. I think while Ms. Yusupova is trying to connect, maybe we can proceed to the next speaker. Let me take the knowledge from the organizers. Just a second. Yes, I just took the confirmation that for now Ms. Yusupova is not able to join. So our next speaker is Mr. Fuzuli Majidi, and it can be announced as the breaking news that he's received the position Presidency of International Turkic Academy, TUESCO. Can you hear us, Mr. Majidi? Yes, we are waiting for Mr. Fuzuli Majidi for his opening remarks. I kindly ask you to wait for several minutes for this.
Microphone, Rihanna. Microphone, you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, we're waiting for Mr. Majidi to join us as soon as possible. And for now, if you don't mind, I will give you some additional information about Ankara. Evet, yes, I would like to say you about some mission and vision of Ankara organization. And while this break and technical issues are being solved. So within the scope of the mission and vision of Ankara, we are following closely the developments of international order, which is determined by constantly changing the evolving dynamics. Another mission of Ankara is to foresee the current global threats and risks in a timely manner, so to foster and suggest solutions and strategies to prevent them. And I think that Mr. Fuzali Majidi is with us. Welcome. Welcome to our conference.
Thank you very much.
I hope you. Thank you. The floor is yours for opening remarks, Mr. Majidi.
Just a minute, please. Okay. Thank you very much, dear President of Ankara, Professor Mehmet Seyfettin Erol, dear distinguished guests and participants. On the behalf of the International Turkic Academy and the President Darhan Kıdrali, I extend my warmest greetings. Due to his tight schedule, Professor Darhan Kıdrali could not participate the program and sent his compliments. I think that the title and timing of the conference, searching for integration in shadow of the global power struggle and the Turkic world, are very suitable as we are preparing the 18th summit of Turkic Council next week. The fact is that the geography of the Turkic world has effectively strategic advantage. Stability in Eurasia directly depends on how we can develop integration among Turkic countries. If we make reference to the history, Turks played the balancing role in international politics. When Turks were strong and provided security, the region experienced the rise of civilization. The Great Silk Road caravans safely moved from east to west and from south to north. But with the decline of Turks in history, the region turned into unsecure, backward geography. And now when the global powers are struggling for geopolitical influence in Eurasia, the Turkic countries should intensify their integration and should play the role of balancer among the great powers. In the new century, there is an opportunity to revitalize the Great Silk Road together through transport initiatives. The Trans-Caspian International Transport Corridor, One Belt, One Road, and International North-South Corridor are all passing through the geography of the Turkic world. The transit potential of the Turkic states is likely to become the basis for joint economic growth. Therefore, in the final analysis, the integration of the Turkic world will serve the interest of ourselves and at the same time those of the regional countries. In this regard, I would like to underline the importance of scientific and academic cooperation, academic integration. We believe that the cooperation in this field of education and science is strategically significant in the long run. The International Turkic Academy is working on several projects that will accelerate the integration process. The most important project in the common program in the secondary school programs, we are preparing the textbooks for school lessons such as common Turkic history, common Turkic literature, and geography of the Turkic world, and common future on the basis of the common past. We should bring up the generation which share common values. In conclusion, Ismail Gasparoli's motto says unity in language, unity in thought, and unity in action. The order of the motto means in order to reach unity in action, firstly, there should be unity in the language and thought. In this respect, as Turkic Academy, we believe that the scientific and academic integration has priority over other fields. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majidi, for your valuable remarks and expressing the greetings from your side and the side of your institution. Our next speaker is supposed to be Professor Dusan Husseinov, but unfortunately will not be able to live stream today. We will show him the open video that he sent to us kindly. He is the secretary of the International Organization of Turkic Culture, Turksoy. Are we ready to show the video?
Değerli katılımcılar, Türk Cumhuriyetlerinin bağımsızlıklarının 30. yılını kutladıkları bir zamanda küresel güç mücadelesinin gölgesinde entegrasyon arayışları ve Türk dünyası konusunun ön plana çıkarıldığı bu değerli konferansı organize ettikleri için Ankara ve emeği geçen herkese teşekkür eder. Sizlere şahsım ve Turksoy Genel Sekreterliği adına saygıyla selamlarım. Ortak dil, kültür ve tarih köklerine sahip Türk dünyası ülkelerinin demir perde rejimi ortamında birbirinden uzun bir süre ayrı kalmaları sebebiyle oluşmuş hasret ve özlem duygusu Sovyet rejiminin yıkılmasıyla sona ermiştir. Ülkelerimizin bağımsızlarını ilk andan itibaren tanıyan Türkiye Cumhuriyeti olması bu hasret duygularını daha önce hiç yaşanmamış gibi unutturmuştur. Geride bıraktığımız 30 yıllık bağımsızlık döneminde bakıldığında Türk Cumhuriyetlerinin uluslararası sistemle bütünleşmesi, bölgesel güvenliğinin sağlanması, sosyoekonomik, bilimsel ve kültürel atımlarının gerçekleşmesi doğrultusunda başta Türkiye olmak üzere kendi aralarında çok yönlü işbirliğinin gelişmesine özel önem verilmiş olması son derece manidardır. Günümüzde bu kardeşliğimizi her alanda temsil ederek Türk dünyasının yeniden yapılmasını etkileyen Türk Konseyi, Turksoy, Türkbağ, Uluslararası Türk Akademisi ve Türk Kültür ve Miras Vakfı gibi kuruluşlarla Türk Cumhuriyetlerinin dünya barışına ne kadar büyük katkı sağladığı görülmektedir. Bu bağlamda üye ülkelerimizin her platformda aktif rol üstlenmesi son derece önemlidir. Saygıdeğer katılımcılar, Türk Cumhuriyetlerinin bu kısa zamanda asırlara sığabilecek birbirinden önemli işler başardıkları hepimizin malumudur. Emin ve tam bağımsız devlet inşasının tamamlanması, bölgesel ve uluslararası toplumda tam entegrasyonun milli ekonomik ve kalkınmanın tesisi ve ulusal kültür, sanat ve eğitim politikaları gibi önemli hususların altını özellikle çizmemiz gerektiği düşüncesindeyim. Dünden bugüne Türk dünyasında kültür alanında yapılan çalışmaların tamamından bahsetmemiz elbette mümkün değildir. Ama anmadan geçemeyeceğimiz bazı önemli noktalar bulunmaktadır. Bu kapsamda Anadolu'da belirli bir kitle tarafından sahiplenen ve büyük bir çoğunluk tarafından neredeyse unutmaya yüz tutmuş olan Nevruz geleneği Türk dünyasının ortak bayramı olarak yeniden canlandırılmıştır. Geçen 30 yıllık zaman zarfında Nizami, Yunus Emre, Nesimi, Abay, Toktogul, Mahtumkuli, Faraki, Aytmatov, Magjan, Karagarayev, Abdullah Tukay, Muhtar Avezov, Nikolay Katanov, Semen Kadışev gibi birçok öncü şahsiyetlere ithaf edilen anma yıllarıyla bu büyük değerler hak ettiği seviyede anılmıştır. Yani bağımsızlarımızın 30. yılında edebiyattan müziğe, resimden heykel ve fotoğrafa, kısaca güzel sanatların her alanında ortak projeler üretebiliyor. Bunları kendi ülkelerimiz başta olmak üzere dünyanın dört bir tarafında gururla hayata geçiriyoruz. Sözlerimi sor verirken bu konferansın hayırlara vesile olmasını dileğiyle etkinliği düzenleyen Ankasam'ın değerli başkanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Mehmet Seyfettin Erol'a ve tüm çalışma arkadaşlarına en içten dileklerimle teşekkür ediyorum, saygılarımla.
We thank Professor Dusan Kasenov for his opening remarks, and I would like to briefly highlight the main points of his speech. He was describing the importance of the Turkic states and at the same time the age of it, because of being independent and quite young states, they are having a very complicated and very rich transformation process. And as we know that Turkic world is very rich by very prominent names in literature and science and in other fields. At the same time, the economic, social, and cultural and political development of these countries are affecting on the general situation of the region. And highlighting the main points of the speech of Professor Dusan Kasenov, the Secretary of International Organization of Turkic Culture, Turksoy, I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, who is Talgat Aduov. He is the Deputy Secretary General of Parliamentary Assembly of Turkic-speaking countries, Turkpa. Mr. Aduov, are you with us?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Sesim geliyor mu?
Geliyor. Aleykümselam. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First, distinguished guests, dear friends, I would like to thank you, my dear brother, Mr. Mehmet Seyfettin Erol, President of Ankara, for inviting me to this conference. It's a great honor and pleasure for me. Dear friends, distinguished guests, I believe this conference will be a beautiful platform where great minds gather, share their vision, experience, work out, following one common idea, improving life for all mankind. I appreciate Ankara staff and everyone who is involved in today's event. First of all, dear ladies and gentlemen, friends, on behalf of the Turkpa Secretariat, I extend my sincerest congratulations to all of us, Turkic countries, especially Azerbaijan, on the occasion of the victory in the Second Karabakh War. 1 year before, brotherly and heroic Azerbaijan made a huge contribution to consolidation of the Turkic world. Finally, the justice has triumphed. Azerbaijan has restored its territorial integrity. Availing myself of this pleasant opportunity, I wish brother Azerbaijani people peace and prosperity. Dear friends, as a theme of introduction, my speech, I call it Turkic unity as an answer to global challenges. Let me explain. As you know, addition to technological progress, globalization has introduced many threats to our lives. And in the first place, erasing national own uniqueness and identity, as well as ethnic self-identification, common roots, of neighbor and brother states. Next problem of globalization are the pandemic and the world economic crisis that follow, urge harsh increase in social, environmental, biological, and other threats. We have witnessed an increase in confrontation and sanctions between the big players. The example, US withdrawal from Afghanistan, international security is being transformed. New asymmetric and hybrid threats are emerging. In our opinion, following the wisdom of our sectors, the answer to today's global challenges can only be the unification of our countries on various platforms, close systemic integration, and joint work on common cultural base. It is the Turkic world that is already a real international platform for our integration, including the initiative of the first president of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Elbası, the Turkic Aksakal, Mr. Nursultan Nazarbayev. Since 1993, Turkic Council and 4 affiliated organizations such as Turkpa, Turksoy, Turkic Academy, the Turkic Heritage Foundation have been consistently created. The infrastructure of Turkic platform is ready and works successfully in different spheres. Dear friends, today we see transformation steps for joint integration. The growing prestige and economic power of the Turkic state define our country as an important component of the world economy and geopolitics. Moreover, now today's Turkic unity is the sincere will of our nation. Therefore, the leaders of our states spoke out for its practical implementation at the Turkestan Online Summit in March this year. Thus, a start has been given to a deeper integration, synergy of all existing Turkic organizations and institutions. I would like to emphasize the political and economical initiatives of our leaders without focusing on cultural, ideological aspects, which are no less important. First, transformation of the Turkic Council into a full-fledged international organization, into a real geopolitical asset for the effective promotion of Turkic interests in the world arena. Second, development of a further strategy for the cooperation, the program Turkic Vision 2040. Third, proposals for the creation of a special economic zone, Turkic Special Economic Zone, an investment and integration fund, a development bank, a transit corridor through Azerbaijan. These initiatives of our leaders will be enshrined in the relevant documents at the upcoming November Turkic Council Summit in Istanbul. After Turkestan Online Summit in March, we state the transition to a new level of our integration. The priorities for the unity of Turkic members countries shall be pragmatism, continuity, consistency, and openness to the new initiative. Next week, within the framework of the Turkic Council Summit, adoption of the Turk Vision 2040 program is planned. I'm sure this document has to be the one common strategy for all 5 Turk institutions. I mean, Turkic Council, Turkpa, Turkic Academy, Turksoy, and Turkic Heritage Foundation. It's advisable to recommend the development of the one unified network roadmap for all Turkic institutions in order to delimit functions, avoiding duplication and synchronous implementation of the objective of this strategy with clear annual targeting. Therefore, all work plans within Turkic institutions need to be adjusted for the specific goals of the roadmap. I mean, you have to work systematically, speedily, close, and together for one goal: creation step by step, unity of Turkic country. Dear friends, let me explain the goals of the roadmap for integration. In economic sector, first is Zanzibar corridor. The restoration of the territorial integrity of brotherly and heroic Azerbaijan as a result of the 44 days war and the unblocking of transport corridors in the South Caucasus from a clear geographical space of the Turkic world, opening up huge opportunities for the integration of Eurasia. If the Turkic states can eventually establish a reliable logistics bridge between themselves, then the so-called Turan corridor from the South Caucasus through the Caspian Sea to Central Asia will become a breakthrough transit road that will allow to unite the geographical space of Turkic world and get the huge economic benefits to all its participants. Second, economic and trade barriers. In order to speed up the synergy of the economics of Turkic countries, it's necessary to deal with the step-by-step removal of all economical and trade barriers between our states. I mean customs and tax regulation, certification, metrology, standards, logistics, etc. Additionally, it's important to emphasize a significant point. Turkic states have a complementary structure and specificity of economies. There is no competition between our goods and services, which allows us to jointly progress in global markets and use of own advantages. Third, exchange of successful practices. We Turkic countries shall also take advantage of exchange program of unique best practice. For example, in Turkey, construction of social housing is widely developed. The country abandoned mortgage lending, the model of citizens' accumulation without borrowing from banks and financing construction on the basis of cooperative housing construction was successfully created, while the cost price is 2 times lower than the market one. Everyone needs this experience. Every country will use such great practice. In social cultural sector, first, ancient cultural centers. There are numerous ancient cities in Turkey world that have a great history behind them. People of Turkic countries shall have a quick and easy access to those sacred ancient cities. Not so long ago, Turkestan city was reconstructed and announced to be the spiritual capital of the Turkic world. In a short time, Turkestan was fully renewed and became an architectural city with a festive atmosphere. A like work should be done with other spiritual rich Turkic ancient cities. Joint tourist roads shall be designed and presented as unique tourist packages. Those integrated touristic products may provide sign in various meaningful cities of Turkic world. Second, educational and legal system. Taking into account educational and legal systems in the Turkic countries, it's important to note that there is a large student exchange between our countries. For example, in Kazakhstan, there are at least 20,000 students from Uzbekistan. In Turkey, over 2,000, 3,000 students from Central Asian countries. Such exchange programs are reasonable. However, one important point to mention, university diploma, certificates, academic titles, and other documents are not recognized in each other state. There is a large exchange of cultural, academic, collectives, and figures, but there is no general regulation of copyright royalties. It's necessary to improve a collaborative program or system on the improvement of legislation on labor migration. Considering nowadays situation with COVID-19, vaccination requirements, there should be an agreement on the recognition of COVID certificates, passports, vaccines. In the future, our government shall work towards passport-free entrance to facilitate movements of our citizens. I mean by ID cards. It's essential to facilitate and simplify working moments for our governments and organizations to develop Turkic terminological glossaries for general professional use in various spheres: legal, scientific, academic, political, technical, mass popular, etc. To better understand and speed up the process of synergy in all the organization, we need to increase and exchange programs. internship of our institution within members of our country. Since Turkpa is parliamentary assembly that is jurisprudence and lawmaking oriented, I believe that our states need more qualified international lawyers. There is a proposal to consider the possibility of expanding this area and initiate a separate educational program for the exchange of students to train specialized international lawyers with a Turkic-speaking focus in our universities, for our parliaments and other Turkic institutions and organizations. Dear friends, in conclusion, I believe if the Turkic world can increase its share, we'll have ample opportunities to operate in Eurasia and full create a center of gravity. For these, first of all, it's necessary for the Turkic states to form a strong alliance, develop sustainable models for cooperation, and take a common position on major issues. The geopolitical development and stability of the Turkic country is not only a challenge, but also a colossal chance for the entire Eurasian continent. Only yesterday, the meaning in Turkic world was not even in the international discourse. Today, as a result of the wise policy of our leaders, we are experiencing the Turkic Renaissance, the victory of heroic Azerbaijan, the latest achievements of our country give new strength to the spirit of our consolidation. At all times, due to unity, we have overcome any challenges. The time has become big, courageous decisions, pragmatic and practical work. As in one of Turkish proverbs, they tell it, lafla gemi yürümez, with talking, ship will not move, meaning actions will get to the job done, not words. Thank you very much. May Allah bless all our nations and generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much for so informative and deep speech, highlighting the most important points of the Turkic world. Actually, I pointed so many important notes. You actually described the strategy of the developing of the Turkic world, I can say so. And especially the way of the collaboration and the ways of increasing the integration between the Turkic countries and educational, cultural, legal, and other fields, especially, of course, then economic connections, which are bringing these countries to the new level. And we hope that during our conference, that points that will be described by our speakers and panelists, they could be delivered to that country that can take something new and new lessons for that. Definitely. So I would like to invite for her opening remarks our next speaker, Ms. Gulsat. I want to know if you are present here.
Yes, we are here.
Yes, Ms. Yusupova, Vice Rector at the Institute of International Relations of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Turkmenistan. And I would like to provide you the floor for your opening speech.
Thank you very much. Good day, dear participants. I'm very glad to see you. And thank you very much for your invitation, for taking part at this online seminar. Good day, Professor Mehasef Al-Erol. We are very glad that we have an opportunity to share about the ideas, about the concepts, about these vital problems of nowadays. So today I would like to talk about briefly cooperation of neutral Turkmenistan for regional peace and security. So as we know, Turkmenistan is an effective participant in regional and international projects, providing in practice that neutrality, peacefulness, good neighborliness have been and will remain at the core of its foreign policy, the relations with closest neighbors and regional cooperation. So in the political dimension of the region, the starting point is the historical fact that in 1992, that at the summit of the Central Asian states, proposed to abandon the definition of Central Asia and Kazakhstan in favor of the concept of the Central Asia, covering all the 5 independent states of this region. The remaining for the former Central Asian region was a political decision, which coincided with the concept of Central Asia adopted in the Western political science. So in the economical dimension, Central Asia, a unique region, which have good prospects for the development of tourism, rich natural resources, the region store of the most valuable deposits, the geographical position of the region, which makes it kind of intercontinental crossroads. So analyzing the geopolitical process in Central Asia in the context of global changes, it's necessary to pay attention to a number of aspects of regional security issues. So the political development of the Central Asian states is conditioned by a number of key factors of strategic importance, the main ones of which are the ensuring peace and security in the region, combating the dangers and challenges of our time, ensuring stability and sustainable development of the region while maintaining regional cooperation between states and their integration into the global system of international relations. Consistent formation, strengthening and development of state foundations, institutions of society and power mechanisms for effective management of the economy and other spheres of life support, the constructive resolutions of existing interstate and regional problems, including issues of energy, transport, communications, ecology, water use, etc. So creation of effective mechanisms and platforms for dialogue and interaction on regional and a much wider scale, up to the United Nations level, to consider and search for mutually acceptable approaches and solutions to existing problems. Also, the key importance is attached to achieving the peace in Afghanistan, harmonizing development of the Central Asian states, and consolidating efforts in the fight against the threats such as terrorism and regional extremism. In this context, Turkmenistan actively participates in consolidating joint efforts aimed at constructive solving regional problems. The historical movement that marked a new starting point, Turkmenistan's foreign policy strategy in the last decade, can be considered the pragmatic speech of our esteemed president at the United Nations General Assembly in New York Summit in September 2007. Determining the meaning of which was the following words. I would like to enumerate some of them. That Turkmenistan today is open to the world, open to wide international cooperation in all areas. Together with the community of nations, our country is ready to continue to work in the name of affirming the principles of international law, the ideal of humanism, justice, tolerance, mutual respect as factors that determine the modern relations between states. Over the several decades, the strategy of neutrality of Turkmenistan has significantly enriched on the basis of the accumulated practical experience and conceptual scientific researches. At the same time, Turkmenistan remains legal obligation, non-interference in external conflicts, non-participation in multilateral military, political, and other structures of the sub-regional nature, commitment to a peaceful political and diplomatic solution of the interstate conflict, respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, peacefulness, and good neighborly relations. The actualizing of the neutrality of Turkmenistan as the effective instrument of geopolitics is especially visible in the regional and interregional context when Central Asia is rapidly drawn to the orbit of the world process. At the same time, it should be noted that I think that Central Asia region to ensure the peace and security, the fight against the international terrorism and other dangers and challenges of our time. There is a fundamental paradigm is the concept of the integrity and indivisibility of security. This is very important from the point of view of regional cooperation, given the geopolitical location of Turkmenistan and the general situation in the region and in the Asian continent as a whole. Turkmenistan is an active supporter of the United Nations efforts aimed at resolving and preventing conflicts in the region. The capital of Turkmenistan, Ashgabat, was the venue for the inter-Tajik and inter-Afghan peace talks under the auspice of the United Nations, based on the existing experience of political and diplomatic peacekeeping under the auspice of the United Nations. Turkmenistan declares its readiness to provide the world community with all the necessary political, organizational, and technical conditions for this work. So in this regard, our esteemed president noted that the exceptional significance of the United Nations decision adopted in 2007 to open a United Nations Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy in Central Asia with the headquarters in Ashgabat. In this context, the subsequent opening and activities of the SAID Center is the result of mutually coordinated actions of the states of the region and broad support of the UN level for the peacekeeping efforts of neutral Turkmenistan. So as our esteemed president has consistently put forward the constructive ideas and the initiatives to intensify in interested and mutually beneficial partnership at maintaining peace and security, developing a fruitful partnership in trade, economic, transport, communications, and other spheres. So, and I would like to pay your attention that in February 18th, in 2017, our esteemed president approved the concept of foreign policy of Turkmenistan for a period of 2017-2023. So our president addressed the participants with a speech in which he outlined the priorities of Turkmenistan's foreign policy for the next 7 years. So the world today is changing rapidly. There are various new political and economic structures. New threats and challenges such as conditions require carrying out a responsible and deeply throughout foreign policy, which our country builds on the basis of clearly defined principles and basic provisions of neutrality based on the historical experience of people that has absorbed the values, traditions, customs, and ethical norms accumulated over the centuries. So this concept of foreign policy of our country for that period defined the content and priorities of international cooperation of our country in the medium term. It also reflects new trends and circumstances of the global and regional development. The main areas of work in the framework of the concept of foreign policy of Turkmenistan for 2017-2023 that are the broad and mutual format cooperation with the United Nations, has been and remains strategic vector of the international activities of our country. The active participation in addressing critical environmental issues, matter of water resources management, prevention, and of some natural and man-made disasters. Our state will assist to attract the UN to a wide and effective solution of these problems. In this regard, its particular importance of environmental and water diplomacy of Turkmenistan is nowadays carrying out. So our country contributing actively cooperation on reliable transit of energy resources with the UN member states and other international organizations. And for the regional security and prosperity, one of the key areas of cooperation on create transport corridors and transformation of Central Asia into a major transport and transit hub on a continental scale. The Global Conference on Sustainable Transport held in Ashgabat in November 2016, as you remember. So starting point for the establishment of international relations on transport. So our country is systematically expanding its relations with other international and regional organizations, for example, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and Islamic Cooperation Organization, Non-Alignment Movement, at the same time being an associated member of the Commonwealth of Independent States. Turkmenistan developing its actively in the framework of the Commonwealth of Independent States in accordance with the basic rules of its legal neutral status. So another important direction of foreign policy of our state is neutral development of close and multilateral relations with its closest neighbors. So cooperation with the countries of the region on the principles of mutual understanding and trust is the basic condition for the prevention and strengthening of peace and security in Central Asia. So our country support good relations with friendship, cooperation, and mutual understanding with Azerbaijan, Afghanistan, Iran, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkey, and other countries. So, and also these countries are the people living the same considered by Turkmenistan as the brotherly countries and people, historically neighborhood. So our country assigned the main role in this process to the United Nations and multilateral disarmament mechanism, whose key elements are the work of the first committee of the General Assembly, the United Nations Disarmament Commission, and the Conference on Disarmament, being participant of the fundamental international treaties of UN conventions, such as the Treaty on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons, the Comprehensive Weapon-Free Zone Treaty, and other key multilateral instruments. Turkmenistan intends to provide further comprehensive support to the processes of disarmament in the region and the world. So at the regional level, Turkmenistan actively participates in the further promotion of the Central Asia nuclear weapon-free zone and its practical implementation. In this connection, our country stands ready for the active cooperation with the Office of the United Nations Under Secretary General and the High Representative for Disarmament Affairs and other appropriate international structures So our country consider further enhancement and expansion of the network of appropriate structures of UN to be one of the practical steps for implementing systematic measures in the spheres of disarmament. And we try to pay attention to the more vital spheres as the economy, transport, as I mentioned before. And also, for example, we see the interest of other countries in having the cooperation to set the relations connected in educational, some scientific, for example, at the presentation of the presentation ceremony, Mr. Errol, you mentioned about the importance of strategy of our country. In your speech, you also mentioned about the role of Ashgabat as the center of peacekeeping, the peculiarities of our country. So, and it shows that in our country, we try to develop, as it mentioned before, that there should be some peace for keeping progress in to keep the progress. To make our life more easier, to have more main vital spheres should be developed. So that's, thank you very much for attention. And once again, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gulshat Yusupova, for presenting your important and valuable opening remarks about the geopolitical situation of Turkmenistan and its important role in solving of international conflicts. I think it's time for our first session, and I would like to invite Mr. Sancar İmer, Professor Dr. Sancar İmer, who is the Senior Advisor of ANKASAM, for moderating his first session. Mr. Sancar İmer, the floor is yours. Well, let me check.
Muted, I think it's muted, that's why we cannot hear.
Well, Professor İmer, if you can hear us, please unmute your microphone because we cannot hear you.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's now okay.
Yes.
It's now okay. Okay.
Now we can hear you.
Yeah. Yes, you can hear me now.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, today in the first session, we have 6 speakers altogether. But as I heard from the organization, that the 6th speaker, Muratbek İmalaliyev from Kyrgyzstan, the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, probably will be not available. We will see. So we have until 12 o'clock time. That means every speaker can speak roughly 10 minutes. Probably we can give them additional 1 or 2 minutes. And I will warn them if the 10 minutes are over, please understand it because we have to keep the time. So we have to start with the first speaker, but before that, I will say some words to the first session. The first session is under the title, For the Turkish World, How It Is to See, that is a general title, of course, the opportunities and threats. That is the matter of the first session. And I will say general following words to it. Firstly, what I want to say is the Cold War finished. After Cold War finished, the Soviet Union didn't exist, of course, after that time, and new states emerged in Central Asia and Caucasus, and also in other parts of Europe, like Ukraine and Belarus. and also the Baltic states. Now, the Central Asian states and their population have an attitude. This attitude is these people are from the same origin. They are Turkish people, but different tribes. They have the same language or familiar. Of course, some dialects are changed. If you look at other European countries like Germany, for example, Bavarians, if they speak their original dialect, one person from Berlin will have difficulties to understand him. That is such differences there are, of course. But the culture is the same. The religion is the same. Historical background is the same. And they have created together in historical background also common states. So at the end, from the 1990, these states and Turkey have tried to come together and make cooperation as brother countries. And this brotherhood and this coming has installed, of course, an organization of Turkish states. These organization of Turkish states have tried to increase the cooperation in this area among these states and to bring them to high level. I think the meeting of the state leaders of these Turkish states in Istanbul in November will bring a declaration that is written in different sources. So we can say this declaration will say we are working together more intensively. I think important is to underline this cooperation among these brother states, Turkish states, is not against any other state or state group. That is a regional cooperation, but they're under the umbrella of the common attitudes. That means what I have told just before. We have to say Turkey has today a population of 85 million. And the population of the Central Asian republics, Turkish republics, including Azerbaijan, that is in the range of 80 million. But if you look at the 2050, that means 30 years later, we will see the population of Turkey will be probably in the range of 100 million, and the population of the Central Asian republics will be in the range of 150 million. And these are calculations and projections which have been made by the German Statistical Institute. And if we make these together, we get 250 million people in this area. 250 million is enough for creating a market like it was in the United States or even in European Union or in China or in India. That means this is a big market and cooperation area. That is the first thing what we have underlined. And the area of these people or these states is roughly 4 million square kilometers. It is huge. I mean, this is roughly the half of the Chinese area and half of the United States area. That means it is an independent, very important developing area, and this cooperation will contribute to it among, of course, cultural cooperation and other areas. So, but nobody has to be afraid of these. It is not against them, and it is just on the contrary, it is a peaceful developing area in the meaning of United Nations creating or other peaceful organizations of cooperation. Now, beside that, we have to see also there is a change in the world order. After the Second World War, the United States was the determining force in the whole world. That was the major power of the world and of the Western world, where Turkey also had its place and has its place also. But after 2000, the emerging China has reached such a level, like $17 billion national income, and Americans only 22 billion. That means the increase of the national income of China is more rapidly as the United States, especially after these pandemics also. That means we can easily calculate in 2028, China will take the role of United States in the economic sense. That means they will overrule United States in 2028 with this rapid growth. That means also in technological direction and also militarily, they will be, I think, later, the first power of the world. That means a change is happening. A big change is happening. We have to consider that. And there are also other powers like India and also Latin America and European Union. If you look at these powers and Russia also, if you look at all these powers, that means we have a different world order as we had before after the Second World War. That means this change has to be considered, and also these regional organizations or these regional unities like the Turkish state's unity has to be understood in this change. Another interesting point which we have to take in consideration is the so-called One Belt, One Road project, which is supported by Turkey and also by these Turkish states and also Russia. And also some other countries, of course, like Iran, Pakistan, etc. And also European Union is not far away from the support, including England, United Kingdom, also Germany and other European countries. So this One Belt, One Road project is going through these Turkish areas and also through Turkey. That means this project, this peaceful project, is supported for that reason, because we think that will also develop these countries. That's with the infrastructure and also with new investments in the areas of industry, agriculture, and scientific areas. That means it's a peaceful project and with China together. But there are threats, of course, to hinder that. I can't say easily, without diplomatic maneuvers, United States is clearly against this One Belt, One Road project. They don't want these. Why? The reason is very clear. United States want to keep its first-rank position in the world and is not ready to share it with China or to take China as the first power. Like Henry Kissinger in the 70s said, we have to remember that. He said, we cannot stop the rapid development of China, but we can slow down. That means there is very clear explanation by the United States of America that China is their competitor and Russia is their enemy. You can see the position easily that Russia is surrounded from the Baltic states, started over Poland, over Romania, Bulgaria, until Greece, with the American and NATO forces. And Turkey is in that position, in a different, take a different position. Turkey thinks Russia is our friend, Russia is our neighbor, and we are making cooperation with it. The same thing we are doing also with China. But we want to expect from everyone, from every country, respect for our position. Just we respect them. I think the threat is in that position. You can see some people or some states or some powers are not ready to accept these changes, but these changes coming. In that case, also China maybe not take the position like the United States has tried as the major power in the world in determining everything after their policies. I hope that will really not the case. Also, the Chinese President Xi Jinping explained once, if that will happen, then let us correct these by the help of our other states. I think that is a hope for all of us. We expect not wars, we expect peaceful developments, and we need it as humanity very much. And the countries who have power, they have also big responsibilities. The responsibility is growing with the power of a country. And that means if the Turkish states are making such a unity, such a cooperation area, that is, I think, against nobody. It is for the world peace and for the world new order. So we have to understand it. Now, I will give the first the floor, the first speaker. The first speaker is from Azerbaijan, but he is originally from Serbia and has played important role by giving advices to his government and also Azerbaijani government. This is Professor Damjan Krijović-Mišković, and he is director of the Policy Research and Publication of Ada University. And he will speak today to us also in the historical background, Brzezinski's famous work, from grand chessboard to card table. Just what I have tried to say, probably he will deepen it, from grand chessboard to card table, regional order in the Silk Road region. Professor Mišković, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sanjar Bey. Dear colleagues, I'm pleased to share the screen with all of you this morning. I would like to make three substantive points today that speak directly to the topic of our panel. So point number one, the balance of power in what I'm calling the Silk Road region is in the midst of a transformative shift. It's a balance of power that favors homegrown integration, with both its main architects and core participants being from the region itself. Now, this great shift has been both accelerated and entrenched by the geopolitical consequences of the Second Karabakh War and the US-led withdrawal from Afghanistan. So what can we observe? Well, economic integration proposals have gained a new impetus on both sides of the Caspian. Let's start with the Moscow mandated or the Moscow mediated document that ended the conflict over Karabakh. When you read this document, you see that it mandates a broad, interconnected set of economic normalization arrangements. And once these are fully put in place, they will reverberate far beyond Armenia and Azerbaijan. Now, the strategically most important one is a direct road and rail route from Nakhchivan through Armenia to mainland Azerbaijan. And upon completion, this will become the most direct transportation corridor from Anatolia to Central Asia. It's called in some circles the Zengezur corridor, in others the Turan corridor, and so on. But I want to underline that what was agreed last year is just the first step. So deriving from this is the proposed 3+3 format for regional cooperation and connectivity. Now, the gist of 3+3 is to build upon the terms and the underlying logic of last year's Moscow brokered agreement, such that Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia enter into an arrangement with Iran, Russia, and Turkey to cooperate on, at the very least, economic issues affecting this part of the Silk Road region. So this would maintain a strong Russian presence while further entrenching Ankara's growing influence in the South Caucasus and beyond. And it would also bring Iran back into the regional fold after more than 2 centuries of basically being excluded. Now, at the same time, on the other side of the Caspian, we can talk about Central Asia, including Afghanistan. This part of the region has also been making strides towards institutionalizing regional economic connectivity. Now, the scale and scope of the plans now being laid call to mind older arrangements in other geographies: ASEAN, the Nordic Council, the Gulf Cooperation Council, and even the original 1957 European Economic Community. Now, all of you presumably know that a text-based process of Central Asian economic connectivity and regionalization started up again in November 2017 in Samarkand, and that this text-based process has continued in various formats ever since. Now, the important point here is that the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan has not stalled the momentum of such talks. And a major reason is that pretty much every country that matters in the Silk Road region has had senior level contacts with the Taliban for years. Pragmatic understandings and non-exclusionary contingency plans were made on time. So although the Western withdrawal from Afghanistan was obviously a geopolitical earthquake, the main damage happened not where one would first think. Sure, the immediate tremors were felt near and far, but the major aftershocks have been localized to Washington and Brussels and a few other Western capitals like London and Paris and Berlin. So what do we see here? Geopolitical and security and economic integration developments on either side of the Caspian are being driven by those belonging to the region itself. So again, 3+3 in the South Caucasus and concrete talks on a treaty to propel forward economic connectivity in the core of Central Asia. Now, this is important. Neither process is predicated on the embrace of contemporary Western preferences in governance or in growth models. Moreover, these processes very purposefully exclude full Western participation and will exclude, almost certainly, Western membership. And the same can also be said of existing Silk Road region arrangements, like the Belt and Road Initiative, the Turkic Council, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and so on. So in short, regionally driven connectivity is on the way in, Western influence is on the way out. This brings me to point number 2. Everyone knows Brzezinski popularized the allegory of the grand chessboard. And this conception went on to frame mainstream geopolitical thinking about this part of the world. Now, my argument is that it's outdated and perhaps even dangerous to keep thinking in terms of the grand chessboard. And I'd like to propose its replacement, that of a card table. So picture, if you will, a room with a card table. Various players are staying where they are at this table. Some have even retaken their seats who went off for a while. Others are coming through the door for the first time. A few just decided to get up from their chairs, but seem to want to remain in the room. And all the while, the deck of cards is being reshuffled and new cards will soon be dealt. Now, an evident conceptual advantage to seeing the Silk Road region as a card table is that obviously there can be more than 2 players. And this is not the case with chess. And Brzezinski was obviously aware of this. Still, it's his allegory. And the unavoidable implication of this Brzezinski concept is that the White House and the Kremlin were the region's only truly independent players. They and they alone controlled the board, the movement of the pieces, and the formulation of strategies. But that's not how it works at the card table. There's plenty of room for more chairs to be added without disrupting the general flow. New players can join, old ones can fall by the wayside, anyone can cash out at any time. Now, a further problem with the Brzezinski allegory is that chess involves no hidden information. Calculating the odds and thinking ahead is important to both chess and cards, but at the card table, the ability to bluff effectively is an integral part of the game. So is making sure a player can conceal his or her own tell while trying to uncover the responsive tales of the other players. So in other words, chess is simply too cerebral, too mathematical, and too informed by a Pascalian esprit de géométrie to serve as an adequate allegory for the rough and tumble in the huff and puff of geopolitics. And in chess, moreover, moving is compulsory. No player can skip a turn, even when doing so is detrimental to his or her position. Now, in contrast, some of the most complex card games, like poker, don't have this requirement. Players can check. They can essentially choose not to make a move, draw a card, and so on. Now, this adds layers of subtlety and complexity that correspond much more closely to the reality of geopolitics. And of course, we can mention that at the card table, starting hands are never seen, are never even. We all know the expression to play the hand you're dealt. So the overall point of my card table allegory is actually quite simple. If you have what it takes, or if you think you do, you can pull up a chair, take a seat at the card table, and partake in the great game. And if you don't, you can pack it up, even walk out of the room. If your fortunes change and circumstances allow, you can be dealt back in. But regardless, the great game goes on. Now, this brings me to my third and final substantive point, building on the first two. The allegory of the grand chessboard presupposes that the Silk Road region was, is, and will remain an object of great power relations. Well, my allegory of the card table works better because the Silk Road region is, or at least is becoming, a fully fledged, distinct, and emancipated subject of the international order. In other words, the allegory of the card table accepts the possibility of the autonomous geopolitical development of the states that geographically belong to the region itself. And this conforms to the overarching geopolitical reality we see in this part of the world today, a whole possibly greater than the already impressive sum of the region's emerging set of initiatives and institutions. Now, that geopolitical reality is characterized by the fact that its leading states are all middle powers. So Giovanni Botero, the 16th century thinker, he's the one who coined the term, defined middle powers as states that have sufficient force and authority to stand on their own without the need of help of others. And in Botero's telling, leaders of middle powers tend to be acutely aware of the dexterity that's required to maintain security and project influence in a prudential manner beyond their immediate borders. And because of that, middle powers are apt to have facility in promoting trade and connectivity with their neighbors and their neighbors' neighbors. Now, unquestionably, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, and Uzbekistan are such middle powers or keystone states, as my friend Nicholas Gvozdev of the US Naval War College put it. And Gregory Gleason, who's joining us on the screen, I think, has also written seriously about this. So, keystone states are trusted interlocutors, reliable intermediaries, and critical mediators that can act as buffers and reduce the potential for conflict between major power centers.
Professor Mishkovich, the 10 minutes are
10 minutes.
over.
Okay.
You have some minutes, 2 minutes roughly.
Thank you.
Please.
And they're the anchors of the Silk Road region. These three countries. None by itself is indispensable, but together they provide equilibrium while setting the tone and pace and scope of the overall cooperation agenda. Now, one characteristic of the Silk Road region, as I said, is that it's anchored by keystone states sitting around a card table together with other players. And they're committed to building a region with more partners and fewer enemies. Now, another characteristic is that these keystone states embrace elements of both autonomy and restraint, which is what a soft balancing approach. And a third characteristic is the salience of a 21st century version of what in the 1990s was called Asian values. So because I don't have a lot of time, I can't give you a full typology of this, but two traits can help explain this underappreciated phenomenon. So let's call them Silk Road values. They're broadly suspicious of outsiders placing soft law-driven limitations on national sovereignty, like the narrowing of the scope of the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of states. Trait number 2, Silk Road values generally downplay both ethnic and even civic nationalism in favor of what Anatol even calls state nationalism, fidelity to the state as embodied by loyalty to its leadership. So let me wrap up quickly. My bottom line takeaway is that the Silk Road region's keystone states are attempting to establish their own set of initiatives and institutions that represent a surge of interdependence, a surge of connectivity, and a surge of integration. And all this may very well result in the construction of a genuinely stable and lasting regional order, a regional order that advances, first and foremost, the interests and values of the region, by the region, and for the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Miskovic, for this valuable contribution. Our second speaker is coming from Belgium. Is Dr. Thomas Pierre-Emmanuel. Is he available? Is he there?
Yes, hello, good morning.
Hello, Dr. Thomas Pierre-Emmanuel. Yes. Welcome. You are from Belgium, but originally you are from France. You are a French scientist, from researcher. I have read your CV. Very big contributions you have done during your life. And you are Euro-continental, and you are going to speak about the Turkey and global and Eurasian cooperation challenges. So global and Eurasian is, I think, two important points, what you are going to deal with now. Please, the floor is yours. 10 minutes you have. I will warn you after 10 minutes, you will have additional 2 or 3 minutes maximum. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. It will be a pleasure for me to share my ideas with you. And I'm gonna share a PowerPoint with geopolitical maps. Is it possible to activate the share screen, please? Because it's mentioning the animator deactivated the share screen. Is it possible to activate it?
Organizers, we are asking you for the
activating the PowerPoint, the sharing screen possibility.
Yes, please.
In just a second, let us check.
Okay. So I continue to speak, so not to have too much break with this. Yes, I live in Belgium because I created this Eurocontinent organization to promote more geopolitical thinking into the European project, because I think it's too attached to a normative approach and not enough taking into account the new geopolitical challenges. And but I'm French, and I teach in French university in Lyon, and I'm a geopolitical expert. And in France, geopolitics is part of geography, and this is why I would like to share with you some geopolitical maps to make a global diagnosis of the geopolitical configuration, and to see how the Turkish world and interest of Turkey fits into this today configuration. Is it possible to share it now?
I think they have some difficulties, but they will solve the problem. They will solve the problem. You can speak.
I'm sorry for interrupting you, Mr. Saint-Germain. We have granted you access. You can try to open your PowerPoint right now.
Okay.
Yes.
You see it?
Yes, it's coming. Yes, yes.
Oh, wonderful. So now, I'll start with this map. You can see Turkey at the center of the map. To understand any geopolitical situation, you have to put the central actor at the center of the map, and to see how it fits in the different projects and rival and cooperation projects from other actors. If I do a resume of what's happening now, at Eurasian level, at global level also, because all theaters are interconnected. Turkey is at the crossroad of competing geopolitical visions in Eurasia, but at global level as well. You've got the Greater West, which is fostered by US geopolitical priorities, Greater Asia, China, with a Silk Road project, and Greater Eurasia from Russia. And there is a question mark about Greater Europe, because EU was a very ambitious in the 90s and around 2000, but now it's having difficulties in pushing for a Greater Europe project. And you have also the Greater Turkish world, which also is a question mark and might develop in the future, but I'm gonna focus on what are the opportunities and difficulties also. First of all, we have to acknowledge what's the position of the main global power, United States, regarding Eurasia. We have an increasing multipolar context where United States is not acting anymore like during Cold War, but using pivot states to foster and to push its interest in Eurasia. And in the north, it has Poland, for example, to contain Russia, but also Turkey in the south. And what is interesting is that there is a double objective from United States is to push Turkey to orientate itself towards Eurasia and against Russia. At the same time, it would like to contain Turkey in Mediterranean Sea in order not to fragment NATO. And also the objective is to create an arc of instability around Russia because it's the enemy of the United States, as during the Cold War, it didn't change, and also prevent any further integration between Western Europe, Central Asia, and with Russia, but also China more and more. And there are two main theaters, Indo-Pacific and European Eastern Front. And Turkey, from the United States point of view, is playing a major role. The question is, will Turkey play this game or not? The reaction of Russia, of course, is to have a counter-encirclement strategy. Like at Eurasia level, it has a perception of encirclement, pressure from NATO. And in this configuration, Russia is trying to contain both NATO, but also Turkey, if Turkey is playing NATO game. This is why, for example, we noticed during the Karabakh war that there was this game at play, like Russia is positioning to a double containment of NATO and Turkey. And because you see on the map, the south is, on the north. It's I turned the map. In geopolitics, you have to turn the maps in order to see better the geopolitical configuration. And you have to notice that also why Turkey supported Azerbaijan in Karabakh war, it's also to push for a corridor project to cross the Caspian Sea. And of course, this can enter into contradiction with Iran and Russian geopolitical interest. So now I produce these maps of geopolitics of Turkey. Also, you see Russia down and Turkey up to better understand what is geopolitical configuration. And you see Turkey is trying to actually to enhance its influence not only in the Turkish world, but also in the Balkans, and have also interest in Mediterranean Sea with economic exclusive zones, and a rivalry with Russia, but at the same time a coordination with Russia, because there is a tactical coordination with Russia to try to not to confront each other frontally and to manage their common interests, common zones of influence at regional level, in particular to, I would say, to keep away Western influence as much as possible. And what is very interesting at the moment is this geopolitical configuration is the double game where Turkey is a central actor, but at the same time, central tool for both United States and Russia. On one side, we like United States objective, but also held by European allies, is try to reorientate, to make Turkey pivot towards Eurasia, but also to destabilize Russian zones of influence, in particular in Caucasus, also Middle East, and to project influence in Central Asia. And you have seen also the alliance within an alliance where France is supporting Greece against Turkey to contain Turkey in Mediterranean Sea, because they have in a rival project of power, and also because Turkey is used by France as a way to push for more European, in the European project, to have more defense project. At the same time, and the United States also is contending Turkey regarding Greece, but they help Turkey if Turkey would go against Russian zone of influence. At the same time, of course, Russia objectives is different. Russia would like Turkey to have a distance more and more within NATO and the West, and try to fragment the NATO alliance. So,
Professor Dr. Emmanuel, the time 10 minutes are over. I'm sorry. You are just in your explanation. You have 2 minutes more, but
okay, yes. Then I'm gonna. This is the conclusion. So for Turkey to position itself, because it's blocked in the West, but also in Central Asia, you have also competition between China and Russia, and also the question is to cross the Caspian Sea, and this is also in the interest of European Union. To connect to Silk Road and also for energy transit routes. But the problem is also because it enters in contradiction with Russia and Iran. And the good news is that in Central Asia, there's more and more cooperation at regional level, and it will help Turkey to have a common project for stability. But to conclude, I think to prevent more instabilities in these geopolitical rivalries and contradictory projects, we need a European and Eurasian new security and new geopolitical architecture and new security treaty. I think to trace red lines and to make regional actors cooperate together in a multipolar world with what I call an Olympic Circle of Eurasian stability, with different organizations like NATO, EU, Turkic Circle, Shanghai Cooperation, also Eurasian Economic Union, have to be combined together. They will compete, but at the same time, they should cooperate in order to have a better multilateral and multipolar system, because the condition for multilateralism is to have an accepted balance of power from all regional actors. So thank you. I will stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Emmanuel, for valuable contribution. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now our third speaker is coming from China. Dr. Zhu, is he available? Dr. Zhu?
Yes, here I am.
Yeah. Hello, Dr. Zhu. Welcome. Welcome. Now, from the important sites of One Belt, One Road from China, we have Dr. Zhu, Director of OSS International Collaboration Mechanism Center in Zhejiang University. He will speak about new opportunities and challenges of Eurasian cooperation, from economic cooperation to people exchange. Please, the floor is yours. 10 minutes you have. I will warn you after 10 minutes. Please.
Thank you, Professor. Dear Chairperson, expected experts, thank you very much for having me on this important conference. And I will make a speech on the new opportunities and challenges of Eurasia cooperation. The 21st century is the century of Asia. The world's political and economic focus is accelerating from west to east. China and Turkey are important emerging market countries and both members of G20. So they are important forces to safeguard world peace and promote common prosperity, and also important partners in building BRI. The year of 2021 marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Turkey. So during his visit to China in July 2019, Turkish President Erdogan pointed out that a new world order is emerging, in which Turkey and China shoulder important responsibilities. Standing at a new historical starting point, China and Turkey need to jointly face new opportunities and challenges in Eurasia cooperation as a whole, fully and seriously implement the consensus reached by the two heads of the leaders of the state, understand and support each other on issues involving co-interests and major concerns, and take the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations as an opportunity to promote great development of China and Turkey strategic cooperation. There are new opportunities for China-Turkey relations in promoting and deepening comprehensive cooperation. China and Turkey were the only countries in the G20 member states that maintained economic growth in the year of 2020 during COVID-19. Bilateral trade between China and Turkey reached 26 billion US dollars, and China has become Turkey's second largest trading partner. Such trade cooperation is particularly important in the context of tight global support chains. China and Turkey look forward to further strengthening bilateral trade exchanges. Turkey straddles Eurasia and is the Eurasia gate on the eastern and western trade and transportation corridor across the Caspian Sea. In December 2020, the Istanbul-Xi'an train was successfully launched, which further makes Turkey's potential in Eurasian railway transportation and made China-Turkey trade closer. Some analysts believe that considering the special relationship between Turkey and the EU, China may carry out more economic and trade exchanges and cooperation with Europe through Turkey. So China-Turkey cooperation is conducive to promoting Turkey's 2023 Century Vision strategy. Turkey's great achievements in economic and social development in recent years have made national leaders full of expectations for further development. In order to make Turkey one of the world's top 10 economies, Turkey put forward a series of future development prospects and plans, namely 2023 Vision, 2053 Vision, and 2071 Millennium Goals. Around these national strategies, Turkey has formulated an investment incentive plan with an estimated investment of 500 billion US dollars by 2023. It is mainly used to support and encourage large-scale investment in refining and petrochemical enterprises, port services, automobiles, railways, etc. These incentives are obviously beneficial to international investors and provide development opportunities for China-Turkey economic and trade cooperation. And there are also challenges in the current and future development of China-Turkey relations. Although Turkey has suffered many obstacles in moving westward in recent years, such as applying to join the EU and being politically, I call divorced from Western powers. They are still close in economy. The game between China and the United States in Central Asia and NATO's military defense against China may become a negative factor, restricting China-Turkey cooperation, resulting in unfavorable economic and trade development. And another reason, the ideology of pan-Turkism and of pan-Islamism is still popular in Turkey. People with this ideology believe that Islam is an universal religion and is brotherhood, regardless of nationality, skin color, language, national boundaries. But under this thought, some Turks believe that they have compatriots relations with Uyghurs in Central Asia and even Xinjiang, China. Some even sympathize with the Eastern Turkestan groups and incite extremism. This potential thought is very likely to break the strategic rebalancing between China and Central Asia, threaten the stability and social development of Northwest China, affect the trend of energy diplomacy of Central Asian countries, and affect the long-term stable development of Sino-Turkish economy and trade. The complex regional and domestic security situation is another reason affect the stable development of economy and trade. The situation in Iraq and Syria, Turkey's neighboring countries, has deteriorated in recent years. The Syrian civil war has detonated the Kurdish problem in Turkey. The armed conflict between the Turkish security forces and the PKK has escalated, and there has been a serious confrontation. After the Afghan Taliban came to power, some new geopolitical and terrorist spillovers have further raised countries' concerns about regional security issues. In the future, the Islamic State may continue to launch terrorist attacks in Turkey and the countries around. The receiving and detonation of refugees not only aggravates the economic burdens of Turkey, but also causes a series of social and security problems. The regional security situation has not only dragged down the economic development of Turkey, but also hindered the economic and trade development between China and Turkey. Some projects may be in the future suspended, and the stability and the sustainability of cooperation have been impacted. These are the risks. And the way to the future, China's One Belt and One Road initiative put forward 5 indicators, namely the policy communication, facilities interconnection, trade flow, financing support, and people-to-people connection. Chinese President Xi Jinping emphasized that people's hearts are the foundation and the support for policy communication, facilitate interconnection, trade liberalization, and financial integration.
Dr. Zhu, the 10 minutes are over. You have 2 minutes more.
Okay, please. Thank you. Therefore, it is necessary to further deepen China-Turkey relations and overcome current and future practical challenges. People-to-people connection is the key to sustainable development and cooperation. I believe that non-governmental platforms such as NGOs, associations, and think tanks, academias, have made great contributions to playing the role of citizen diplomacy. Over the past 50 years, since the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Turkey, non-governmental exchanges between the two countries have been expanding in various fields. In recent years, the people of two countries have greatly promoted mutual understanding through learning each other's language and cultural exchanges. So at the beginning of this year, Ankara and OSS International Collaboration Center establishes the strategic relationship by signing MOUs and have jointly organized online interviews, dialogues, and other activities. It is believed that actively carrying out non-governmental exchanges between China and Turkey will further deepen China-Turkey cooperation, further promote Eurasian economic and trade cooperation, and economic recovery, as well as peaceful dialogue and coexistence among different civilizations. Okay, that's my speech. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Zhu, for a valuable contribution. Thank you very much. Now, our fourth speaker is from Kyrgyzstan, Dr. Kadir Malikov. Is he available?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Dr. Kadir Malikov. Dr. Kadir Malikov is from Kyrgyzstan, a Turkic republic. It's an important neighboring country of China, also on the way to Silk Road. If you want, also this Afghanistan, after overtaking Taliban, is a very important country also for both sides, for West and East, very important. Kyrgyzstan also for Turkey and Turkish world. He is from the Analytical Research Center of Religion, Law and Politics. A very rich background he has, and he will speak about the Turkish world as the part of geopolitical game in Central Asia. Please, Dr. Malikov, the floor is yours. 10 minutes you have. After 10 minutes, I will warn you. I give you 2 minutes more. Please.
Yes. Thank you very much. Merhaba, dear participants. Саламатсыз бу, урматтуу катышчулар. I'm grateful for invitation, especially to Professor Dr. Mehmet Seyfiddin Erol and all the ANKASAM. So my speech will be very brief, and I want to touch some points of theses. First of all, some experts from Central Asia countries and Russia fear that the transition of US and China and Russia relations to the stage of a Cold War over Syria and Ukraine could lead to the activation of various separatist and terrorist groups from Central Asia and the North Caucasus, and further create a wide terrorist underground aimed at Central Asian countries, the China and Russia. The expectedly rapid coming of the Taliban to power raises many questions for the experts, rather than about a change in US policy in Central Asia, but about a possible shift of emphasis in Washington's policy in Central Asia, as US policy will most likely be focused on the implementation of plans and objectives within the framework of soft power. Moreover, Afghanistan plays a special role in ensuring a stable security system in Central Asia, and accordingly, the level and readiness of cooperation between the countries as Pakistan, Iran, China, Russia, or United States-led NATO countries, and the Russian-led by ODKB countries on terrorism and drug trafficking issues. In this regard, the Fergana Valley, where we have borders between Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, remains the most vulnerable point within the Central Asian region. Since Soviet times, the Fergana Valley has faced a number of complex problems related to border delimitation, access to irrigation and drinking water, the problem of drug trafficking from Afghanistan and drug business, many social problems, youth unemployment, radicalization, interethnic problems, and etc. Besides, it is the Fergana Valley that historically has been one of kind traditional center of religious activity in Central Asia. The Fergana Valley is most tense area of Central Asia. All major conflicts in the recent history of the region took place here in Valley of Fergana. I want to tell that, however, now we in these recent years, by the end of this year, we can say that the identification of society in Central Asia countries has changed significantly towards the Islamization of all aspects of society. In Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, even in spite of the control regime, in the religious sphere, the ideological value and cultural mosaic of society is changing towards the predominance of the Islamic factor, especially among young people. However, governments have faced the difficulty of determining the model of the boundaries of secularism and the place of religion in society and the state. So the conceptual issue is that the national constitutions of our countries, I mean Turkish countries in Central Asia, do not reveal the model of secularism, state-confessional relation, and the rules of the game. In all constitutions of these countries, the states are unitary, secular, democratic, legal, social, etc. Meanwhile, most post-Soviet states use the French model of secularism as their Soviet legacy, which implies a total separation of the state from religion. In the meantime, the process of Islamization is increasingly asserting itself and is essentially irreversible. On Afghanistan, if you talk, our political elites understand that Afghanistan opened also a new long-time ideological challenges for secular national states, because Afghanistan, as you know, built theocratic system, for example. So we have a good model as a Turkey in relation between religion, for example, and state, where religion has own place in social life and its heritage used in building of national state. Considering the fact that the majority of the population of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, for example, and Uzbekistan are Muslims, governments push a policy of supporting traditional Islam, the Sunni school, Hanafi Mazhab, Aqidah Maturidi in their countries to counterbalance imported religious movements from outside, I mean, especially from Arab Gulf countries. So these points make a new opportunities for close cooperation and so integration between Turkey and states of Central Asia. So last year, during the summit of the Cooperation Council of Turkish-speaking states, Turkish Council in the capital of Azerbaijan, Erdogan, president of Turkey, first voiced the slogan 6 states, 1 nation. I mean, he said that Turkestan is our ancestral home, our main earth. We are all a very large family of 300 million people who speak as the same language, believe in the same religion, have the same history, culture, share the same civilization. But some experts say that there are some obstacles to unite between Turks. One of the main obstacles is the influence of the past, I mean Soviet time, and the proximity to Russia, including in the cultural sense, the absence of a single Latin alphabet and political influence of Russia, and depends of security which provide Russia, and etc. But
Dr. Malikov, the 10 minutes are over. I give you 2 minutes more, please.
Yes, thank you. So I want to state that also we have problem now between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan on the border. But in conflict with Tajikistan, our population, our Kyrgyzstan population and still government, they are now changed their views on the Turkey relation, because we have now some Bayraktar. And this is so change our politics inside and out to be close to Turkey, to have some strategical unit with Turkey as a guarantee of stability and security in Kyrgyzstan. So these changes, I mean that this paradigm again becomes relevant in view of the implementation of the concept of the clash of civilization by Samuel Huntington, to be together and closer by language, religion, national interests. So I want to tell that in this again, the background of world changes, when the global system of order and regional security collapses, the new global security of security is not formulated yet, but its contours emerge from cultural and religious landmarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Malikov, for your valuable contribution from view of Kyrgyzstan.
Thank you.
Now our fifth speaker is from United Kingdom, Associated Professor Filippo Costa Buranelli. Is he available?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome, Professor Buranelli. You will speak, you are from the University of St. Andrews, and you have also a rich background, and you will speak about Central Asia between macro and micro regionalism. Very interesting perspective. Please, the floor is yours, and I give you 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, I will warn you for 2 additional minutes. Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Imer. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all participants. First, I would like to extend my sincere and heartfelt thanks to Ankara and Professor Erol for the very kind and flattering invitation to be in this prestigious event today. And I must say that I'm very happy to be the fifth speaker on this panel, because what I'm going to say ties into the previous narratives very well and very appropriately. I will touch on several of the concepts and several of the ideas that the previous distinguished guests share with us today. And in particular, I'm going to focus on the role that the Central Asian republics at the heart of Eurasia are playing nowadays in managing the transition of power at the global level, and the strategies and the practices of order making that these republics are implementing, or at least seeking to implement, to cushion and tame the very dangerous and violent effects of great power struggle and competition. And the two main drivers behind this speech today are the following. The first one is that I do agree very much with Professor Miskovic that the idea of a chessboard is a very dangerous one, not just because it simplifies and almost trivializes the reality on the ground, making politics look like a game that only selected players can play. But also the metaphor of the chessboard utterly denies the agency that so-called smaller states can play in order making and order practicing. And I think it is very important to get rid of these stereotypes in order to appreciate the valuable political, economic, and cultural contributions that regional states are playing nowadays in creating a new form of international relations that can be beneficial for all states and societies in Eurasia. The second main driver behind my speech today is a strong dissatisfaction, at least from my side, that I've been exploring and analyzing in my research with most Western theories of regionalism and Western integration. For the past 30 years, we have read and we have heard that Central Asia is a failed region, that Central Asia is a region that doesn't exist, that states in Central Asia are pathologically non-cooperative because they are incapable to create an authentic indigenous local Central Asian international organization. Most appropriately on the basis of the model of the European Union, therefore taking into account the pooling of sovereignty, the creation of a common market and the disappearance of borders. And I think that this strong Western-centric perspective on Central Asian regional relations obliterates and hides a lot of the fundamental formal and informal processes that are taken nowadays in the region that actually are most appropriately defined as a Central Asian way to region making and order making. So these are my two premises: the dissatisfaction with the idea of chessboard and the dissatisfaction with Western-centric theories of regionalism based on sovereignty integration. Now, my contention here is that the states and societies of Central Asia have managed more successfully than other states and societies in world politics to transition and to protect the enterprises of state and nation building in the past 30 years through two main mechanisms: micro-regionalism and macro-regionalism, that are not mutually exclusive at all. In fact, actually, they constitute a fundamental nexus of order making in Central Asia and Eurasia. Especially in the past 5 years, with the change of leadership in Uzbekistan and with the change of the perception of the security dilemma in the region, we are now observing the development of what has been called very aptly by Central Asian politicians and diplomats a Samarkand spirit that emphasizes very much the idea of pragmatic dialogue, the idea of focusing on areas of cooperation that can be achieved and that can be mutually beneficial for all states and societies in the region, leaving aside for the moment more contentious and difficult issues for political dialogue. The idea of a Samarkand spirit emphasizes very much the idea of peaceful coexistence, good neighborly relations, and trust building. It's very important to notice that this project of Central Asian dialogue that is embodied in the informal meeting of heads of states in Central Asia does not really rely on the idea of integration and sharing sovereignty. This is where here the region of Central Asia and Eurasia differs from Western-centric model of regionalism. Sovereignty is a value that has to be protected, that actually will foster catalytic change in the region to promote the welfare and the benefits for societies on the ground. But the model of regionalism that is developing in Central Asia is very much premised on the idea of sovereign equality and respect for each other's needs and pragmatic actions. These Samarkand spirits act as a bridge between the micro level and the macro level of regionalism. Very few people paid attention to what, at least in my opinion, was a fundamental landmark event a few months ago, exactly in the Fergana Valley. For the first time in 30 years of independence, the three governors of the border regions of the Fergana Valley, from Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan, had a trilateral meeting to explore the possibility for locally based indigenous bottom-up processes of economic and cultural cooperation in the Fergana Valley, exactly to counter the difficulties, the tensions, and the bad effects of the recent processes of conflict, for example, on the Kyrgyz-Tajik border, or the recent events in Afghanistan. This has been paired with region-to-region cooperation between northern Uzbekistan and southern Kazakhstan, western Uzbekistan and eastern Turkmenistan, and this micro processes of second-tier diplomacy at the governor-to-governor level that are very much creating a strong social fabric within the region of Central Asia. And this micro level is very much tied economically, culturally, and most importantly, politically, with a broad constellation of macro-regionalism that includes neighboring great powers, distant actors, and distant markets. Why? Mostly for pragmatic reasons. Central Asian states are landlocked countries. They face a very serious security dilemma facing their southern borders, and they understand very well that great power management and regional power management is a fundamental component for any stable Central Asian order in the future. I'm going to mention some of this platform. The CIS focus very much on territorial integrity and economic cooperation. CSTO focused on security, order, stability. Shanghai Cooperation Organization focused on terrorism, separatism, extremism, and non-interference. Eurasian Economic Union, economic cooperation and integration. Organization for Security Cooperation in Europe, about comprehensive security and human development. The conference, the CICA, Conference for Confidence Building Measures in Central Asia, based on sovereign equality, diplomacy, and disarmament, it plays a vital role in supporting the Central Asian nuclear weapon-free zone, for example. The Organization of Islamic Countries, based on Islam, peace, harmony, and respect for the UN Charter and international law. Most recently, the renewed engagement within Turksoy, the Association of Turkic-speaking countries. And it's very important here to notice two fundamental developments in the last 2 years. First, the re-engagement of Uzbekistan within this platform. That after the fairly isolationist and autarkic policies of Islam Karimov, now with Shavkat Mirziyoyev, Uzbekistan is becoming a more grounded interlocutor with the Turkic world, as noticed also by previous speakers. Second, even more importantly, the recent re-engagement of Turkmenistan within this platform that very much speaks to the idea that permanent and positive neutrality does not necessarily equal isolationism, but actually fosters processes of regional cooperation and bridge building with neighboring powers. So I assume I have a couple of minutes left, so I will start wrapping up my presentation. I believe it is very important within the severe changes in power structures and relations between great powers, which are touching a new law really every day, to notice how Central Asia has been undergoing severe fundamental changes in its security dilemma, in incentive for cooperation, and in forging several mechanisms for coexistence, cooperation, and pragmatic dialogue from the micro to the macro scale through formal and informal mechanisms involving different civilizations and a new engagement with the Turkic world. This process is based on three fundamental mechanisms that I don't have the time now to elaborate on, but I will mention for the sake of clarity for the audience. The first mechanism
Dr. Brunelli,
yes.
The time is over.
Yes, I'm approaching the last
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Thank
please.
you so much. The first mechanism to enact these micro and macro processes of region building is bridging. So putting together different initiatives that are launched on different platforms to create a sense of togetherness with regional great powers and other interested actors in Central Asia. The second mechanism is that of dovetailing. So suggesting new initiatives where they are lacking in order to create a complex web of interactions on infrastructural, economic, financial, and geopolitical matters. And the third mechanism that the Central Asian states are using nowadays to create a sense of order in their neighborhood is that of branding, i.e. the use of different identities, different references to culture, histories, pasts, and civilizational legacies that can actually work as a very powerful societal glue to be tied together to their neighbors and regional societies. All this, in my opinion, and I conclude, does not mean that Central Asia is incapable of fostering regionalism. Quite the contrary, I would say that this is the Central Asian model for regionalism, one that I called from a micro to a macro scale, balancing regionalism to navigate its own way through the complexities of today's world politics. And I will stop here. Thank you so very much for the kind invitation.
Thank you, Professor Buranelli, for this valuable, important contribution. Thank you. I'm asking now the organizers, is the sixth speaker available, or is it now, can I finish the session? My question is to the organizers.
I think we can finish the session because...
Okay, thank you. Then I will thank to all the speakers of this first session for their valuable contributions. And I think in this session we have seen what are the threats and what are the opportunities from different perspectives. For every speaker I'm thanking, because the time is of course not sufficient. I hope in future to give more time for the speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Professor Sanjarimer, for your exceptional moderation. And on behalf of Ankara, I would like to thank all the panelists of the first session for sharing their ideas about the threats and opportunities in the Turkish world and the new great game. Thus concludes the first session of the conference. I will now hand you over to Professor Cem Karadeli. He is the Senior Foreign Policy Advisor to the President of Ankara, who will continue the discussion in the scope of the second session, which is called the Search for Cooperation in the Turkish World. Professor Karadeli,
hello there.
Are you available?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
that's great.
The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you kindly. Now, in this second session, we are going to discuss the search for cooperation in the Turkish world. And I'll be moderating a very distinguished group of speakers, starting with Kazakhstan's Professor Asylbek Izbayrov, and we will continue with 7 very distinguished guests. And I would please ask everyone to speak in an orderly fashion and not exceed 10 minutes. If possible, maybe we can extend it a couple of minutes, but because we are quite crowded here with 7 participants, it would be very nice if you would stick to your times. So my first speaker is from Kazakhstan, as I said, and it is Professor Asylbek Izbayrov, and he's the president of Geopolitics Research Institute in Kazakhstan. He will talk to us about prospects for Turkic integration, trends, opportunities, and necessity. So please, Professor.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm glad to welcome all the participants of the conference. Sorry, my speech will be in Russian to accurately convey my thoughts. Speech me Russian. Translation. Yes.
Я буду переводить вашу речь. Поэтому прошу говорить вас недлинными фразами, чтобы я могла перевести. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Я хотел разделить свой доклад на 3 части. Первое – это тренды, второе – это перспективы и какие негативные есть тенденции, чтобы оборвать вот эту возможность Тюркского союза.
I hope my voice is going. Yes, I would like to divide my speech for the 3 parts. The first one are the trends, the second is the perspectives, and the third one are the negative tendencies to create the barriers for this opportunity.
Насчет трендов, то нужно сказать, что президент Казахстана в свое время обозначил новое видение развития тюркского мира, которое называется «Тюркское видение 2040». И в рамках этого тюркского видения город Туркестан в Казахстане был предложен как столицей будущего тюркского мира?
It's important to say that the president of Kazakhstan, in his time, he specified the new vision of the development of Turkic world, which name is the Turkic Vision 2040. And in the framework of this vision, the city of Turkestan in Kazakhstan was offered as the capital of the future Turkic world.
В качестве важных трендов нужно сказать, что сейчас в рамках тюркского объединения, как Тюркский совет, да, вот Совет стран тюркоязычных государств, то она ассоциируется как британское сообщество наций, как либо Лига арабских государств. Но сегодня настало время в трансформацию уже в реальную политическую организацию.
It was offered as the future of the new trend, and it's important to say that the unity of the countries, which is the unity of the countries of Turkic states, it can be considered as a League of Nations, kind of, or League of Arabic States. And today it is on the edge of the transformation in real international organization.
И это все позволит нам стать реальным актором международной политики. Но здесь какие есть перспективы в этом направлении? Первое – это тюркское геополитическое пространство сегодня является важным участком шелкового пути. Если Казахстан открывает шелковый путь, то как раз-таки Турция в сторону Европы, он закрывает этот шелковый путь. То есть две важные страны в этом направлении.
Yes, what kind of perspectives can be determined in this direction? First is that Turkey geopolitical space today is a very important participant of the Silk Road. And if Kazakhstan is opening Silk Road, Turkey is one of the parts which is finalizing the Silk Road. And we see the two important countries in this field.
Это позволит нам стать центральным регионом в целом мировой экономики, если мы вот это сможем до конца сформировать, вот этот участок. И в этом участке важным является именно Туранский коридор внутри стран тюркоязычного региона, потому что это будет открывать новые перспективы именно горизонтальной взаимосвязи.
Yes, this can give us an opportunity to be the central region in the whole world economy. And today we are able, if we are able to form this route properly, especially the Turan corridor inside of this area, it will create the new perspective of the horizontal integration.
Этой горизонтальной, скажем, Туранского экономического коридора мешает именно не то, что мешает, а есть определенные препятствия именно по вертикальных союзов. Например, в рамках Ирана и России, в рамках Ирана и Армении. То есть вот эти есть, скажем, вертикальные вот эти связи, которые будут мешать именно вот этой горизонтальной перспективам. И в этом случае я могу выделить несколько негативных вот этих моментов, которые мешают именно формированию вот этой связи тюркоязычных государств.
Today today, when we are talking about the Turan Economic Corridor, we see certain barriers or problems which can disturb and create certain disadvantages of the vertical unions. For example, if we consider the Iranian and Russian or Iranian and Armenian vertical unions. So these connections, they disturb to reach us the certain results and perspectives and have some negative effect on the horizontal integration of this area.
Первое – это события, которые происходят на Южном Кавказе. Это перспективы Зангезурского коридора, соединяющий Нахичеван с основной частью Азербайджана. И в этом в случае как раз-таки мешает та территория, небольшая территория, вот эта область Армении, которая на сегодняшний день, она где-то до этого момента она была закрыта для формирования целостного линии Туранского коридора.
Yes, one of the obstacles on this territory, and troublemakers, we can say, the situation in the South Caucasus, and especially the perspective of the Zangezur corridor, which is connecting Nakhchivan with the main part of Azerbaijan. And in this situation, this territory, which is quite small, and the part of Armenia, which today is one of the closed and create certain isolation to form the whole line of this corridor.
Поэтому конфликты, которые имеют место быть в Южном Кавказе, в особенности между Арменией и Азербайджаном, и последняя 44-дневная война, да, которая произошла, она имеет негативные последствия для формирования вот этого целостного коридора. Опять же, следующим важным обстоятельством, которое имеет негативные последствия, это Иран и заинтересованность Ирана именно в формировании вертикальной линии транспортного коридора, вертикальная линия именно через территорию Армении, вот это через Южный Кавказ, через территорию проходящий дальше в Грузию. И как раз таки именно последние события, которые имели место быть на юге, на Южном Кавказе между Ираном и Азербайджаном, именно вот трансграничные, да, вот эти учения, которые провела Иран, которая хотела, да, показать свою силу, и Азербайджан, который также провела свои учения под общим названием «Три братства», это Турция, Азербайджан, Пакистан, то как раз-таки это все свидетельствует о том, что именно в этом участке возникают определенные проблемы, негативные вот эти факторы.
Yeah. Just a second.
Понятно, да?
Yes, just a second. Just I want to keep the point. This kind of conflicts which take place in the Southern Caucasus, especially between the Armenia and Azerbaijan, and the last 40 days war which we were witnessing in Azerbaijan, have quite negative circumstances for forming of the whole corridor. And another important obstacle is that Iran is the interested part in this topic, and the forming of the vertical line of transport corridor is passing through the Armenia. And we see that the Southern Caucasus and later the route which is going to the Georgia, this route stable and have certain troubles to finalize the forming of this corridor. And The events that took place in the Southern Caucasus, and especially South Caucasus between Iran and Azerbaijan, here we see certain trans-border competitions and let's say the military studies that were held by Iran and to prove their forces, and from another side Azerbaijan, which created the military study which was called Three Brotherhoods, which combined three countries such as Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Pakistan. These kind of activities in the borders demonstrate certain problems which have place in the area.
Правительством Азербайджана на сегодняшний день принимается множество мер именно по формированию Зангезурского коридора. Но и здесь важным является именно один из важных — это соединение Нахичеванской области с основной частью. И здесь предпринимаются разные меры, например, объявление города Шуша культурным наследием Азербайджана. И то, что на следующий год планируется город Шуша объявить столицей исламской культуры, все это шаги, которые на сегодняшний день способствуют преодолению вот этих конфликтов.
There are plenty of measures which are taken to form the Zangezur corridor, but important is that the connection, especially the place of connection of Nakhichevan area with the whole territory of the route. Today, as we can see, there are different measures such as the announcing of Shusha city as the cultural heritage of Azerbaijan, and the next year it is planned to be announced as the capital of the Islamic culture. And these kind of steps are helping to overcome the troubles that the area is facing.
Вторым важным является то, что для формирования именно тюркского взаимосвязи сегодняшнее очень важно, это чтобы вот эта инициатива по союзу централизации государств, она состоялась, то есть она полноценно состоялась, потому что это важный регион, который будет соединять через Азербайджан и дальше с Турцией. И поэтому как раз-таки вот устранение негативных последствий формирования союза централизации государств сегодня является важным.
Okay, so the second point which I want to highlight is the connection, is the initiative of the creation of the Union of the Central Asian states, and it couldn't be 100% implemented because and it should be implemented. Why? Because the area is very important, and Azerbaijan is connected. It will pass through Azerbaijan and Turkey, and this kind of problem solutions later can create the union of the Central Asian states, and I see it as an important factor of the succeed of the project.
Центральноазиатский союз на сегодняшний день пережила несколько таких своих эволюций. Здесь есть некоторые моменты. Во-первых, это то, что Туркмения – это страна, которая занимает в основном нейтральную позицию и как бы не вступает ни в какие союзы. Хотя это является важной страной. И второй момент – это до сегодняшних дней почти что Узбекистан тоже занимала свою такую позицию, не до конца ясную в этом вопросе. Но сегодняшняя политика Шавката Мирзиёева демонстрирует то, что мы уже направлены на определенную консолидацию. И в этом Центральноазиатском союзе важными странами являются Казахстан и Узбекистан. То есть вот это именно цепочка взаимодействия.
The Central Asian Union today has been faced with several evolutionary processes, and there are several moments that we need to specify. The first is that Turkmenistan is a country which is taking a status quo, the neutral position, and prefers not to be part of any unions or international organizations. And it's very important country in this area. The second is that Uzbekistan had a similar position and it wasn't so clear their way to solve the issues in one or another question. But the politics of Shavkat Mirziyoyev demonstrates that they have certain consolidation in the Central Asian unit. And one of the most important countries in this field are Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, and we see the chain which is starting to be clear.
Резюмируя, я хочу сказать, что, во-первых, если мы сможем на сегодняшний день трансформировать Тюркский совет в реальную организацию, то есть переход в организацию, а не совет, то это будет одно из важных моментов. Второе, в рамках вот этих коридоров, как шелковые пути, так и формирование, собственно, Туранского коридора, даст нам возможность выдвинуть вот этот участок, Туранский участок, как центральный регион мировой экономики и стать реальным актором международной политики. И насколько мы сможем на сегодняшний день преодолеть вот эти негативные процессы, как в Южном Кавказе, так и положительные вот эти устремления в Центральноазиатском регионе, от этого будет зависеть будущее тюркской интеграции.
To summarize my speech, I would like to first of all say that if we can transform the Turkic Council in the real organization and to implement this kind of transition to the real organization, it will be one of the most important turning point in this topic. And the second is that in the framework of these corridors and Silk Roads and these kind of routes, they form the corridors which create their opportunity to make the Central Asian region as the center of the world economy and become the author of the full-fledged actor of international politics. And of course, it will depend on the opportunity of solving the issues and problems which we are facing in this area, in the Caucasus, in South Caucasus, and we see that there are certain positive trends in this topic in Central region. And the future of the Turkic world will depend on these problems.
Я смотрю, я занял более 20 минут, и the report is over. Thank you very much.
I see that my speech took around 20 minutes. I'm sorry for that, and thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you kindly to Professor Izbayrov and also to Ms. Tevfikova for her kind translation. Now we are going to proceed from our guest from Ukraine, Dr. Alexander Bagamolov, Director of National Institute of Strategic Studies, NISS there, and he will talk to us about Ukraine and the Turkish world from shared history of the fight of the Crimea Tatars today.
Thanks very much, Professor Karadeli. Yeah, nice to be here with you. Thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure. I will proceed in order to to save time. Okay. In my presentation, I'd like to highlight, of course, when we're talking about identity-based alliances or such as the Turkic world, it's it has the core, of course, and it has its periphery. And I believe Ukraine is part of this periphery as well. And in my presentation, I will start my presentation from highlighting just or offering a flight over some historical moments which connects Ukraine to the Turkic world. Since the early history and from the early chronicles that we have in Ukraine, we read about the Turkic Turkic ethnic groups surrounding the Slavic ancestors, our Slavic ancestors living together, fighting or making alliances between each other, etc. That's been always a presence in our lands. Of various Turkic ethnic groups were always around. If we look at the chronicles that we have in the 11th, 12th to 12th century, the Kumans, the Pechenegs, the Berendei, etc., etc., etc., were all around us. And the traces of their presence is still to be found in the place names such as Berdichev or Kaharlik or many others. There had been alliances and family ties between Slavic princes and the Turkic nobility, joint military campaigns, such as the one with the participation of Kumans, led by the Kiev Principality in the Battle of Kalka in 1223. If we go further on in history, when we already a powerful neighbor, the Ottoman Empire, has risen on our southern frontiers, there had been also a very intense communication between the between the Ottoman Empire, between the Turks already and the Ukrainians. Just to give a few examples, the most prominent military and political leader of the early modern Ukraine of the mid-17th century, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, formed alliances with the Crimean Khanate, in his wars with the other powerful neighbors. It is notable that Ukrainian leader also was a Turkic speaker. He spoke Turkish rather fluently. This is a well-known fact. In the Konotop victory, Getman, his successor, Getman Vygovsky, also made alliances with the Crimean Khanate, with Mehmet IV Giray Khan. The Ottoman Empire and Crimea Khanate were key factors in the reign of Hetman Petro Doroshenko further on, and the Ottoman Empire saved part of the Cossackdom by letting them resettle to the territory of the Ottoman Empire, thereby forming the so-called Danubian Siege, which was a vassal formation of the Ottoman sultans. Further in history, when Ukraine became independent after the collapse of the Russian Empire in the early 20th century, Turkey was among the states who recognized Ukraine, among the first to recognize Ukraine. Embassies were established both in Turkey and in Kiev. Similarly, also Azerbaijan Democratic Republic was formed a very friendly relationship with Ukraine. Nowadays, again, we see actually the repetition of the same geopolitical pattern, whereby Ukraine is surrounded by have like three pillars around it in geopolitics. On the one hand, it used to be the West. In the old days, it was the Polish Commonwealth, and then on the south we have always the Turkish side, which quite often is a very important power that helps Ukraine sustain itself and an important ally. If we look at the present situation right now, Ukraine and the Republic of Turkey after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and as natural partners due to the geographic proximity and economic interests and the shared history that I already mentioned, are strengthening cooperation quite notably. In the 1990s to 2000s, the potential bilateral relations was largely underused, but at the present time, it has been significantly increased as Ukraine Ukraine has concluded in 2011 a declaration on the establishment of high-level strategic council, which is now operative. And the document has proclaimed strategic partnership in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Turkey. The mutually beneficial cooperation is quite visible and increasing in the defense industry. At the political level, the high-level strategic council is fully operational. The so-called quadriga format, the regular meetings between the ministers of foreign affairs and ministers of defense, Ukraine and Turkey. The ongoing negotiations on free trade zone, which stands to be signed very soon, as we are being informed by our diplomats. And the Crimean Tatar issue is also a shared interest between Ukraine and Turkey. And I think in the context of this particular discussion today, it is very much important and appropriate to highlight this specific point, because as we always were historically surrounded by various Turkic-speaking people, nowadays the most prominent among them is the Crimean Tatars. The Crimean Tatars, I specifically highlighted this in the title of my presentation, the plight of the Crimean Tatars. Their destiny had been very difficult through the ages of history. They, as we know, in 1944, they had been deported from their native Crimea to the Central Asia primarily, and they only were able to come back when the Soviet Union collapsed and Ukraine became independent. And Ukraine was very much a factor in their resettlement and the very difficult process of their reappropriation of their native land. But as the fate would have it, the Crimean Tatars historically lived through an annexation already once, which was in 1783, when the peninsula, the Khanate, the territory of the Khanate was annexed by the Russian Empire. And now again, they are living through another annexation of their land, a repetition of their historic collective trauma. The Crimea Tatar Mejlis, the ethnic authority, their ethnic democratically elected body that represents the Crimea Tatars, were declared extremist organizations and banned. Leaders of the Mejlis were banned even from entering their native land again. Russia now holds in custody 162 Crimean Tatars as political prisoners, and at least 15 Crimean Tatars have disappeared. Ukraine was, in recognition of this and in an attempt to offset these grievances, the Ukrainian state has intensified its work at the legislative level, at the Ukrainian lawmakers and the Ukrainian executive authorities. And the Crimean Tatars, the plight of the Crimean Tatar people is highlighted very strongly in several policy documents which have been adopted through the recent years, among them the foreign policy strategy. And I'd like to highlight this moment because it emphasizes that further cooperation with the Republic of Turkey on the protection of the right of the Crimean Tatars is very much important. Further, am I running out of time already? Protection of the Crimea Tatars at the international level, and here we find strong cooperation on the Turkish side as well. The Turkish, Turkey also helped with the resettlement because many Crimean Tatars, of course, in the current circumstances had again to leave their native Crimea and resettled elsewhere in the mainland Ukraine. The Turkish state has supported the Crimean Tatar IDPs, internally displaced persons, in the Kherson region, which is the region adjacent to the Crimea, and historically, which also was part of the Crimean Khanate in the Middle Ages. Turkey also helped with the mediation efforts to release some of the Crimean Tatars victims of the Russian repression who were detained, who were held in custody unlawfully, to name but a few, Artem Chaygoz and Ilmi Umerov in October 2017. And the Turkish president also at the 76th session of the UN General Assembly called on the United Nations to take even more efforts to protect the rights of the Crimean Tatars. Ukraine, as a token of the importance attached to the Crimean Tatars in Ukraine, I might also quote a few personalities which have been promoted to a very high position in the by the Ukrainian state. Emine Japar now holds a Crimean Tatar female journalist by education initially, but also a civic activist. Holds now the position of the first Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Sinaver Seyed Khalilov, Deputy Minister of Reintegration. This ministry, the purpose of this ministry is to reintegrate Crimea into Ukraine, where it legally belongs. Mustafa Jamilov, the leader of the Crimea Tatars, the most well-known person representing this community. Artem Chaygoz, Rustem Umerov are members of the Ukrainian parliament.
If you can just, wrap up, please.
Yes, I'm wrapping up. And a very important issue that we also has been recently dealt with is the very important for the preservation of the identity of the Crimean Tatars is the Crimean Tatar language, which is, according to UNESCO, an endangered, under critical threat level, because it's been disappeared. While Crimean Tatars have been in exile, they were made to learn other languages other than the Crimean Tatar, Russian primarily, and also Uzbek language, etc., but mainly Russian, and therefore their language is endangered. A program has been adopted by the Ukrainian state, a concept for the development of the Crimean Tatar language. Further, there is a set of projects as well that are under discussion right now, but most importantly is the law on the Crimean Tatars as an indigenous people, which and its important part is the recognition, the legal recognition of the ethnic authority of the Crimean Tatars Majlis, which is very much important for their further fight for their rights and their the protection of their rights as an ethnic community, as a cultural group. And we hope that in the format of these discussions that we are in now today, and I understand that also in the forum of the international organizations such as the Turksoy, the Crimean Tatars would find also a place for themselves, and Ukraine as a periphery of the Turkic world will also be considered as a friendly or at least or part of this identity-based community. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bagamalov. Now we're going to proceed to Viktor Kipiani, Chair of GeoCase from Georgia. Please tell us about your paper or presentation titled "In Aftermath of the Second Nagorno-Karabakh War, Regional Context."
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for this introduction, and thank you to Ankara for inviting us to speak. Previous speakers and panelists have already pointed out that presumably New World Order would be very heavily hinged and premised on regional orders. And definitely the South Caucasus has always been an interesting new equilibrium since the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And but today, as a result of the second Nagorno-Karabakh war, we're witnessing qualitatively new shape and new colors of that equilibrium. And Partially, that novelty in the geopolitical landscape of the South Caucasus is a result of the a number of unanswered questions as a result of signing the ceasefire agreements on November the 10th in a bit hostile manner, if you ask me. Nevertheless, of course, you know, those dynamics are changing, and the shape of the regional landscape is not in its final contours, but still we could make several observations, and to abide by trying to abide strictly by time, let me just pinpoint to sort of, you know, winners and losers with some brief comments and notes from my side. Well, many scholars and many pundits are arguing that Russia is probably the biggest winner. It's really hard to counter because Russian peacekeepers are now stationed in Nagorno-Karabakh, and actually Nagorno-Karabakh was the only conflict zone in the former Soviet area where Russian militaries were not present, and today we have them there. Also, as a result of that, the entry into the region, Russia definitely has strengthened its ties with Azerbaijan, and also simultaneously got more leverages over the Armenian foreign policy. But at the same time, I should also argue that although Russia probably seems to be the biggest winner, Russians find themselves between rock and hard place, because it really requires from them a very, very delicate balancing act for a number of reasons. Of course, you know, they have a good experience and good knowledge because the Caucasus has always been a key geopolitical pillar when forming up Russian foreign policy. But today, a novelty in the current reality is that the so-called frozen conflicts we're speaking either in case of Nagorno-Karabakh or Abkhazia, they're not just frozen conflicts, but those are the geopolitical conflicts in the first place, and they reflect the competition of great powers in the region. Then comes Turkey. Probably many people have been expected that Turkey would get more gains from the conflict. It's still arguable, you know, if Turkey got what it was expected to get. But what is undeniable that today Turkey really has a stronger regional footprint as a result of the conflict. It's enough to mention that Ankara has really enhanced and dramatically enhanced its political and security bonds with Azerbaijan. And the recent Shusha Declaration is a clear example to my words. And in overall, the Turkish politics, they got a more powerful say in the regional context. And I mentioned Azerbaijan, but we should also necessarily mention the tri-party formats of cooperation between Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Georgia, primarily in the security field. Then comes Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan, which has been the direct party to the conflict, and well, clearly Azerbaijan has benefited most because they liberated most of the territories held by the Armenian forces after quite a considerable and long stalemate. And as a result of that, the result, Baku has clearly got increased its regional profile and self-confidence too. But I should also highlight that in the near time, Azerbaijan will be facing two big challenges. Challenge number one, that Russians are in the region and Russians are in Azerbaijan. And it remains to be seen what would happen at the expiry of their peacekeeping mandate. That's one point, which would take place in 2025. So it will be a big challenge for Baku to address and to resolve. And the second issue that although Azerbaijan has liberated most of the Nagorno-Karabakh and regions surrounding Nagorno-Karabakh, but the status of Nagorno-Karabakh still remains in the flux. And then next comes Armenia. Armenia, which also been the direct party to the conflict. Some people are saying that Armenia is a net loser from a military standpoint. I would rather, you know, would not go into speculating whether Armenia is a net loser or not, but what is obvious and what is clear that today we're facing a critically diminished zone of the so-called Armenian strategic depths, pros and cons of which have to be carefully examined. And one of the clear fallouts of the Second Nagorno-Karabakh war that Armenia has become even strongly attached to the Russian orbit, and even stronger than it was before the conflict. On another side, however, some scholars are also arguing that the Nagorno-Karabakh conundrum was the factor of holding off a better freedom in terms of navigating in Armenian foreign policy. And they expect that Yerevan could exercise a wider choice, if you will, from now on. Well, very arguable point, but still it remains to be seen. Last two stakeholders is Iran, whose reaction, frankly speaking, at the outbreak of the conflict was somewhat lukewarm and a bit confused and mixed. A notable degree of Iranian ambivalence is not something unexpected, frankly speaking, due to varying type of bonds which Iran is having with most of stakeholders in the Nagorno-Karabakh standoff, be it Russia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, although recently we saw an increase in tensions between Iran and Azerbaijan border. But still, I believe that Iran would continue treating the South Caucasus in the same nuanced way and manner as before, with more articulated reliance on regional multilateral platforms, rather than bilateral diplomatic interventions. It has to be pointed out also, gentlemen, that Iran is the only country which has diplomatic ties with all the countries in the region. Well, last but not least is my own country, Georgia, which has stated very clearly its position from the start of the Second Nagorno-Karabakh war, not to become a party to the conflict, either directly or indirectly, and the Georgian National Security Council made a very clear statement to that effect. Special consideration was given by Tbilisi to avoid any incidents on its own territory, considering that Georgian nationals of Azeri and Armenian ethnicity reside in various parts of the country. And what is also notable that Tbilisi has suspended issuing permits for any military cargo shipments across Georgia, both to Armenia and Azerbaijan. And from the very start of the conflict, Tbilisi has stated its readiness and willingness, and still continues to emphasize its readiness to provide its venue for various parties to the conflict to meet and discuss prospects of peaceful settlements. And frankly speaking, as things are developing, my expectation that we should wait for some very tangible developments in that respect next year. All in all, getting to the summary of the pros and cons, or the so-called winners and losers, key considerations from Tbilisi's, from Georgia's point of view, are a clear and understandable interest that the ceasefire agreement continues and new eruption of war action is prevented, therefore contributing to maintaining at least minimum order or semblance of order and stability in the broader region, and as well as maintaining its leading role of the major transit hub of the region. This is very critical for Tbilisi, and we believe that Georgia has a number of leverages when it comes to the Georgian transport communications, to name but just few: the credibility, reliability, affordability, high security guarantees, and financial viability and bankability. Well, issues to look out. One of the key issues, how promising Russian-Turkish geopolitical cohabitation would continue within the limits of the South Caucasus. This is a very interesting point, and history tells us a lot in that respect. Turkey and Russia has different perceptions of Eurasianism, and definitely the South Caucasus would be type of a litmus test, how those two powers would go hand in hand. The second critical point are about Western interests in the South Caucasus. Are they on uphill, or saying taking the downhill? developments in the South Caucasus are also linked with developments in the greater Black Sea region, which is the key region for competing in Eurasia. And hence we have to watch out, what would be the China's position. And it's really very important because any sort of, rigid moves, if you will, by China could potentially cause U-turn in regional politics. Last but not least, I believe that regardless various discussions about multilateral formats, I think that bilateral formats would continue to be the nexus or the foundations of various connections in the region. And I think that those bilateral setups are primarily Georgia-Azerbaijan, Turkey-Azerbaijan, Russia-Turkey, Georgia-Turkey, Russia, and Armenia. It also remains to be seen how the South Caucasus evolves to be the integral part in the fabrics of the Black Sea region. It's also a timely topic, which we probably will discuss next year, at least, a proper place and role for the greater Black Sea region in the looming new global order, but presumably that order would be hinged on new types of multilateralism and high degree of regionalism. All in all, to close my presentation, that what we're witnessing and what is obvious and undisputable, that the South Caucasus are becoming a merger of geopolitics on the Black Sea from one side and from the Middle East on another side. Well, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for this opportunity, and all the best to the rest of the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Kipiani. It was a very interesting, as others, presentation. Now we're going from the region to Pakistan, and our next guest is Halit Taimur-Akram, who is the Executive Director of Center for Global Strategic Studies, and Taimur-Akram will talk to us about the importance and opportunities of regional cooperation.
Thank you very much. And before I start my formal speech, I would like to extend my gratitude to Ankara for organizing this very important and interesting discussion. And I would just like to add one more line to Professor Victor's presentation, that the post-Karabakh war has also seen a new alliance of big brother alliance between Pakistan, Azerbaijan, and Turkey also. So, regional cooperation is the key and buzzword in today's political and economic discourse. Now countries are moving from towards geoeconomics from geopolitics. Orthodox and dysfunctional principles have been replaced with modern trends and patterns. Therefore, it is a dire need to have a holistic regional approach. In this aspect, regionalism holds immense significance in this region especially. Some studies show that more globalized countries achieve higher growth and greater reductions in poverty than those outside the process. Indeed, without globalization, it is difficult to sustain high growth. Many countries, however, have been unable to take advantage of the opportunities offered by globalization or regionalism. And it was witnessed in 1990s that the wealth gap between the countries had started widening. I believe that the regional cooperation in the areas such as trade, transport, logistics, academics, and information technology can help to bridge that gap by strengthening the ability of the countries to realize the benefits of the regionalisms or regionalization. The second best thing it offers is a middle path between complete self-reliance at the one end and complete openness on the other. Thereby, without intervening in the domestic affairs of any state, countries can enhance cooperation under regional or multilateral mechanism. Here, I would also like to highlight the importance of the regional institutions and their role to promote cooperation among various countries, such as the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, the Turkic-speaking organization, the Central Asian countries having their own organization, and the CIS countries having their own organization. This phenomena has been promoting regionalism, especially in our region. This trend has also emerged as a significant contributor in the international relations. Historically, regionalism came in three waves. The first was relatively inward-looking and aimed for only shallow integration, mostly involving tariff reductions, and very small bilateral agreements were seen in that wave. The second wave was outward-looking and sought for deeper integration. It also promoted faster liberalization, going beyond tariff reductions. It was non-exclusive, allowing countries to be members of more than one regional trade agreements, RTAs, and the recent upsurge of agreements represent the third wave of the regional cooperation. Therefore, the fundamental pillars of the new regionalisms are institutions and organizations which provide an integrated platform to countries to enhance cooperation in diverse fields. Such platforms also help to curtail the negative imprints of emerging non-traditional security challenges faced by each country. Likewise, regional economic cooperation is relatively important. Trade is the main area of the economic cooperation, and also work together in areas such as transport, finance, and other socio-economic spheres. The regional cooperation can bring the main same benefits as the multilateralism brings. For example, I have narrowed down the benefits of the regional cooperation. The first benefit which we can have from the regional cooperation is that it enables participating countries to overcome the small size of their domestic market and achieve economies of scales and greater specialization in production, thus increasing the competitiveness of their products. Second, it gives access to large market, which enables developing countries both to expand existing industries and to set up new export industries, diversifying export and reducing their vulnerability. Third, regional cooperation can enhance the capacity of developing countries to meet emerging challenges, including application of new technologies. Fourth, regional trade facilitation offers significant benefits by reducing the costs of transactions across international borders and curtailing border obstacles. Fifth, it enhances cooperation in many other areas, including culture, education, agriculture, pharmaceutical, and many other things. Cooperation at the regional level offers greater advantages. Multilateral process may also deliver benefits. However, it requires colossal engagements by the country or the government authorities. In today's evolving socio-economic and political discourse, I believe that the regional cooperation should go beyond trade liberalization to embrace finance, information technology, and transport to enhance growth and development. Here I would like to give a few examples which I have personally been monitoring, especially in the pandemic time. We have seen, especially if I talk about my country, Pakistan, we had been doing most of our trade was with the European countries and with the US. But due to pandemic, the trade went down on a very, very substantial scale. It went down because the flights were cancelled, and we had seen that the pandemic had a very adverse effect in European countries, and it did not have that much adverse effect in this region. So Pakistan in last 1.5 years have changed its lots of policies, and it has now started looking towards the regional politics and towards the regional trade, and has started reaching out towards this region. In that connection, in July 2021, Pakistan also signed an strategic partnership agreement with Uzbekistan also, and we became part of Central South Asia Connectivity Corridor. And we feel that this corridor will enhance a lot of trade between Pakistan and Central Asia, and also would give a direct access to the Central Asian countries and other landlocked countries to the Arabian Sea. Similarly, very recently, we saw the land route opening up between Pakistan, Iran, and Turkey, and between Pakistan, Iran, and Azerbaijan also. So our country has, especially in last 2 years, have been eyeing on the regional market, and is because of the CPAC and the Chinese Belt and Road Program, we feel that now this is the time that the regionalism and the regional politics should take precedence over the globalization. Similarly, as I was saying, that the post-Karabakh war situation in this region, we have seen a new alliance of Pakistan, Turkey, and Azerbaijan coming up. Although we saw some observations by Iran, but we had been talking to our Iranian friends and saying that, in fact, inviting them to be part of this alliance and saying them that this alliance is not for any kind of offensive thing. It is a deterrence alliance, and which is for the common enemies. In addition, Pakistan and Turkey, although Pakistan is not a Turkish-speaking country, but we have our roots going back to Turkey, and Pakistan and Turkey are considered to be not only iron brothers, but Pakistan considers Turkey as one of the most reliable partners and one of the most reliable friends. And if any of one of you comes to Pakistan, you would find that there's a lot of love for Turkish people in Pakistan, and even in Pakistani television, in all the channels, you would see a lot of Turkish dramas now dubbed in our language. And similarly, we have started lots of cultural collaborations and lot of collaborations with the Central Asian countries and also Azerbaijan also. So we feel that regionalism is the name of the new game, and Pakistan in times to come will be a greater partner and a reliable partner in the regionalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Executive Director Akram. And now we're moving to our guest from Azerbaijan, and also obviously we started about 15-20 minutes late, but we are still we still have to take care of our time arrangement. So what I'll ask from the remaining 3 speakers to stick to their time limits. Thank you kindly from the beginning. Now we have the project director of Turkey Council, Faruk Jumayev from Azerbaijan. So please, Mr. Jumayev, if you could give your speech on the role and future of the Turkey Council in the search for regional and global stability.
Dear participants, dear distinguished guests and speakers from the whole world, I'd like to first of all, on behalf of the Turkey Council Secretariat, which is based in Turkey, Istanbul, to express my gratitude to Ankara for the invitation to this conference dedicated to the Turkey world. It's a great pleasure to take part in this event. I would like to start with explaining the role of organization of the Turkey Council in regional development. The first, and we continue to further achievements and other perspective for future cooperation and collaboration within the region. So as you know today, the Turkey Council as an intergovernmental organization is an important regional platform for advancing political, economic, and cultural cooperation, integration efforts in the region, and solidarity among its members. And at present, the organization became a significant factor in the interregional cooperation and attractive actor in the process to take place in the Eurasian continent, where numerous scenarios of economic and multilateral relations, starting with monetary political integration, being carried out. The current multilateral relations among the Turkish-speaking nations offer opportunities for strengthening such economic collaboration and integration, promoting the formation of political, diplomatic ties, and create a basis for deeper cultural interactions. At the same time, Turkish-speaking countries increase their significance in the global arena as a result of recent geopolitical and geoeconomic transformation and changes. The region's geographical location is exceptional as it lies at the heart of the Eurasia. The membership in the Turkic Council creates conditions for the strengthening the country's independence, as well as for stable identity formation and alternative approach to the challenge of our time. The Turkic states demonstrates a rare example of peace and cooperation nowadays. I want to mention about the economic achievements and the economic perspective of the countries that's facing today. The role of the organization is deepening this cooperation, integration among members and observer states, which is a priority of the Turkic Council. Through its active cooperation with member states and participation in regional initiatives, the organization providing the support to various economic cooperation. During each summit, the heads of the states emphasizing the significant potential for strengthening and expanding economic cooperation and instruction the member state to find the best and efficient mechanism to increase trade, investment, and B2B relations within the region. The since first summit, which was dedicated to the theme of cooperation in the economy, the Council works on empowering the economic structure of the member states, ensuring the diversification, generating strong engagement of private sector, as well as increasing inter-trade relations within the Turkic region and attracting investment to this area with high economic potential. So what we have achieved in this last 20 years? The Turkic Council member states and other states, they significantly improve their productive capacities to generate more output through their great economic activities. The purchasing power parity is based aggregate GDP of the 6 member states has increased from the 7.6 billion to the 3.7 trillion US dollars, accounting for the 2.8% of the world GDP in PPP. And for nine developing countries GDP. The economic potential of member states nowadays is 2 trillion US dollars. Of course, it shows that the market of the Turkic Council is very big, and with a population of 250 million people and the 4 million square kilometers that were mentioned today during their first session, this shows that the countries that have the potential in the covering the region from the China to the Europe. Of course, the full-scale development of the Turkic Council region depends on the individual economic development of each member state, which is recently pursuing economic reforms to facilitate trade and investment. In this term, through assisting and facilitating economic cooperation, the Turkic Council Secretariat provides the fertile ground for social, economic, and the trade interactions among the states. As I mentioned, the region has a big potential for trade with each other, and in fact, they are eager to do this. Various cooperation mechanisms were created and applied by Turkic Council to boosting such cooperation. And in this regard, in 2019, the Turkic Chamber of Commerce and Industry were established within the aim of promote B2B relations through organizing various capacity building programs and business forums. At the same time, the organization working on additional trade facilitation mechanisms, such as concluding the trade facilitation structure paper, agreement on FTA agreement on service and investments, and MOU on digital trade and e-commerce that will take benefits and encourage trade between the countries, but by making it more efficient and more profitable. And at the same time, the Secretary continues to take action for establishing Turkey Investment Integration Fund, which allocates more than 700 million US dollars for economic development and integration in the member states, and particularly the enhancing capacity of the small, medium enterprises. Today also mentioned about the potential of the trade and at the same time the global connectivity. that Turkic Council cooperation also had pay more attention. The opportunities of member states in transportation is very huge. It should be noted that this is an important strategic competitive advantage of the region. At present, member states are focusing on strengthening transport and connectivity cooperation through implementing joint inter-regional infrastructure projects in transport, energy, and ICT sectors. And due to its potential and unique subject position, the Turkish states under the leadership of Turkey play a key role in Turkey integration as an integral part of the global energy market and transit corridor. We can mention about the different various projects that we're implementing in the region, starting with the via Trans-Caspian International Transport Route. This is the Baku-Tbilisi Kars Railway. It's ongoing construction of new international seaports in the Caspian Sea. It's logistics centers, free trade economic zones in the countries, which will be significantly raise the competitiveness of international transport corridors and transit capacity of the region as a logistical and transportation hub. In addition, the member states are getting the benefits to the over the infrastructure, so Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. It also promotes production capacity cooperation and hence the trade relations among the new Silk Road. The scholars also mentioned today about these perspectives and opportunities of the Belt and Road Initiative for the Central Asian countries mainly. At the same time, the new Zangezur corridor will also create new favorable economic opportunities for the countries of the region as a whole, cementing the region's position as a transit and logistic hub. The benefits of this new corridor for the region has already been mentioned during today's morning session as well. Energy and agriculture. This is a new array that will the organization already established within this framework. ICT, you know, that in the era of digitization, the applying new smart and innovation system is very core issue, and the organization at the council very closely work with the member states on establishing linkage and developing this field as well. The core advantage is in an ability of member states to rely on its financial reserves to invest in infrastructure for developing domestic and regional projects. And due to the revenues generated from the oil industry and paving the way of favorable financial conditions that will be able to the countries to increasing the focus on economic diversification, which is considered to be one of the utmost importance, because due to them financial sources giving from these kind of sources will be able to construct more stable cooperation within the region. Besides all, over the years, the number of related and affiliated institutions and networks that were working towards achieving the Turkic Council objectives in various areas has grown. The Turkic Council related and affiliated organizations such as the International Organization of Turkic Culture, Turksoy, Parliamentary Assembly of Turkic-speaking countries, Turkpa, Turk Academy, the Turkic Culture and Heritage Foundation, Turkic Chamber of Commerce and Industry that we recently established within the organization. Through these culture, political, economic instruments contributing to regional cooperation by clarifying and possible coordination of position in the geopolitical arena. I would like to mention that our cooperation is not mainly considered only supporting, but at the same time, we mainly unite and working on humanitarian issues as well. Turkic solidarity forms the trend of the development in the region and contributes to an element of interdependence economic development. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has added additional momentum for the cooperation. As you know, the extraordinary Turkic Council Summit, which was held on April 2020, just after also the crisis, through wide video conference on the theme of solidarity and cooperation in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic is the essential example of this end. It was a great success and resulted in first practical solidarity. For example, medical equipment and regional with the inclusion of Hungary. Furthermore, the Council conducted the first video conference meeting with the Ministry of Health Coordination Committee, as well as the health scientific groups and supply chain groups that brought together relevant officials and scientists of the member states on the pandemic and discussed cooperation, medical aid, and possibility of new opportunities during and after global health crisis. And as a result of this extraordinary summit, cooperation efforts among the Turkic countries gained new mechanism. in essential areas as transportation, economy, trade, customs, and migration. Another example of solidarity also mentioned during the previous speakers. This was a Turkey Council, was the international organization that most supported the Azerbaijan's just case cause. A fair position. So the statements during the and after 44 days, Patrick 4 over Karabakh in support of Azerbaijan's sovereignty and his advocacy of resolution to the conflict based on the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan. And the recent Second Karabakh War resulted with the restoration of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Azerbaijan, which has again proved the importance of taking a common position on regional and international issues. The allied relations with further strengthening comprehensive cooperation policy among the member states, the also in the region. The political and economic opportunities that the liberation of the Azerbaijan lands will give the Turkic world the vital, and would be like for that this victory achieved under the leadership of Azerbaijan has given impetus to the solidarity among the member states and even the fraternal Turkic people. Even after the war, the Turkic Business Forum devoted to restoration and development of the liberated Karabakh region of Azerbaijan, which is again showed the support and business communities from the Turkic countries in the process of restoration, rebuilding, and development of the Karabakh region. The same time, recently, the foreign ministers meeting on Afghanistan held on September 27, 2021 in DC in Istanbul, and the joint statement demonstrated the common resolve of the Turkic councils to contribute to the peace and security. Based on the principles such as respect to sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the adherence to all universally recognized principles and norms of the international law that the Turkic Council is built on, the member states performed a concerted approach towards geopolitical developments and crisis in the region. Besides, I want to mention about not only the existing situation, but at the same time, the larger process of the Turkic Council, which is ongoing. In 2019, the Turkic Council undoubtedly achieved considerable success, expanding at the expense of Uzbekistan, the opening the new branch office in Europe. This also indicates that from institutionalization to enlargement, the Council has entered a new stage. And at the upcoming 8th summit of the Turkic Council, which will be organized in Istanbul in November 12 this year, the family photo of the organization will be completed, where the Turkmenistan will also attend as an observer.
Thank you.
It's necessary to sum up. Yes, I would like to conclude that it's necessary to underline that Turkic Council, which represents the will of the Turkic world in a wide Eurasian geography for cooperation based on common language, history, and cultural values, will continue to serve the peace, prosperity, and stability in the region and beyond. Thus, enhanced partnership with the Turkic Council can sustainability contribute to strengthening stability and security in the region, which are indispensable preconditions for comprehensive economic growth. As I mentioned, the upcoming summit will be important decisions will be taken about the development of the Turkic Council in the coming years. And in one of the main documents that will be adopted during the summit will be the Turkic World 2040 vision, and as well as 5 years Turkic strategy paper, which is offering the long-term context for comprehensive development and integration efforts of the member states, which relies on, among things, developing political cohesion to act one of the wide range of international issues, supporting more dynamic cooperation under the umbrella of the Turkic Council based on the convergence of economic policies and all relevant regulatory frameworks, as well as other main core array that I also mentioned. And to achieve the long-term goals, the work of the Turkic Council will be structured around the 5-year strategy, as I mentioned, and work programs and facilities for supportive action plans. Once again, I would like to express my gratitude to Ankara for the organizing such an interesting event, and to all speakers for the valuable views, opinions, and recommendations that they shared today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to Faruk Jumayev from the Turkey Council, and it was, as all others, an interesting and enlightening speech. Now we are off to India, and Karori Singh, the Emeritus Fellow at South Asia Studies Center at University of Rajasthan, will talk to us about Turkish pivot, dialogue and civilizations and emerging world order. And also Professor Singh, your microphone is off, so yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Karadeli. I understand precision is an art of scholarship, so I shall try to be precise and complete within the time limit. I'm glad that team Professor Mehmet and Arkasama have facilitated the dialogue and interaction with experts in a different field. In the Turkish world, I think it's my first interaction with the Turkish scholars. So when I choose this topic, I went through the concept note of the conference. In that concept note, I could get an impression that the conference is intended to have integrative approach for the quest of common future. And if it is for the common future, how can we have a common future? I personally feel, I think we are united by the common fate rather than divided by different identities. So when we try to understand the world around us, there are three different approaches through which we can understand. The dominant approach is the state-centric approach. And almost all the states are trying to nationalize themselves through culture, through religion, through ethnicity, through language, and so many of these primordial loyalties. States are trying to nationalize themselves to qualify as a nation state. The second thing is, at the same time, these states are trying to regroup and integrate in regional groupings to serve their economic interest and strategic interest, security interest, variety of interest they want to serve through regional grouping and regional organization. But I don't think this regional grouping will transcend to the world government. Even we don't have much expectation from the European Union that it will turn out as the world government. As regards the United Nations, I think United Nations is also becoming somewhat fragile and weak. When I read the statement by UN Secretary General about Afghanistan, that it's a fantasy that UN can fix Afghanistan and promote the inclusive government. It means UN is not so effective. Even then, UN has some role to play. The second approach is the ideological approach. We try to understand the world through ideological approach, and it was the dominant approach during the last century when the world was divided, Cold War, and all these things we have been reading in our textbooks. So during last 2 centuries, the third approach, that is the civilizations approach, civilization-centric approach, was relegated into the background. And these two approaches remain dominant to understand the international politics, to regroup the world, to design the world order. But all of a sudden, after the collapse of the ideological world and Cold War or the Soviet dismantling, immediately the civilizational approach again came to the fore. Why? What are the interests? And that too, in a different form, not to promote the civilizational approach, but in the form of clash of civilizations. Samuel Huntington and all these things during 90s. And then some other volumes came as the end of history, end of ideology. So the clash of civilizations approach, what sort of interest particular scholarly community had to propagate this kind of approach towards the civilization. But whatever may be the interest, I'm not judgmental over that, but there might have been some interest. So when we talk of the civilizational approach, there are two different perspectives of the civilizational approach. One is the technology-centric, universalistic, a vertical kind of approach from agriculture, industrial, post-industrial, and then the artificial intelligence and digitalization. This sort of approach, it is more of a universalistic. And some of the countries, maybe some less number of countries, they have some interest in propagating this universalistic technological approach towards civilization. The second approach is the different culture-centric approach. And it is more important for countries like Turkey and the Eurasia or the Asia, South Asia. For all these countries, this approach is more important. So when Place of Civilizations approach came, it invited immediate responses, if not reaction. I'm not saying reaction, responses. First response came from the United Nations. And the United Nations declared the year of Place of Dialogue of Civilizations. And the UNESCO already had mandate of the Dialogue of Civilizations in the East-West Forum, and then cultural dialogue, cultural interaction. UNESCO already had mandate. So the first response came from the United Nations, I mean Yalta Arrangement of Institutions. The second response came from the Iranian president, Mohammad Khatami. He talked of the dialogue among civilizations, and that was culminated into the institutionalization of foundation for dialogue among civilizations. Then the third response came from the Eurasian side, that the World Public Forum, the Rhodes Declaration, and then it was culminated into the place of Dialogue of Civilizations Research Institute in Berlin. So that was the third kind of response. The fourth response came from the Baku process and the intercultural dialogue, intercivilizational dialogue, and a forum for the intercultural dialogue. This was the fourth response. The fifth came from the Turkey and Spain when they proposed the alliance for Alliance of Civilizations, and it was recognized by the United Nations, and office was opened in New York. So this is the fifth. And then the sixth response came from the Chinese side. So of late, 2019, China organized a conference on dialogue of Asian civilizations in Beijing. And thereafter, this year also, President Xi Jinping, while speaking at the Bao Asia Forum, promised to host the next Dialogue of Civilizations conference in Beijing in 2022. I think it will also be institutionalized in some forum or other after the second conference or the third conference. So there are different diverse responses to the Place of Civilizations approach. And this diverse responses is not something negative. It is the positive, because different civilizations are there in existence. So it's the spontaneous response by different civilizations, cradles of the civilizations. So how we can have, or the Turkey can have, a sort of consolidated dialogue to a composite dialogue of civilizations to encounter the Place of Civilizations approach. I think Turkey is the well placed by the history, by the civilization, by the geography, to consolidate this sort of dialogue and to have a composite dialogue of civilization for promoting the world peace and stability. Through the state-centric approach, I don't think we will be able to realize the goal of the peaceful world, peace and prosperous world. So what is the common in all these civilizational responses is something is common. In the technology-centric approach of the civilization, there is no word of common. They have private or public. They talk of public-private partnership or something like this. But in all these civilizations, there is a concept and practice of common. That is why the China has proposed the common prosperity. There is some sort of concept of common in Islamic culture as well. There is some concept of common in Indian civilization, India as well. So in all the civilizations, something is there of common as a practice, common as a concept. And that must be emphasized by the Turkey, and Turkey must take a lead. And I am sure that Turkey is connecting Europe, Asia, Africa, and then the Far East like China and all. So Turkey is well placed. So Turkey must take a lead in having composite dialogue for the dialogue of civilizations with the technologically oriented civilizations. Of course, there are vested interests we shall have to investigate into why certain countries and certain intellectual groups are promoting the one approach, that a universalistic approach, instead of the diverse cultural approach and the diverse kind of dialogue. So there are vested interests, but the countries which are cradle of the civilization, they must take a lead to emphasize the dialogue of civilization. And I think it is the right time for dialogue of civilization with these. Thank you. If there are questions, because my statement is somewhat provocative, please address me through the text message. I will respond. Thank you very much, Professor Kandel. Thank you, sir.
Thank you kindly. It was again another very informative and thought-provoking presentation by Karori Singh from the University of Rajasthan. And now we are proceeding to our last guest for our session. This time, the research fellow at the Institute for Strategic and Defense Studies, Dr. Zoltan Egereshi from Hungary. So please, Dr. Teşek.
Thank you very much for having me. And good afternoon to everyone. It's a great pleasure to participate in this conference. As far as I think I have around 10 minutes to conclude my presentation, so I will do everything in order to finish in time. So my topic is a relation between Hungary and the Turkic Council, the Turkic world, let's say, and it will have historical introduction, and later on I will talk about three pillars of this cooperation or these relations, stemming from culture, economy, and politics as well. So concerning the historical introduction, I would like to emphasize that academically, currently, in Hungary, we believe that our language is rather part of the Uralian language group, which is a kind of distinct compared to the Turkic one. But as far as I know, especially in Turkey, there are the perception that we are in the same group, the Ural-Altai group, which means that finally we are in the same band. And as far as I speak Turkish, I can say that yeah, we have lots of similarities, lots of common words, which stems from the cohabitation which happened during the Hungarian history with Turkic tribes. It's really important to emphasize when we talk about Turkish-Hungarian cultural relations that Hungarian tribes were living together for centuries with various Turkic tribes during the early Middle Ages, and the Hungarian culture emerged with other Turkic tribes' culture. When the Hungarian tribes arrived to the current area of Hungary, Slovakia, Western Romania, Eastern Austria, Northern Serbia, so the Carpathian Basins, in the late 9th century and early 10th century, and they conquered this whole territory, and later on they created the Kingdom of Hungary. So these people were referred in the contemporary Byzantine and Western chronicles as Turks, so Turkic people, due to their archer culture, their camps, their clothes, and so on. And later on, after establishing the Kingdom of Hungary, this territory remained a kind of safe haven for various Turkic tribes living in the east to the Ukrainian territories, like Pechenyek settled in Hungary, and later on Cumans settled in great number. And even these Cuman get in the 13th century special territories, autonomous territories from the Hungarian king, where they managed to preserve their cultures for decades, for centuries. And even nowadays, we have several settlements, small towns in the heart of the Hungarian Great Plains, which tend to declare themselves as Cuman cities or Cuman towns, and even they have a special alliance, Cuman Alliance, which is a really important part of the local culture, and even they have got strong cultural relation with Kazakhstan from this respect. Later on, as probably everyone knows, Hungary had great wars with the Ottoman empires, which were rather let's say, the positive side of our common history. But when these wars ended in the first half of the 18th century, the relations totally changed, and the Ottoman Empire emerged as a good friend of Hungarians, as it sheltered various refugee waves from Hungary after various revolution and war of independence, and even after the collapse of the revolution and fight for independence in 1956, several hundred Hungarians refugees were accepted by Turkey. And even right now we can talk about geopolitics. In late 19th century, early 20th century, Austria-Hungary and especially Hungarians within this empire demonstrated a huge sympathy towards the Ottoman Empire's combat against the Russian Empire, because for the Hungarian elite, the rising Russia was a kind of threat, as well as the independence movement of various Slavic people, especially the Serbs in the Balkans, and it also paved the way toward creating an alliance with the Ottoman Empire during the First World War. And this is the time when Turanism emerged in Hungary. Probably you know the expression comes from a Hungarian Turkologist, adventurer, Arminius Vambéry, who had a special effect on the Ottoman court as well. And later on, the Hungarian Turanian Society was founded in 1910, propagating the idea to create closer relation with the Turkic world, not just with the Turkic people, but various people living in the East. But the Ottoman Empire was the most important pillar of these relations. Of course, during the Cold War, these relations were totally changed as Hungary has become a satellite state of the Soviet Union, while Turkey joined NATO. And it was again changed at the early 1990s when Hungary has become independent totally, and Hungarian foreign policy endeavors went to join the NATO and the European Union. The European and the NATO accession was supported by Turkey as well. And after finishing this project, let's say, and especially after 2010, the Hungarian government decided to strengthen its relation with its Eastern partners, as well as the Turkic world. The slogan was launched called Eastern Opening, which had really important political but also economic sides as well. And here I would like to focus on the three main pillars. So first of all, culture. As I mentioned, we had lots of historical memories and mutual historical events with the Turkic world, especially with Turkey. We had the Turanism in the early 20th century, and what we can see nowadays in Hungary, we have a neo-Turanism or neo-Turanist movement by the foundation of various societies, foundations, and so on. And I just would like to pick one event, which is probably the most important, main tool in the hand of the Hungarian foreign policy. It's called Kurultai, which organized in every second year in South Hungary, which is a gathering for Turkic people from all around the world. Of course, lots of Hungarians joins this event. But anyway, it's really important, and it has a special role in the Hungarian cultural life and politics and so on. And also the Hungarian government started to give lots of cultural opportunities to Turkic people. I mean, lots of educational scholarships to bring and educational cooperation between the two sides. Second, economic cooperation. As I mentioned, after joining the European Union and becoming the part of this great economic integration, the Hungarian elite decided to strengthen the economic relation with the Eastern partners, and that's why various endeavors were launched, and the Turkic world has become a really important pillar of it. Hungary launched direct flights to various cities. Of course, we had traditionally to Istanbul, but also more than 10 years ago, direct flights were launched to Baku, and recently to Nur Sultan and Bishkek as well. And hopefully we will have a new one in the prospective future to Uzbekistan. And also the Hungarian Foreign Ministry does everything in order to strengthen the economic relations. And if you look at the trade numbers, it's increasing, which is a really positive side. And finally, we can talk a bit about the political cooperation. So the Hungarian government decided, first of all, open new embassies or establish embassies at the bilateral level. This is what we can see in the case of Central Asia, in case of Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, which are a really important partner in the region for the Hungarian foreign policy. And of course, cultural centers were open, especially in Istanbul a couple of years ago. And the main issue and the main aim of the Hungarian foreign policy was to join the Turkey Council cooperation. And finally, the country managed to become an observer member 3 years ago. But in order to reinforce the Hungarian presence within this integration, in September 2019, European office was opened in the heart of Budapest, with a really nice residence as well at the Buda side, organizing regular events and strengthening the intra-Turkey cooperation, Hungarian and Turkic cooperation. So I can say that they are really active at every level. And of course, Hungary has become a normal participant in every Turkey Council meeting and sub-meetings as well, and probably it will be part of the integral part of the Hungarian foreign policy for the upcoming decades as well. And right now, I would like to finish my presentation. If you have any question, I'm here. Thank you for having me.
Okay, thank you kindly, Dr. Egereshi. Now I have to say this just took me to my, well, PhD years. It will show my age, but I was working on Hungarian transition, and when I was in Hungary in late 1990s, there was this concept of Török, Tatar, Magyar, the three ethnic collaborative nations of the past, and there were in Hungarian papers some stuff about how Turkish words still keep coming up in Hungarian vocabulary and so on. And so I just created a bridge with my youth, thanks to you. Anyway, I think we have to go because without questions, because we've just gone well over our time limit. I must thank from the bottom of my heart to all the speakers in our session, to Professors Izbayrov, Bagamalov, Kipiani, Akram, Jumayev, Singh, and Egereshi. And it's been a real pleasure to moderate this session with you all. And thank you kindly for your participation.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Karadeli. Dear panelists, thank you very much for your contributions, valuable opinions, and comments on the topic, the search for cooperation in the Turkish world. And the conference continues with the next session, which will be moderated by retired Ambassador Aydın Nurhan, who is the senior advisor of the president of Ankara. Mr. Nurhan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Greetings to all. I'm happy to be with distinguished guests, speakers. Just shortly, I'd like to touch upon some little things. Our topic is containing Taliban, trade, Black Sea, Greater Eurasia, EU. So we'll be hearing about them. Mr. Talgat Aduo took my attention by talking about Turkish Renaissance. For that, I wonder if the Turkic grassroots are ready for that. How aware are Turkics of their common identity? Would it solve their problems? Turkey's chance of mediating among them. Just as our friend said, Turkic-EU, Arab League, Turkic League, possible? How soon? How far? Pan-Turkism, Pan-Turanism to be discussed. Pan-Islamism. Here we can talk about the atheism of Soviets to the spiritual needs of the Turkic nations. So is the pendulum swinging from one extreme to the other extreme? Can we manage something in between, like in Turkey we have? Even in Turkey, the pendulum is still swinging. It's not as harsh as before, but still, you know the problems within Turkey about the Islamic forceful trends and the strictly French laicist trends, the clash among them, not finished yet. So what to expect in the post-Soviet, many atheists in those countries, with the ones who seek spiritual needs, let's say. That's another question. The card game of Dr. Miskovich, taking their destiny in their hands. How far is it? How soon is it? And then Mr. Singh's civilizational approach to governance. Soft landing into democracy, not overnight. If the West pushes Central Asian countries into an overnight democracy, what would happen? Then how far, how soon? There are very, very soft nuances in the game. And then cooperation among the Turkic countries. How about Russian influence, Iranian influence, Chinese, EU, USA? Strategic obstacles. Would they want it? Would they be against it? Our professor from France said US wants Turkey in Central Asia. I really wonder, would the US want a very strong Turkish influence in Eurasia, uniting all the Turks there? That's a valid question, I think. And the last thing I would say before giving the floor to my colleagues is that I have another question in my mind. Is USA intentionally pushing Russia to Chinese land? I really wonder. So with this overture, so we go to Mr. Alok Bansai. Welcome, sir. Most welcome. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. The subject that's been, firstly, let me thank Ankara for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all. The subject that has been given to me is, of course, Taliban and Afghanistan implications for Eurasian heartland. It's a little odd subject for a session which deals for search for cooperation in Eurasia. But I feel there is a need for Eurasian cooperation to deal with this menace that is going to emanate from Afghanistan with Taliban in power. We need to understand that the most cataclysmic event within, as far as the globe is concerned, in the last 3 months has been the return of barbaric Taliban to Kabul on 15th of August 2021. And the global community has been conspicuous by shirking of its responsibility as far as Afghanistan has been concerned. An overwhelming majority of Afghans have always opposed Taliban, but since the United States of America wanted to shirk its responsibility and get out of this particular area, a lot of myths have been created. A myth has been created that Taliban has transformed. It is a new Taliban. And I think the clearest manifestation of that appeared just yesterday when 4 women rights workers in Mazar-e-Sharif, their bodies were found. That shows what has changed and what has not. Every single promise that this obscurantist outfit made to the global community before capturing power in Afghanistan, they have reneged on it. Before capturing power, they said they will create an inclusive government. The government is far from inclusive. It does not include a single woman, does not include a single Shia or religious minority in their government. They also talk that they will allow women to study. Nothing has been done. Even the Department or Ministry of Women's Affairs has been manned by all-male entity. So we need to understand that let's not get hoodwinked by what the proclamations or statements emanating from various Taliban spokespersons or their backers emanate from different parts of the globe. The fact is, Taliban is an ideological organization which is committed to a particular brand of ideology. Now, ideologies cannot be stopped by borders. And now, Taliban at this point of time is consolidating its position in Afghanistan. And it is ideologically closely aligned with Al-Qaeda, which I think unarguably is an extremist terrorist organization which has indulged in acts of terrorism. The current government of Taliban in Afghanistan comprises of more than half the members who are proclaimed terrorists by the United Nations. And with that sort of an government in Afghanistan, it is not going to remain confined. The ideology that Taliban propounds is not likely to remain confined within the geographical frontiers of Afghanistan. Now, this poses a problem because you have a movement, even at this point of time, between Central Asia and Afghanistan. In fact, just 2 weeks back, I was in Central Asia. And in my flight, which I was taking from Middle East to Central Asia, more than half the aircraft comprised of Afghans. And when I talked to them, what are you going to do? They said, we have been here in Middle East stuck for a long time, and now we want to get back home. And I said, how would you go home? He says, I'll just go to the Central Asian airport. From there, I'll travel to Mazar, from Mazar to Kabul, and from Kabul to my home. So the movement continues. Now, the point is, when I discussed this issue in Central Asia, most of my interlocutors told that we have a very strong border. We have a very good border management system. But the fact we need to understand is that the borders and fences can stop people's movement. They cannot stop ideologies. And Taliban is an ideological organization. Taliban is committed to creating an Islamic emirate. They have already named Afghanistan as an Islamic emirate. Al-Qaeda wants to wage a global jihad under the leadership of Amirul Mu'minin, who is the leader of the Taliban. Now, with that sort of a pan-Islamic ideology that Taliban propounds, they are not going to remain confined. And even if they want to mellow down the narrative, they have a competition because you have Islamic State. Now, the people they have recruited or the people who have supported them to come to this stage are not going to allow them to mellow down their narrative because there is another extremist outfit competing for the same support base. That is the Islamic State, which is actually in contention. And now let's move to the Central Asia. Central Asian states, because of the Soviet influence, have actually managed to withstand this menace of radicalization. In fact, the societies are free, frank, but religiosity has been increasing. And fundamentalism has started making its signs. Now, somebody might say there's nothing wrong with fundamentalism. I tend to agree. But fundamentalism is often a prelude to extremism and often leads to radicalization. And that is what is problem. There are at least 8 or 9 Central Asian outfits which have been active either in Syria, Iraq, or are active in the vicinity. To name a few, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which was actually operating in Syria. Another affiliate of its, this is Tahweed wa Jihud, Katibasi, TJK, which was again aligned. Then you have Katibat Imam Bukhari, Islamic Jihad Union. These are the 2 outfits which are directly colluding with the Taliban. You have IMU, the biggest terrorist organization of Central Asia, which is with Taliban. Taliban has often said that they will not allow their territory to be used for actions against other countries. But they have not to date handed over a single member of these proscribed outfits to any of these countries. So I think a time has come where the Central Asian countries, the Eurasian heartland, which is now threatened from this radical jihadi, violent extremist ideology creeping in from Afghanistan, needs to collaborate. And when we are talking of cooperation in Eurasia, India and Russia recently made a statement that the two countries will collaborate to prevent radicalization spreading into Central Asia. But this cannot succeed unless, of course, all the countries in Eurasia come together to counter this extremist narrative that is now emanating from Afghanistan and threatens the very secular fabric of Central Asian states as well as the entire Eurasian heartland. And I think this requires a certain amount of cooperation from the global community, because with the sort of porous borders that we have, the sort of social media outreach that the radical outfits have, we have seen that many of these radical outfits have very, very great expertise as far as social media is concerned. Islamic State and Al-Qaeda both have used social media to advance their ideology and propaganda to a very great extent. I think without a thorough regional cooperation, we are staring at an abyss. Today, Taliban is consolidating, so it does not have time. But as soon as it consolidates its position in Afghanistan, its foot soldiers are not going to start plowing the fields. They have known only one profession, that is to fight. They will only relocate to a new battleground, which could be anywhere, including in the Eurasian heartland. So with this statement, I just like to say that a time has come for the Eurasian countries to collaborate and counter the radical ideologies that are emanating and that have actually taken base in Afghanistan. We need to counter it well in time, because it may be a little too late if we actually wait and watch. Thank you.
Right on time. Exactly 10 minutes. Thank you. What I would say is, yes, we are all worried about extremism, correct? I think the correct question here is that the 21st century is the age of proxy warfare. So who may be inclined to use these terrorists? Number two, who would gain from the destabilization of Eurasia? Then perhaps another program we can discuss those. Our second speaker is Dr. Gregory Gleason. Most welcome, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, very good.
Thank you, Ambassador Nurhan. It is an honor to be invited to take part in this discussion. I've listened to several very interesting presentations. This most recent presentation by Professor Bansal was inspired and very spirited, and there was very much I agree with in fundamental respects, particularly his observation that that ideology cannot be stopped by borders. I would agree, and I would add the corollary that ideology cannot be stopped by bullets either. So it is a matter of political arrangement. So what I would like to do is discuss some of the political arrangements in the region of Central Asia with respect to the transition that all of the participants in this discussion have addressed. That is the transition from one world order to a different kind of world order. And what I would like to do is just advance for the few minutes that I have with you is two propositions. One with respect to the Silk Road and integration, and the second with respect to the process of globalization. I want to first of all suggest that the discussions of great power competition and stability throughout the Central Asian or Central Eurasian region, or on a global basis, if you like, those discussions are very, very much on the table. They are something that we need to address. And I think that I'm very happy to be invited to this discussion. I hope this is the beginning of continuing discussion of these important topics. When I think of world order, I tend to think of stability. And when I think of stability, I think of actually two things. One is stasis, that is to say, a set of relationships that just don't change. And the other is a kind of sense of dynamic stability, change that takes place, but the things that people have values, that people want to retain, can be retained, even though change takes place. So it's that kind of stability. And when we think of transitional periods, we oftentimes think of the great changes in world order, the transition, for instance, from the Zhou dynasty or the Roman Empire or the Ottoman Empire, or the transition from Great Britain's control of the sea lanes during the 19th century. When we think of the arrangements that emerged from the Peace of Westphalia in Europe, and when we think most specifically about the end of World War II and the arrangements and institutions that were adopted as a consequence of World War II, then I think we recognize that we are in a different period. It's a transition period. And I think that if there is change, there is change that is best if it's positive sum change. That is to say that if all the parties benefit, not that it's zero sum change where one's gain is the other's loss, but positive sum change. How do we work towards that? What I'd like to suggest is that I hear a lot of discussion of the Silk Road with respect to integration throughout the region. And I think that when I hear this discussion of the Silk Road of ancient times being modernized into the present, I think, no, we're talking about two different things. Mishkovich's very interesting allegory about the games, about playing chess or playing poker, I think is something that brought to my mind something about the Silk Road. The Silk Road of 1,800 years ago was not a road, in fact. There was no road. It was paths across the desert. They went through the oases and they went through the mountain passes, of course, but the rest was open. To the extent that there was a Silk Road, it was not a road. It was a political arrangement among local leaders to keep transportation routes available and open. So when we think about the Silk Road today, we're talking about rail, we're talking about roads, we're talking about telecommunications, we're talking about power in order to make those things work well. These are fixed infrastructures. They are roads. And for any kind of a fixed infrastructure, there are benefits to everyone affected, but their benefits are not equally distributed. Some will be more benefited than others. So yes, is integration under these circumstances beneficial? No question about it. But integration will be different under the event of New Silk Road. As we talk about the One Road, One Belt, or the Belt and Road Initiative, the BRI, however you want to put it, what we're talking about is a fixed infrastructure that will come along with a political set of consequences. The second point that I would like to make has to do with globalization. I've heard some discussion that globalization is too expensive for many localities, and therefore regionalization is a substitute for globalization. I think that what we're talking about here are two things. Globalization is something that emerged actually from technological changes, but also brought about political changes. So when we think about the period that has just come to an end, the post-Second World War period, and all of the formal institutions, in particular the international financial institutions, the multilateral lending institutions, in concert with commercial banks and lending institutions, these institutions were very much attached to the values of the post-war period. Now the situation is changing. What we see is the assumption with respect to private-public differences, with respect to public institutions being required to meet transparency requirements, loan requirements, due diligence requirements that were commercially established values. That will change in a new world where the system is driven by state interests rather than the interests of the individual participants. So what I would like to suggest is that, am I a supporter of integration? By all means, but integration is not always something that benefits people equally. Am I a supporter of new forms of infrastructure development? Absolutely, of course. But the problem that I would like to say is that I applaud integration, but the integration will involve political changes that take place as a consequence. And secondly, I applaud this new second wave, this new wave of globalization, but I would like to caution that it's very important to recognize that it's not just the economic actors, the companies, the corporations that are pitted against the state system, which is trying to restrain and regulate them. In fact, the very essence of economic commercial activity is itself competition. Economic actors will try to establish a corner on the market. Economic actors will try to establish a monopoly. So as we look at this new wave of globalization and the integration that goes along with it, we should be very concerned about the political order, which it changes, and also about the tendency towards monopolization. I'm very grateful that you invited me to be a participant in this discussion. I think it's very interesting, and I would like to say, teşekkür ederim.
Professor, we thank you very much. You didn't use all your time. We are grateful. One thing that comes to my mind is, as you know, age of colonialism, imperialism. The states doing that used to get the raw material and produce products with it and send it back to its colonies. So if you've got something to produce and sell to the world, you are for globalization. And today, China is in that position. Turkey is growingly in that position. So we want stability and open borders for commerce. China and Turkey are for that. Simple as that. So we are for globalization. I had an article way back. It was published in the US when I was in Chicago, etc., in American journals. What I said there was that the losers of globalization were the elite, governing elite of the closed societies, underdeveloped countries, and the peasants and the workers of the industrialized countries. That's what we are seeing. This is, I wrote that in 2004. Anyway, so will it change? Are the Western populations going to be more and more against globalization? Do we need compartmentalizations of compensating for global shocks, let's say, especially economic shocks? These are questions that arise in my mind. Anyway, okay, so we go to the next speaker. I think Mr. Chitadze could not connect to us. So let's jump to Azerbaijan, Dr. Fariz Ismailzadeh. Mr. Ismailzadeh, floor is yours. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, dear moderator. I am very honored to be part of this discussion. Thank you very much for inviting me. And as you can see from a little pin that I'm wearing on my jacket, we are organizing this event dedicated to the Turkic world and solidarity of the Turkic world, right on the same day when Azerbaijan is celebrating the great liberation of its occupied lands. And it is a great honor for all Azerbaijani people to celebrate this Victory Day. And I'm very thankful to all our friends in Turkic world, our neighbors, allies, partners who have helped Azerbaijan to liberate its lands.
May I interrupt?
Yes,
Last
please.
night, I was at the Azeri celebration at the JW Marriott Hotel. It was great. It was great. I think you spent a lot of money for that. bringing all the artists from Azerbaijan. The army band came from Azerbaijan. We really enjoyed it all together. Thank you very much for that. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a great celebration because the lands have been under occupation for 30 years. And this is not just the victory of Azerbaijani people, but also victory of whole Turkic world, Turkic solidarity. Regarding the topic of our presentation and discussion, I would like to emphasize two important points. First, the Turkic unity and Turkic solidarity in the region is increasing. It started from the collapse of Soviet Union when Azerbaijan and other newly independent states have once again regained the focus on their Turkic roots, Turkic solidarity. The ideology of Turkic cooperation, Turkic solidarity has started increasing. In the beginning, it was mostly nostalgic and cultural reasons for this Turkic solidarity, but later on it was strengthened by economic cooperation as well. And we all know that in our region, Azerbaijan, together with Turkey, has managed to build very large regional economic and energy projects, such as Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline. We're currently completed the gas pipeline, TAP-TANAP pipelines. Of course, there's also connectivity projects such as Baku-Tbilisi-Kars railway projects. All of these regional energy and transportation projects have linked the Caucasus, the Central Asia to Turkey, and they have boosted the cultural solidarity together with economic and energy cooperation as well. Currently, with the liberation of Karabakh and the opening of transport corridors through Karabakh via Zangezur corridor, there's more opportunities for further deepening of this cooperation. There's more opportunities for Turkey to be connected with South Caucasus and further to the Central Asia via Caspian Sea, and also for Azerbaijan to be connected to Turkey and further to the European markets. So liberation of Karabakh, development of Zangezur transport corridor, railway and automobile lines will further cement this Turkic solidarity and Turkic partnership in the region, and will further boost the role of Turkey in Caucasus and in Central Asia. We already see this in geopolitical change of balance of power in the region. Turkey is now much more present in the region, much more politically present, much more militarily present than before. And therefore, we believe that the current developments that take place in the region are shaping the new contours of security architecture for the future as well, where Turkey, perhaps together with Russia, will be the sole guarantors of the peace and cooperation in the region. And I think we will see much less diminished role of the West in the Caspian region. And the second point I wanted to make is that the Zangezur transport corridor and liberation of Azerbaijan's occupied lands opens cooperation not only between the Turkic world, but also in the greater Eurasia. We already see that there are many transport, east-west transport connectivity projects taking place between Central Asia and Caucasus. We know that Chinese One Belt, One Road initiative is also joining this and further deepening and complementing east-west transport initiatives. These transport initiatives are also supported by European Union. There are also opportunities for north-south connectivity projects, which will link India, Pakistan, Afghanistan via South Caucasus towards Russia and Northern European markets. All of these transport corridors in Greater Eurasia are changing the cooperation mood, and they will further cement the cooperation between such big actors as Iran, Turkey, Russia, China, and Central Asian states. One of the important projects that is now undertaking in South Caucasus is how to connect the railway systems of Russia, Turkey, Iran together. And this is possible to do in Nakhchivan area of Azerbaijan after the liberation of Karabakh and after the construction of Zangezur transport corridor. I think under these dynamics, the 3+3 cooperation platform, which is proposed by Azerbaijan and Turkey, which envisions the inclusion of Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan into new regional integrated cooperation framework, will contribute not only to economic development of the region, the pan-Turkic solidarity in the region, but also to the sustainable peace in Karabakh area as well. I am quite optimistic about the future of the region. I believe that we are sharing the same vision that the leadership of Turkey and regional powers are sharing, the development of integrated regional networks, integrated economic partnerships, where all countries can win from this cooperation, and it will be a win-win scenario for all. And this is the picture, this is the framework that we are envisioning for the future of Greater Eurasia. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be happy to participate in Q&A session as well.
Thank you again. You didn't use all your time. Again, we're grateful. For your words, I would say that the Altılı platform, the platform of the six, we can say the Benelux of the Caucasus, Armenia, Georgia, and Azerbaijan. And then the two big powers of the region, Russia, Turkey, and Iran. That's what our presidents, Aliyev and Erdogan, said. Coming to that, I would say, since we have American and French colleagues among us, I would ask them, not ask them, but just tell a certain thing. Armenia today is one of the poorest of the nearly 200 countries in the world. It's, I think, among the poorest 10 in the world. Why keep it like that? Now, if Armenia agrees, the problem is solved, geographical problem at least, between Armenia and Azerbaijan. So if it can solve its problems with Azerbaijan and Turkey, opening to Turkey the doors, I have a feeling, gut feeling, that within 10 years, Armenia would have more than $10,000 per capita. It's a very small country, 2 million, I think, nothing. So within Turkish economy, I mean, embraced by Turkish and Azerbaijani economies, it would just shoot up. Why would not the US and France work for the friendship of Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey? That would be the best approach to Armenia. We are ready as its neighbors. So we ask our American and French friends, think about this.
Yes,
would they like to keep it that way? One of the 10 least developed countries in the world. If they love the Armenians, they wouldn't. Yeah.
Yesterday, actually, thank you very much for this intervention. Yesterday, the Minister of Economy of Armenia made a statement that if Turkish-Armenian border opens and Azerbaijani-Armenian border opens and we unblock regional transportation and communication lines, Armenian economy and Armenian GDP will grow by 30% immediately. Yes. And this is a huge advantage for Armenia to seek peace in the region, to unblock regional transportation routes and open the borders. And I think Azerbaijan and Turkey are ready for that.
Yeah. Pashinyan is pro-opening to Turkey, that we know. He's pro-West, but the West doesn't understand what's going on, I think. Anyway, okay. So we have now Mosirhan Kodirov. Are you with us, Mr. Kodirov?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Go ahead,
okay.
Please.
Thank you very much.
Most welcome.
It is a great honor and pleasure to me to be here with expert and the professor in this field. And I will present the role of AU in Central Asia. It is a topic which I started working on it for my PhD. And I'm still in the first steps and would really happy to receive any feedback and comments. And now I want to see the AU role in Central Asia in security field. And after getting independence, Central Asian countries interested in pursuing well-balanced foreign policy and with all regions of the world and including European Union. And analyzing the European Union policy with Central Asia showed that the AU is one of the latecomer to Central Asia in comparison of other regional powers who has influence in Central Asia. And AU relation with Central Asia can be divided into the three main stages. The first stage is from early beginning years of independence until 2001, which is understanding Central Asia or understanding EU. This period was the period of the first step of period, which is the both regions trying to know each other. And considering in this period, one project, European Union supported and cooperated with Central Asian countries with technical assistance for the Commonwealth of Independent States project, which is this project was implemented in Central Asia with European delegation in Kazakhstan. At that time, this project implemented until 2016, after independence until 2016. And at that time, only EU delegation was in Kazakhstan. And in this process, Central Asia, in this period, Central Asia was not so much important, and strategically in this period also was not so important to European Union or other international or regional actors. And the second period is from 2001 until 2007, which is mostly I'm focusing on it. It's as a developing relationship or the starting relation in security field. And this period started in 2001 after the terroristic attack in USA, and this was a critical juncture, the elevation of EU engagement with Central Asia. And when the EU forces, as a part of NATO, came to Afghanistan, and Central Asia became one of the important region for European Union's countries. And in the second period of relations, in second stage of relation, EU implemented projects related to the security in Central Asia. One of the important projects which is implementing still in Central Asia, it's BOMCA, or Border Management Program in Central Asia. And the second is Central Asia Drug Action Program to help the country of Central Asia strengthen the national policy in drug demand reduction and to help them to protect the borders in a good way. And one other critical juncture, or the third stage of relations between EU and Central Asia, started after 2007, which is Central Asia become more important, and EU adopted a strategy which is cover only Central Asia, EU strategy for Central Asia for partnership, which is the aim was to create more durable, modern, and non-exclusive partnership with all Central Asian countries. And the European Union, there was so many criticism about the EU's role in Central Asia. EU, one of the main donors in the region, but there is a criticism from scholars that the EU hasn't any influence in the region. That is, EU updated its security its strategy in Central Asia in 2019 and adopted new strategy, and it is. Mostly this strategy is focusing on security issues, and the strategy established three main goals of EU in Central Asia, which is one of the priority goal of Central EU in Central Asia was partnering for the silence, which is with the aim of EU is strengthening Central Asian countries so they can overcome internal and external challenge, and supporting the delivery of successful reforms and the closer cooperation on promoting human rights and the rule of law in Central Asia, which is related to security. Central Asia, European Union mostly implementing the project which is related to the soft security, not hard security in the region, because Central Asia is a region mostly under the influence of Russia. And the role of European Union in this was helping and supporting Central Asian countries with projects which need to be implemented for having a good security in the region. And one of the projects which is AU still implementing in Central Asia is a Central Asia Drug Action Program, which is by AU initiative has been promoting the development of effective drug demand reduction policy based on evidence and good and the practice. This project is implementing since 2003, and now it's AU implementing the 8th phase of this project in Central Asia, which it will be this project. The 8th phase will be for the period of until 2024, and the project support national drug strategies, national focal points, prevention and treatment. In addition, the project worked together with related ministry, state agencies, and other stakeholders, promoting measures to strengthen resources. And one other important project which is AU implementing is Border Management Program in Central Asia, or BOMCA, which is Central Asian countries also interested on this project, and all Central Asian countries are included in, and supporting this project and implementing the project in the countries. BOMCA focused on the training Central Asian borders guards, providing technical equipment and facilitating regional cooperation on border management. The main objective is to promote integrated border management that will help all agencies involved to work closely together, but also enhance contact between these agencies among Central Asian countries. And BOMCA, for now, these projects implementing the 10th phase in Central Asia, which is aims to contribute to increasing overall security and stability in Central Asia. And having said that, also AU from the 2012 annually organizing AU Central Asia high-level political and security dialogue with organizing this in one of Central Asian countries or in AU with participation of high-level officials and discussing the security issue there. And the AU Rule of Law Initiative, one of the other initiative which is AU implementing in Central Asia to support legal and juridical reform, including administrative and criminal reform in Central Asian countries. And the main thing is that Central Asia, AU also implementing other bilateral projects related to security and supporting security sector reform in Central Asian countries. But as a result, there is not so much like seeable all of the result, because the AU need to firstly find the main root of the problem and then need to implement the projects. And mostly AU also supporting the preventing and countering corruption in Central Asia, which is separately with other Central Asian countries is implementing. And it seems it was not so successful because it mostly was theoretical and organizing training and seminars. And it will be better if you look to the main root and the problem of all the security issues there are, and with analyzing the success of AU's project BOMCA, it would be also good to.
You need an extra 2 minutes?
I will finish in 1 minute. Okay. Also, AU, it would be better AU to implement other projects in Central Asia, which is not so many sensitive, and Central Asian countries also interested on it with the considering of the current situation of Afghanistan. It would be for the benefit of AU's and also Central Asian countries if they implement project related to security, which is not more sensitive to Central Asian countries or other regional powers who have influence in Central Asia. And it was my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
We thank you very much. As you see, I'm being selective on what you have said. I will select the human rights rule of law from what you said. Hailing from the Ottoman times, we Turks know the devshirme rule, the governing elite, Platonists, coming from Plato. Chinese had something similar, Mandarin, you know, and the Russians had the Politburo. So that we do have the reality of ruling elite, broken from the values of the periphery. So some social scientists call it center and periphery. So in developing countries, not only in Central Asia, the periphery's values are different from the values of the westernized ruling elite. They want to come with their own values, religious understanding, etc. They are forcing the traditional historical elite down. They want to take the state over from them. The Western world is with the ruling elites, which are mostly dictatorial. How to manage this transitional time might be a valid question. Okay, I jump to our last speaker, our friend from Uzbekistan, Timur Rahimov. Floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Do you hear me, the
Yes,
organizers?
I'm
very glad to see you again and attend this very important and interesting event. My title of my, report is Uzbekistan's policy in Central Asia and promoting trans-regional connectivity.
Yeah.
On October 24th, I just wanted to start that on October 24th this year, presidential elections were held in Uzbekistan, in which Shavkat Mirziyoyev won and whose inauguration took place today. Obviously, one of the main factors that helped the leader of Uzbekistan overcome 80% milestone was the policy that he pursued during the past 5 years, aimed at improving relations with neighboring countries, eliminating child labor, stimulating investments, tourism, and opening up the country for business. With the election of President Shavkat Mirziyoyev in 2016, Uzbekistan realizing a policy towards pursuing an open, proactive, pragmatic, and constructive foreign policy with the aim of creating an area of mutually beneficial cooperation, stability, and sustainable development in Central Asia. During recent years, there has been a qualitative shift in Central Asia towards strengthening regional cooperation. Regular political dialogue has been established between the leaders of the states of the region based on the principles of good neighborhood, mutual respect, and equality. Since 2018, established mechanism of consultative meeting of the head of states of Central Asia. Another important achievement was the adoption of a joint statement of the leaders of Central Asian states during consultative meeting in Tashkent in November 2019. This document can be regarded as a program for the development of the region. The high level of consolidation of the region is evidenced by the adoption in June 2018 of a special UN resolution strengthening regional and international cooperation to ensure peace, stability, and sustainable development in the Central Asian region. The trend towards deepening cooperation is successfully continuing. At the third summit of the head of state of Central Asia, held in Turkmen city of Avaza in August 2021, important multilateral documents, including a joint statement, were unanimously adopted. In frame of this meeting were organized different events, such as dialogue of women leaders, the economic forum exhibition of national goods, festival of dishes of national cuisine, as well as gala concert of Master of Arts. The initiative of the Uzbek side to create a regional center for the development of transport and communication interconnection under the auspice of the UN was supported. The leaders agreed to develop intercultural dialogue in the interest of the people living in Central Asia, and to create a forum for cultural dialogue as a single platform for cultural and humanitarian exchange called Central Asia, One Past and One Future. In order to impart a systematic character to regional cooperation, the leaders of the Central Asia countries scheduled to sign an agreement on friendship, good neighborhood, and cooperation for the development of Central Asia in the 21st century during the next consultative meeting. The region has developed trade, economic, cultural, and humanitarian exchange. At the end of 2019, intra-regional trade reached 5.2 billion US dollar, which is 2.5 times more than in 2016. Despite the consequences of the pandemic in 2020, the volume of intra-regional trade remained at the same at the level of 5 billion US dollar. Uzbekistan is confident that strengthening relations will contribute to the formation of Central Asia as a stable, open, and dynamically developing region and predictable international partner. All these factors shows that Uzbekistan's new approach to foreign policy have led to create favorable conditions for the joint promotion of large economic projects of a trans-regional nature. Guided by these goals, the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan hosted an international conference, Central and South Asia, Regional Interconnectedness, Challenges and Opportunities in July of this year, designed to consolidate the countries of the two regions in the matter of interregional connectivity. The President of Uzbekistan put forward this initiative based on a deep strategic vision of the prospects for the dynamic development and integration of our vast region into the world economy. This vision is based on an understanding of the opening opportunities for the implementation of the huge trade and economic investment, transport, transit, scientific, and intellectual potential of our regions. A dynamically developing South Asia with a population of almost 2 billion people and a nominal aggregate GDP at almost 3.5 trillion US dollar turns into one of the global economic center. Today, the countries of Central and South Asia are moving along the path of economic growth and sustainable development, thanks to consistently implemented national development strategies and structural reforms, and also strive to more effectively solve pressing issues of regional development. In the context of the development of interregional connectivity, a significant event was the signing in February 2020 of the trilateral agreement, Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, on the creation of a trans-Afghan corridor designed to connect the countries to regions with a reliable transport network. Building trans-regional connectivity, the strategic component of which will be the trans-Afghan corridor, gives Afghanistan a central place and should return the Afghan side to its lost historical role as a key link in the ensuring the integration of the two regions. Thus, the creation of more favorable conditions for the economic reconstruction of Afghanistan, its more effective integration into regional trade and economic ties, and the strengthening of the interest of neighboring states in the establishment of a long-term peace and sustainable development of this country can become a major result of the program for the development of the interconnectedness of Central and South Asia. In this context, the South Asia region provides an important strategic direction for foreign economic cooperation for Central Asia. It is important to note that in order to give an additional impetus to regional cooperation in 2020, the President of Uzbekistan decided to create an International Institute of Central Asia in Tashkent, the purpose of which is to analyze the political, legal, trade, economic, humanitarian, and other aspects of interaction between the countries of the region, study historical and cultural heritage of Central Asia, promotion and joint projects, etc., etc. During its activity, the Institute organized a number of events in the international and regional level.
I'm giving you 2 more minutes.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to thank you very much for indeed and wish to the conference and Ankara good and productive work. I'm finished, the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kadyrov. What I picked from your talk is that you are working very hard for regional integration in all fields. As we know that Uzbekistan has real clout in Central Asia, one of the most important countries there. I wonder if your hard work would give us good results at the grassroots. You know, what we are interested in is at the grassroots level. What is left over from the Soviet times is that the grassroots relations among the Turkic countries are a little problems at certain sectors. Can you work on that? We also would like to work on that as Turkey too. We are trying, but I think yours may be more effective. With these words, we are finishing our session. It was very fruitful, very creative, beautiful horizon opening. I really enjoyed it. Thank you all, dear friends, professors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the ambassador, for being a moderator of the 3rd session. And we are proceeding to our next session, which will be called the Turkish World and Regional Global Actors. This session will be moderated by Dr. Cenk Pala, who is the energy advisor of Ankara. Mr. Pala, can you hear us?
Yes, you are hearing me as well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, okay.
Welcome for our virtual stage.
Yeah, thank you very much for that introduction. And hello to everyone. It was a really nice kind of lunch for me for knowledge, because I am the energy guy and also try to learn the other aspects. So it's very useful for me to thinking in a different way. But, you know, as a kind of professional hecticism, I always keen on to understand what's going to happen in energy corridors and also the countries passing through and also the projects like pipelines. And I know that we just started late, and this is why I am planning to keep 10 minutes for each speaker. And I can also give 1 or 2 minutes like Aydın Bey as well. But I will not be a pirate for to speaking much more than the speakers, because we have time limitations in here. But I would like to just start with my view and also to understand your view. Maybe it will be a kind of sharing of my 25 years with the pipelines. So I am seeing many faces like Oktay Tanrısever and also Matt Bryza and also some other friends. So I just worked for I spent my life for Azerbaijan, main I can say, for Bakü Tbilisi Ceyhan, for Shah Deniz projects. I was the head of BOTAŞ, Turkish Petroleum Pipeline Corporation Strategy Department. So I'm very happy as well, to spending my all years to Central Asia and mainly for Azerbaijan and also Kazakhstan and also Turkmenistan and also Uzbekistan. So when you're just looking this picture, if you have a map, you are just seeing that there is an Armenia in here and we have the South Caucasian problem. And then the latest, let's say the war Azerbaijan just got what they deserve. So when you look at that, Armenia has to think about that, being a part of that wealth together or staying as the Russians kind of Israel of Middle East. Because Armenia is similar to Israel when you're talking about the, let's say, the peace and the security in the region. And it's very played with the Russians. So they have to decide to be a part of it, peace and prosperity, maybe a part of the pipelines as well. And looking after that Taliban stuff, the Afghanistan, and the pipelines in the region and the changing kind of, let's say, the power in that region, you are, as far as I understood, for the past 10 years, India polished by the United States in the war with China for the trade. So China-Russian honeymoon just continue right now because of the Russian pipelines and also Turkmen pipelines will be just passing through and going to China. But India is coming. So as far as I understood, there is a big initiative in that region and to organize the Middle Eastern sources, including Israel as well, the East Med gas, to India, to help India to give the commitment in the Paris climate change as well, and also to be more competitive when compared with the China and helping US. So this is my perspective from my window, I can say. So when you look at this, yes, Turkey is very close to almost 70% of all, let's say, the proven reserves, oil and gas reserves of the region. So we are in very critical position, but we have problems in East Med with the Greek guys and also the European Union and the United States. The main problem in here, I can just say that they trusted much to the Russians as the Americans, and they forgot the Central Asia. And when they forgot Central Asia, because Mr. Putin promised Washington to be a kind of a new Saudi Arabia for world oil markets, but at the same time, Mr. Putin just constructed all power, all gas, all petroleum pipeline systems in his control, and the U.S. never, turned its faces to the Central Asia and the importance of Turkey. When the Ukraine and Russia has the first gas war in 2005 and 2006, then they remember what is the importance of Turkish pipelines, via Turkey to Europe. So this is why I guess, especially the Taliban and also the increasing China-US trade wars and using the India as a kind of shield for, let's say, the China, we are waiting, or everyone is waiting or has to wait, a kind of new, let's say, the scheme in that energy perspectives, I can say, in that region. So I would like to just stop here because I promised that I will not give a pilot presentation in here. So if Mr. Saipo will be with us, because I'm not seeing the name, but he has to be with us. If he is here, we can start with Mr. Dr. Zabikullah Saipo as the first speaker with 10 minutes, I can say. Are you here, Mr. Saipo? Maybe he can just join later on. I don't know, because we are not seeing his name in here. So if he is not here, I would like to just continue with the Dr. Andrea Karadelli, if she is okay with this. So she has a very nice CV, and she is also working on several, let's say, the security and the intelligence, and also the strategy and Arab Spring, and many, many studies. I'm just seeing the bio. Sorry, we don't have time, and I'm not reading the bios, but I am seeing that you are a very nice person to say something different to us to change our minds. So please, floor is yours, Dr. Andrea. Dr. Andrea.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon. Thank you, Ankara, for the invitation. It is definitely a great pleasure to be among such a valuable gathering today. I must confess that I have been listening to the presentation since morning, and I got more optimistic about how we refer to both the potential of the Turkic world and of Eurasia as a region within the global struggle for power, right? Still, fellow colleagues and distinguished guests, back in August 2019, before the pandemic meteorite hit, I was in Sri Lanka at the Colombo Defense Seminar. I was trying to draw the attention towards the crossroads that our world was at that time. We were having in front of us two pathways. The first one was a pathway that was going to get us to an evolution through peace, security, stability. But that pathway was only going to go there through collaboration, cooperation, and of course, unity. And the other path of individualism was going to take us to what was going to be a very, very deep hole. Today, I look at that speech and I realize that our crossroads became a mined territory. And we can only pass this territory by going together. So I would like at the beginning to ask you to make an exercise of imagination and think that all of us, we are just on that place, and each of us or any of us can actually step at the next step on a mine, okay? The only way we can go through is by going together, otherwise one mine can destroy all of us. So this is the point of view where I would like you to take from, to discuss the importance of the Eurasian geopolitics and the Turkic world in the global power struggle. Ironically enough, we still speak of global power struggle, although this is exactly what brought us in the situation where we are today. So allow me first to kind of desiccate between the three main pillars that make the subject of this presentation, and then put all of them in a framework that is dear to my heart, and that's transboundary issues. That's the framework, that's the pragmatic view at what we see. I work on, my field is terrorism and counterterrorism, so I tend to be pragmatic. I tend to look at what actually the issues are. So Eurasian geopolitics. I do believe that when it comes to geographical continents, these are more than just, fixed natural entities. These are more like the product of our imaginative construction, right? And when it comes to Eurasia, I can tell you that the way I see it and we see it is more like the most significant global arenas for both international collaboration, development, and as much as it is this, it's also competition. And we see it in most of the projects and most of the struggle that is going through the region today. Clearly, and unfortunately, I could observe it within our presentations today as well, we do speak of very different Eurasias at a time when we actually need one united Eurasia in order to tackle the issues that we face. When it comes to the Turkic world, I can tell you that I first heard, or I first gave it a thought at a NATO course where most of the officers that I was teaching to were coming from the Turkic countries. And in an informal discussion, they brought up the subject of the potential of a unified Turkic world. And as an European myself, still pretty much aware of the power of linguistic identity, I could not stop myself but wonder, how is actually the Turkic world seeing itself? How are the Turkic countries see their identity within the Turkic world? And what actually the potential of this Turkic world can be in the times of modernity, where if historically these countries have definitely been connected by language and of course the common ethnic roots, they still belong to very different empires, military blocs, and not to say civilizations, right? So that's another, another very interesting pillar to our discussion. Last but not least, the global power struggle. And the only thing that I believe is important, and it's another side of the issue, is the fact that the global power struggle for me personally is not just the navigating to the struggle to navigate to international relations and the games of different sides, but rather the threat of becoming a pawn for one side or the other. And unfortunately, at the political international level, that's the threat that Eurasia and the countries within the Turkic world are facing, the threat of becoming pawns on one side or the other. And let me put this in a transboundary framework, because nothing of this can be pragmatic, can be real, if we don't realize that we need this unity, this collaboration, this cooperation to actually face what we are already facing today. Most of the issues, most of the threats that Eurasia is facing today, that our global society is facing today, are not simple one side or one country's issues. They are all wicked issues, transboundaries issues. And I'm sure our moderator is much aware of in terms of energy, but we also see this in terms of climate, in terms of conflict. I see it when it comes to terrorist groups, criminal organization groups that travel from one place to another and they have no boundaries. We do. Then food, water, health, all the issues that today we are facing are transboundaries issues. And the only way in which personally I believe that the Turkic world, Eurasian geopolitics can prove their potential is by setting the framework in a transboundary framework and proving unity towards providing a strategy to tackle those transboundary issues, which by the way have already been identified, which the first step was already done, right? With the Astana Club, we already since 2019, they have been identified. Several risks have been pointed out and have been discussed, and we already have them for 2021. They're here. The first step is done. Now, the next one is to prove that we together, it can be the Turkic world, it can be the Turkic world within the Eurasia, or it can be Eurasia as a unity without even considering one side or the other. Come up with a strategy that implies every single community that is member of. I'm not saying country, I'm saying communities, because at the end of the day, as much as it is global, as much as it is international, transboundary, those issues affect communities within Eurasia. And this is what we have to look at the end of the day. So here we can identify the pandemic, for instance, the 2.0, because as we all know, the pandemic is not over yet. We see recovery on the threat. We see US-China Cold War. We see decoupling. We see digital totalitarianism. We see failure of decarbonization. There are a lot of, I believe, and I strongly believe that there are a lot of more issues, but as a first step, identify the most important ones. That would give us a way to leave behind the individuality of one country or the other and understand that together we need to provide the framework, a transboundary framework to tackle these ones. And the only way in which we can do this, and I'm going to be very fast because I know the time is very limited. The main three takeaways that I would definitely want the people to take from today's presentation is first that the Eurasia geopolitics and the Turkic world can have the potential and can provide an example in the global power struggle in terms of collaboration and cooperation, leaving the old conflicts behind because we have no time to tackle those ones. We have to leave this behind and move forward. So collaboration and cooperation rather than struggle for control, seek for control. Secondly, inclusion and unity rather than individualism. And the only way in which we can come up with inclusion in unity is by raising up those common elements that we have. It can be linguistic, it can be cultural, it can be historical, it can be geographical. Whatever it is, it has to be central in order to bring us together. Last but not least, transboundary convergence framework. And the only way in which you can provide such a framework is by bringing together, and here's actually where I want to hit. We are as much as we are politically divided, we are as much as discipline divided. The practitioners are on one side. Believe me, I know this best because I work in terrorism. Practitioners know everything. Academics know the theory. So the only way in which we can create such a transboundary convergence framework is by creating the bridge between all those fields. That can be academic, scholar, practitioner, political, geographical, right? Everybody has to have a say within this. Just in this way, we can converge and create a framework to tackle what we already emphasized we're facing. So this was my take on the subject today. I thank you for listening, and I would be very happy to take questions and definitely answer.
Mulțumesc, Dr. Andrea. And thank you very much. You are just really nice user of the time. So, but I was about to give or making a kind of positive discrimination to give my save it 2 or 3 minutes time to the ladies in the session. So you just got it. Now it's okay, everything. So thank you very much. It's really important to be a kind of role model with the global power struggle. You are right. Unification is not easy stuff, but you can start from somewhere, and many aspects in there. So just working on health together, working on the kind of agriculture, natural one, and also having and constructing a kind of 50 years, 60 years relations, mainly in energy. So I'm just coming in there. So thank you very much for all your presentation and open our minds as well. I am just seeing our first speaker in the participants list right now. Dr. Saipov is just with us, I think. So we are just waiting his speech, especially myself, because he will be touching upon on that the evaluation of the Washington's strategic goals in the country. So it's very, very important, and also in the Central Asia. I don't know, after Trump and even Trump and also Biden just washed the face, or rethinking about the Central Asia, but it's better to hear a professional. Dr. Saipov, floor is yours. You need to open the microphone, I think. Everything is okay, Dr. Saipov?
Could you please enable me to share the screen? Thank you. My apologies for the low bandwidth.
Dr. Saipov, you can just start talking. Maybe the slides just coming afterwards, I think, because you have only 10 minutes, but I'm just not started the count because of that connection problem. So you can start, it's coming.
Thank you very much. Günaydınlar. Good day to everyone, both online, Ankara, and the distinguished panel who are viewing us from different intellectual corners of the world. I feel honored to take the floor in this prestigious annual forum. Today, I will try to shed some light on major milestones of the evolution of Washington's strategic goals in the countries of Central Asia. To start with, let me give you some conceptual sketches of foreign policy tools that are employed to assess national interests in an international arena. I cannot move to the next slide here.
It is not already open. I'm not seeing as well right now, Dr.
Can you see the slide?
I'm not seeing. Not the rest of the participants maybe, but I'm not seeing.
No, the slides are not visible.
I see the slide, but I cannot have full control of the screen, and I'm not able to move to the next slide. And I think the screen is frozen.
Yeah. I think, yeah. Maybe we can...
The floor to the next speaker in the panel. So until then, I will reboot my computer.
Okay, we can just skip and just wait for your technical stuff, and then we can continue with Dr. Rabia Akhtar if you want, Mr. Saipov, as you asked. Is it okay for you for the next speaker? And,
yeah, sure.
And then come back to you. Okay, and we can also discuss with our Ankara people as well. Maybe they can help you as well. Okay, thank you, Dr. Saipov. We have another speaker, distinguished speaker from Pakistan, Dr. Akhtar, for the expectations and approaches of regional and global actors on that region as well. It's very important. She had many studies and also very well and experienced lady on that issues. She knows that Atlantic Council and Washington DC has everything, I think. So, Dr. Akhtar, if it is okay for you, could you also start your, let's say, the presentation right now?
So, can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Saipov, please unmute. Mute and unmute. I'm not hearing your voice. Could you please just mute? Yes, Dr. Akhtar, please. Thank you very much.
All right.
I'm just starting, yeah.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank Professor Errol, President of ANCASAM, for organizing this very important international conference. Good afternoon, my fellow panelists. The conference today has gathered scholars and intellectuals from 46 countries and have posed some very important questions to us. The challenge is to find the most effective way to curb the radicalization that threatens our region. And the only way to go about finding this effective way is to strengthen cooperation between our states that are from this region. And the topic of my talk today relates to the expectations and approaches of regional and global actors. I would like to begin my talk by stating 3 points up front, and I might not even take 10 minutes. Firstly, our region, the South Asia, Central Asia Caucasus, is perhaps passing through its most fragile stage right now. This vulnerability has stemmed from US withdrawal from Afghanistan and the manner with which it has hastily wrapped the 20-year war it imposed on Afghanistan. Secondly, while our region has its fair share of traditional conflicts, several past decades have seen a rise in security threats, of which 3 are very important, and they require our utmost attention and collective solutions. Number 1 is religious extremism. Second is transnational terrorism. And the third is national separatism. Majority countries in our region are suffering from one or the other form of these 3 security challenges. My third point pertains to a collective economic security vision that the states in the region have. While we all understand that there is complex interdependence at play here, however, in order to realize this vision of economic development and prosperity, which will transform our region and provide a win-win for all countries in our region, this vision needs to be integrated in our geopolitical strategies with our foreign policies geared towards achieving economic prosperity for all. Now that I've identified these three sets of challenges, I'll provide an overview of how the regional and global actors approach our region and what are some of the expectations. Global actors like Russia, China, European Union, and the US, they look at our region and understand the following about us as a collective whole: that our region is as much about global power rivalry as it is about internal conflicts that find their roots in multi-ethnic identities with contentious borders which divide the interrelated ethnic groups. Even in the post-Cold War era, some of our countries in our region are still grappling with building sustainable democratic political institutions. They're still struggling with their own national identities while simultaneously building economic systems with reduced dependency on the global financial institutions. Secondly, the global actors, they understand our fault lines and vulnerabilities too much to allow us to integrate and become a force to reckon with. For Pakistan, South Asia, Central Asia, Eurasia, and the Middle East, these are the regions that together constitute the region which Pakistan looks at for regional connectivity. Pakistan's vision about regional connectivity rests on political connectivity, enabling economic diplomacy with countries in this region. Pakistan's idea of connectivity is based on the context of it simply being a transit state, situated at the crossroads of regional corridors through which economic activity can take place. Now, the idea of economic integration, however, is a complex one, not only for Pakistan, but for the region as a whole. Despite having a common historical and cultural heritage, we see that South Asia is the least integrated region in the world, averaging 6% intra-regional trade in the past decade, mainly due to geopolitics of the region, negatively affecting and limiting integration efforts. The politics of South Asia, Central Asia, and the Middle East, they converge in depicting the region as an arena of great power politics. We all understand that. There are, in this region, these are, some of the notable countries. First, the politics and economics of the region by outside powers, especially the United States. With post-US withdrawal from Afghanistan, South and Central Asia and Eurasia is bending towards China under the new geopolitical and geoeconomic shift and is moving away from the Euro-Atlantic community, and their economic partners in the region will be mainly Russia and China. Similarly, for South Asia in general and Pakistan in particular, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor is a project which will shape Pakistan's future economic and political outlook in the region, pushing Pakistan to seek regional actors and partners for social and economic integration. Now, the global actors that we talk about, they are not a homogeneous entity, and they will pick and choose countries in our region who can serve their power politics and allow them to remain relevant players in our region. It is in this respect that our region must come together and not allow global actors to exploit our fault lines and vulnerabilities and use us against each other for some temporary gains. As a region, I believe we should not become part of regional alliance politics and pick one camp against the other. And we must explore what expectations we as regional actors have from ourselves and each other. Both China and Russia, they view regional organizations like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, for example, important in their efforts to alter the US-based international order, especially when it comes to the Asian region. While it is an ambitious goal, the countries in the region are both reluctant and they are not yet completely ready to transition from a Western US-led rules-based world order to an Eastern Russian Chinese-led Asian order. However, this might change in the next 2 decades. My last point about integration is a simple one. Asian century is on the horizon. There is absolutely no denying that fact. Together we rise, divided we fall. With the US withdrawal from the region after 20 years, the field is open for regional countries like Turkey, Pakistan, Central Asian countries to take lead in benefiting from non-US economic influences in our region that can lead to regional economic affluence and prosperity. Now, the road to take to this route is challenging, no doubt. For example, to start with, developing regional multi-stakeholder consensus on the recognition of the Taliban in Afghanistan is the biggest challenge right now, and perhaps the biggest test of our region as well. Peace, security, regional connectivity, they all depend upon broader stability in the region. And with many spoilers of peace in the region, our collective challenge is to find the political will to align our vision, align our objectives, and then take leadership roles in our individual capacities to formulate policies that unites the region instead of dividing it and pushing it towards chaos that awaits us in the absence of our collective show of regional solidarity. With this, I'd like to thank you once again for giving me the opportunity to share my views with the worthy panelists in the audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Akhtar, for all your, let's say, the contribution and valuable, let's say, the views on that. So you are right. So we are not alone, and we have to work together if we are just planning to reach any kind of prosperity or wealth. So, and we are not required to be a part of any struggle or select a camp. So our camp is Eurasia and the Turkish world and the connected, wider, let's say, the context. This is very important. So we have to structure this. We don't want to allow the others to structure for ourselves. So we are not, we are not the Amazon clans. So this is why everyone has to understand that, let's say, the wealth of that region. Thank you very much. As a moderator, I just decided to give more time to Dr. Saipov and continue with the rest of the, let's say, the speakers. Then the last word will be given to Dr. Saipov because he has some internet connection problems. If it is solved, it's okay. Otherwise, he can just speak without the presentation. And thank you very much again, Dr. Akhtar. So I would like to give the floor to Dr. Ajmal Qureshi as well. So because he will be speaking maybe the most kind of sexiest topics of this, let's say, the panel about the Belt Road Initiative and the creation of the new trade routes. So when someone just talking about the creation of the new trade routes, it's, exciting, but at the same time, you are just hearing a kind of afraid of, because somebody is creating something. If they're asking to you, it's okay. But if they're not asking to you, it's a problem. So the floor is yours, Mr. Qureshi.
Thank you very much. Honorable President of Ankara, Professor Mehmet Sefettin Erol, Excellencies, distinguished academics and participants, ladies and gentlemen in Turkey and across the globe. Merhabalar. I feel honored and humbled to have been invited to speak at this distinguished forum. I'm doubly delighted. I'm delighted firstly because this event is taking place in this beautiful country where I served for 4 years in Istanbul as head of the diplomatic mission of Pakistan. Secondly, I'm delighted because I'm speaking about China, where I served for 7 years as United Nations representative. So my presentation, as you know, bears on Belt and Road and the creation of new trade routes. The Belt and Road is China's flagship project, launched by the Chinese President Xi Jinping in 2013. It aims at reviving the historical Silk Road and establishing the new Silk Road economic belt and maritime Silk Road. It envisages regional and global economic and trade connectivity with Central Asia, Russia, ASEAN countries, and South Asia, and the Indian Ocean region by creating modern highways, sea and air routes, and energy pipelines. It opens unprecedented vista of opportunities for economic integration and shared prosperity. The BRI, being one of the most ambitious undertakings in human history, will cover 60% of the world's population. The biblical-sized trade and infrastructure endeavor, a set of 21st century Silk Road, could cost 12 times as much as what US spent on Marshall Plan to rebuild Europe after Second World War. The BRI has the participation of 76 countries from Asia, Africa, and Europe, and is poised to not only reshape global trade, but also raise the living standards of more than half of the world's population. According to International Monetary Fund, the BRI has great potential for China and participating countries. It could fill large and long-standing infrastructure gaps in partner countries, boosting their growth prospects, strengthening their supply chains and trade, and increasing employment. The BRI will have a strong presence in Eastern Europe also as prime destination for Chinese FDI, as the countries there offer a wealth of metals, minerals, and products. Chinese companies have already invested over $300 billion in Eastern Europe over the past decade. According to Forbes, President Xi Jinping has clear foreign policy goals. Case in point, China hosts the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation once every 3 years and is attended by 52 African countries. It touches areas as diverse as technology, trade, infrastructure, diplomacy, culture, and agriculture. During the last forum in 2018, China pledged $60 billion towards Africa's development in interest-free loans with no political conditions attached, saying that this money comes with no expectations in return. The package outlined by President Xi includes medical aid and environmental protection, agricultural assistance, government scholarships, and vocational training for more than 100,000 young Africans. In addition, the Chinese companies will also be encouraging to invest at least $10 billion over a period of 3 years. Notably, according to Global Trade magazine, China has increased its investment in the continent of Africa by 520% over the last 2 decades. Let us take Kenya's case as an example in Africa. Kenya agreed to let China finance and build a standard gauge railway, SGR, connecting Mombasa and Nairobi at a cost of $3.8 billion. Contracted by China Road and Bridge, SGR is Kenya's largest infrastructure project since it declared independence from the UK in 1963. China, having been Africa's largest trading partner for more than 20 consecutive years, and likely expects its investments to pay diplomatic and economic dividends for many decades to come. Wilbur Ross, former US Commerce Secretary, acknowledges that China has an opportunity to gain both political influence and to reap future rewards in a continent whose economies are predicted to boom in the coming decades, due mainly to a younger demographic. Another case in point is China-Pakistan Economic Corridor for Regional Cooperation and Socio-Economic Corridor Development. CPEC is integral to the BRI for reviving the traditional Silk Road and establishing the new Silk Road economic belt and maritime Silk Road for regional and global economic and trade connectivity. In the words of President Xi, the aim of China's initiative of the Silk Road economic belt and the 21st century maritime Silk Road is to promote common development by enhancing connectivity among countries. Along these routes, we hope that the initiative will enable us to work together with South Asian countries to fulfill our dream of rapid development. The political and strategic implications of China-Pakistan economic corridor include regional cooperation and integration, economic connectivity, and relevance in terms of movement of goods, services, and people across the territorial boundaries of states and the use of soft power as opposed to hard power. The network of highways, railways, energy pipelines, electricity transmission lines, trade and investment will be at the core of international diplomacy in the 21st century. In the spirit of connectivity, the BRI hugely benefits the states and its people connected in economic and technological domains. Through CPEC, China and Pakistan will foster deeper connections with Central Asia, West Asia, the Middle East, and Europe. China-Pakistan Economic Corridor provides a road and sea link to China, connecting it with the Middle East and the Arabian Sea and the rest of the world. Once these roads, pipelines, seaports become operational, it will transform the economy of Xinjiang province. China will get a free access to sea free of conflict and reduce its dependence on the state of Malacca. Like the Marshall Plan before, BRI will require a tremendous number of commodities, metals, fuel. I had the opportunity to see China's high-speed train averaging 185 miles per hour, covering 923 miles from Beijing to Shanghai. You may have traveled all corners of the world and have seen many things, but China's explosive growth is something one may never forget. At a time when US was engaged in trade wars with neighbors and allies, President Xi poised himself as popular international statesman and champion of liberal economic order. The political and strategic implications of BRI will be seen through the lens of three formulations of international relations, namely regional cooperation and integration, economic connectivity, and relevance in terms of movement of goods, services, and people across territorial boundaries of states and the soft power as opposed to hard military power. It would be pertinent to mention the Turkish Silk Road project, which aims at reconstructing historical Silk Road to connect to European and Asian countries. Turkey's strategic geographical location at a crossroads between Europe and Asia empowers it to materialize the ambitious project. Careful planning has gone into the project as it spotlights transportation, security, logistics, and customs procedures at borders. The Silk Road will become one of the most important economic routes of the global economy, transporting large amounts of goods from Central Asia to Europe and vice versa. The Turkish vision of the Silk Road is to revive the old Silk Road via extensive railway network, transportation lines, customs gates, energy corridors, natural gas pipelines, making the region a great player in the world economy. Countries incorporated in the Turkish Silk Road project include Afghanistan, Azerbaijan, China, Georgia, India, Iraq, Iran, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Mongolia, Pakistan, Russia, South Korea, Syria, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. So BRI will further supplement the Turkish Silk Road. Let me conclude by saying that the advent of the new Silk Road projects,
Mr. Koresh, I am just giving 1 minute. I already gave 1 minute, but I am adding 1 minute more for your
almost as a catalyst to promoting regional cooperation and political stability, enhancing economic growth, offering trade diversification, investing in transportation, mining, and energy sectors. The new Silk Road concept will bring nations, races, continents, and people closer in a tight-knit community, sharing their resources of production, services, energy, information, and understanding. I'm sorry I crossed the limit. It reminds me of somebody who made a very long speech and apologized at the end. Sorry, I had to make a long speech because I didn't have time for a short one.
Yeah, if you have further statements in your mind, please do it as well. So we are open to get whatever you have. So you can also give your last sentences, please. I am a moderator, sorry. I have to warn only. But if you have, please just continue for 1 minute, maybe. Again, if you have any other, it's okay or it's okay?
Yeah, not fine, fine.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you very much for your words about the energy corridors and the Turkey's role in that road, and also the cooperation with Turkey as well in that corridor as well. So it's very important. And as we all know that China is shooting each and every moving piece, and they are investing their surplus money in everywhere, mainly in Africa and including Turkey as well. So they are still talking on construction of the big coal power plants as well. So because they have the coal, they are planning to use that coal as well. So there will be a big kind of battle between the energy consumption and also the climate change. It is very clear. And it is not easy to have in one night to use more green energy for the foreseeable future. So this is why natural gas will take the place as a transition energy in that period to reach more green, let's say, the energy world. So this is why the Central Asian importance, that kind of corridors importance, is very, very critical for reaching the CO2 targets of the countries when the time comes. So this is why opening up the new corridors from the safe zones like the Turkish words, it's very important for the future as well, because you are reaching India, you are reaching China, you are also reaching via Turkey to Europe, and also it's a kind of battle between the United States and China and plus Russia as well. And this is why US named shale gas LNG as the kind of freedom gas. It has a meaning. It will be decreasing the dependence of Europe and that region to the Russian gas mainly. So thank you very much for all your words. And I would like to give the floor to our speaker from United States of America, Dr. Zierler. He is well known for his experience and also the knowledge on Azerbaijan and also the Central Asia, including the others. Sorry, I don't have many times to read your bio, but Matt, floor is yours. Please just use that 10 minutes very effectively as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Paula, but thank you to Ankasam and the organizing committee and inviting me to participate. It's especially important for me as to interact with those of you who are in the policy world, who are the practitioners, as well as academics from around the world, and as given the current state of the world, having been unable to come back to the region in a few years, to be able to engage with everyone in this setting is really important for me as a scholar who has really tried to understand the Turkic world for say the last 15 years or so of my career. And please excuse me as the academic to give a paper that's more theoretically motivated in the sense that I've been trying to understand how Azerbaijan positions itself as a small state in the foreign policy world in a neighborhood where it tends to be pushed on all sides. And so the paper asks, what degree of autonomy do small states have to identify and chart their own foreign policy interests, threats, and goals? And how is that different from states with greater power? And so if an overarching assumption is that small states are at the whim of great power politics, or even if they're not, how do they pursue strategies like alliances or other forms of international cooperation to enhance their position and power? And so we want to see to what degree the foreign policy agency for small states is actually in short supply. Yet small states often make their own choices and not just follow the path of least resistance by merely trying to hedge all their bets. Small states seek to create an independent foreign policy path, would rather balance and manage all the challenges this approach entails, rather than trying to hedge all their possibilities. So I look at Azerbaijan to suggest an understanding of how a small state can structure a foreign policy that balances its many competing regional pressures, such as Russia, Iran, Turkey, Europe, and its interests in trade, energy, security, while not being beholden to one issue or one actor. And so while a relatively small country, Azerbaijan lies amidst a crucial region in contemporary geopolitics. It neighbors, of course, Russia, Georgia, Armenia, and Iran, while abutting the strategic Caspian Sea. Its most important ally is obviously Turkey, and has a strong economic partnership with Israel and others. It also lies in a region where China has a growing interest. So Azerbaijan is an archetypal small state in international relations. While not a major or middle power, it's neither small nor micro. Its state strength and capacity are relatively adequate and typical of similarly positioned states. There's some disconnect and clear degrees of inequality. There's some clear domestic discontent and clear degrees of inequality, but has natural resources, bright spots in education, and a strong presence in international relations. So Azerbaijan seems to be acting like similarly positioned states, but with its own independent and potentially risky streak. It prefers to keep its commitments flexible, as it needs to balance its numerous neighbors and regional partners and threats. Apart from Armenia, it tries to satisfy others while not getting too caught up in other states' issues, a common balancing strategy. However, a balancing approach can also be characterized as closer to a hedging strategy in the hopes that it can keep all happy until at time it feels it's safer to pursue its own interests when the conditions seem to allow. Understanding Azerbaijan's foreign policy orientation is especially interesting in trying to understand its behavior in the past couple of years with the long festering conflict with Armenia over Nagorno-Karabakh. The situation obviously transformed in 2020 with Azerbaijan successfully making a major advancement. So instead of continued balancing, the actions in this situation suggest that Azerbaijan might have been hedging its best to act more forcefully when conditions warranted, even if the long-term implications are unknown and we don't know how this will all turn out and whether it will be the best course of action for Azerbaijan. I mentioned hedging is a foreign policy strategy is defined as increasing flexibility and commitments with respect to the degree of the commitment, the issues addressed, and the possible partners involved. In essence, is when states and other actors may be willing to commit to substantial agreements involving such fundamental issues as security and human rights, but also want to protect themselves from too open-ended or permanent a commitment. This is a good contribution as it is more broadly theoretical than common and balance of power literature, and what explains Azerbaijan's desire to go along with many, but avoid things like WTO accession or closer NATO partnerships than some of its neighbors like Georgia has sought. But is it still a risky strategy to pursue? How smart can state leaders be to see all the relevant conditions that might arise in the near and long term? Most interesting for small states like Azerbaijan is the research related to ontological security, which is based on the assumption that states care as much about the security of their own identity as about material and physical security. This conception of who they are and how others see it is especially acute for small states. Azerbaijan is a ripe state to infuse an ontological security perspective with an understanding of its balancing or hedging decisions. Not only does it have the identity of a small state, thus occupying a precarious status in the international order, but also due to its status as a former Soviet state. While Azerbaijan had a brief period of independence in the World War I era, its long history and identity is often caught up in its lack of international sovereignty. While Azerbaijan or many small states interact with others, it is not just the rationalist measures of power and influence, but rather the need to incorporate ideas of itself in determining what risks it can and should evaluate in its decision-making processes. In reference to a state like Azerbaijan, it is important to note that while its initial sense of self-interest and sources of threat grow out of its existence as a post-Soviet state, its threats and its sources of power now need to be understood in the changing dynamics of the regional and global environment in which it is situated. It is easy to point to Azerbaijan's energy resources as a source of its international power and influence. But still, does a country like Azerbaijan have power except when others exceed it on them? In other words, regardless of the material or ideational sources of influence that Azerbaijan wants to cultivate for itself, it has to be aware of how and when others view it as strategically important. Some focus on the existence of the Genge Gap that reflects the route trade can take from Central Asia to Georgia, Turkey, and the West that can bypass Iran and Russia. So while this gives Azerbaijan some power and leverage with the West, it also leaves Azerbaijan exposed to broader geopolitical rivalries. While Azerbaijan lives this geopolitical reality, given its location, the question then comes down to how and under what terms this strategic vision is developed. How does a country show its value to one side of a geopolitical triangle without exposing itself as an increased threat to the other sides? So while Azerbaijan would like to use its strategic regional position as a way to rebrand its foreign policy and external identity, being a bridge to the East and the West, having a foot in multiple worlds, but being not tied to any of them, it faces the challenge of understanding what other major states like Russia, Turkey, China, and Iran seek from the region. Azerbaijan prides itself on having friendly relations with Iran and Israel, close ties to Turkey and Georgia, and a working relationship with Georgia. But the question remains how Azerbaijan can define itself and not be defined by others. While Azerbaijan purports to be able to balance these relationships and keep the juggling in check, it is still highly conditioned on the interests of other powers in the region. As its economic security is also closely linked to its regional allies of Georgia and Turkey. Thus Azerbaijan can't make obviously great changes occurred in 2020 in the long festering conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh, and I'm quite helpful. But it also reveals some real changes in the region. It's clear that the United States has neglected the region in its responsibilities as in the Minsk process for a very long time. And it's clear under Trump and perhaps under Biden that this is an area in which they continue to ignore. And this is, really notable and perhaps problematic. And so that affects, for example, the pressures that its neighbors, Azerbaijan's neighbors face, and to what degree they regard they have free reign in the region, and to what degree the U.S. would check any of these advances. So depending on how the geopolitics of this territory continue to unfold, then perhaps Azerbaijan could have erred in deciding to hedge its bets by taking an offensive thinking in Nagorno-Karabakh, thinking that conditions were right. I hope not. And I perhaps, am hopeful that the current processes will show greater improvement, but it may show that smaller states have to pursue a balancing strategy because any risks of improving its position could be too great. Time will soon tell, but I am hopeful for the future development of peace and justice in this very important region. And so thank you for the time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zirler, for your, let's say, the nice presentation as well. So I would like to remind and underline that Georgia's importance in that region as opening up that corridors and safe, let's say, the corridor for Central Asia along the way to, to Turkmenistan, to Uzbekistan as well. So it's very critical. So thank you very much. I would like to just give the floor to Dr. Saipov if he is ready with some more kind of minutes, because he has some problems with the internet, and also planning to not to speak much more and giving all participants, beginning from Ajmal Qureshi, 1 or 2 minutes if you would like to add something after that presentations, it will be very valuable because we are not getting any questions or whatever, but maybe you have something to say in your mind. And I am planning to give each and every, let's say the speakers, 1 or 2 minutes, let's say the final speech after Dr. Saipov's presentation, if it is okay for all of you and the participants. So, Dr. Saipov, the floor is yours. Please try again. Yes, it's okay. We are seeing right now. Yeah, it's okay. You can start. Thank you very much, Dr. Saipov. Are you hearing us, Dr. Saipov? Dr. Saipov, we are not hearing you and seeing you. Could you please unmute? Yes. Please continue.
Mm-hmm. So now can you see me, and now you can hear me too? And sorry for being less organized for this prestigious forum, because I see familiar faces and familiar names, and also the great Ustad, as we say, and this puts more pressure and makes aspirant researcher like me more nervous. Today I will talk about this topic of evolution of strategic approaches of Washington towards the countries of Central Asia. Before doing that, let's briefly go through the conceptual techniques of foreign policy. It consists of major tools like political, military, trade, economic, financial, and humanitarian aspects of foreign policy instruments, but whether to use the whole bunch of these powers or some of the elements in pursuing diplomacy, it really depends on the potential and capacity of country X with regard to other countries. Again, we talk about the strategy. It's worth to note the strategic the concept of strategy laid by best argued, conceptualized by British military historian Liddell Hart. According to him, there are two aspects of strategy. It can be pursued either directly or indirectly, or best if it will be carried out indirectly, because we saw for the past 3 decades, United States strategic goals varied, and with regard to the so-called 5 stance, that it's mostly these, especially American and Western mass media uses this buzzword, and I can divide it first. Formally, a period of mutual acquaintance, starting when these 5 countries proclaimed their sovereignty and national independence in 1991. If you look at the date of establishment of diplomatic relations in official American sources and the sources of foreign ministries of these 5 countries, they somehow are different, and they, although the United States recognized all 5 countries on 25th of December, and date of establishment of diplomatic relations, according to these sources, American sources, they established first with Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, and later only in February with the rest of 3 countries. And why we use these then we can also talk about the strategy of diplomatic engagements with all 5 countries. If you remember, in late January, all these 5 countries and the other former so-called newly independent states joined OSCE, Organization for Security and Cooperation, and in Europe they joined, and they really need that global platform in order to voice their concerns and to establish and cement their independence. Then later on March 2nd, all former Soviet countries except Baltic states and the founding nations like Belarus, Ukraine, and of course Russia as a heir of the former Soviet Union, they joined the United Nations. And one of the first strategic approaches that Washington adopted with regard to Central Asia was the Freedom Support Act of 1992. After these countries got their place in the international arena and became a full-fledged member of international community. Freedom Support Act, freedom stands for freedom for Russian emerging Eurasian democracies and open markets. And it was one of the bipartisan approval of both the Democratic and Republicans with regard to these 5 countries. And it included all major aspects, and starting with trade and establishment of trade and economic relations, and nuclear disarmament with regard to Kazakhstan, and including also other countries in Ukraine. Also the establishment of and re-establishment of United States Information Agency, and launching of local languages of freedom, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty broadcast with regard aimed and targeting these countries. Although the Uzbek language was already in place, starting from the Cold War years, and Central Asia already gained more prominence, and it became, they established and have been pursuing their so-called multi-vector foreign policy, because they most of them, these major problems were these cash-strapped nations and the landlocked and double landlocked countries. If you look at these graph, you can see these whether some of or other countries belong or are members of a variety of full alphabet soup of different alliances, trade and economic alliances, and military blocs. Commonwealth, this collective security treaty organization was, its treaty was inked in Tashkent, but later it stopped its membership in 2012. If you look at our map attentively, so at the center, Uzbekistan is located, and major grievances of these elites, Central Asian governments, were that all Central Asian strategies and strategic goals have been elaborated with regard not them as an regional entity, but vis-a-vis the adversaries of Washington. On the north, Russia, on the east, China, and with regard to so-called, according to the so overwhelming definitions of Iran as a rogue state in quotation marks. So in the initial years of the US-American Central Asian relations, these Brzezinski's policy program was played a greater role, and it was prestigious to cite him in dissertations of local researchers. And here he speaks about two major countries, like in Europe, France, as France and Germany united the whole Germany, and it became the founding nations of that united consequently the whole European continent. Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan are the most this is the key place in the region. According to him, Kazakhstan is a shield and Uzbekistan is soul for the region's diverse national awakenings. And you know the difference between political scientists and politicians. But Brzezinski, in the face of Brzezinski, he holds both dimensions of a political scientist and a politician himself, as being as a national security advisor for most of the US presidents. This is another interesting map of different alliances that our nations are drawn by different regional and global powers. And also the United States, just using that strategy I've mentioned earlier by Little Hart, used NATO's Partnership for Peace program to attract them and also to restructure the local security agencies by the standards of NATO. And Washington, after 9/11, was able to establish two military bases in the in Kyrgyz Republic and in Uzbekistan, in Manas Air Base, and in Karshi-Kanabat Air Base in Uzbekistan. And we can see you can see here these central command that how it's monitored by the United States military. And we can go straight away to the next period of US Central Asian relations. I would name it as a period of reconsiderations of relations. You see in the US Department of State, they restructured the whole bureaus, and Central Asia until then was part of the European and Eurasian Bureau for European and Eurasian Affairs. Then starting from 2006, after major experts' recommendations, they started including Central Asia to the countries of South Asia. And Kazakhstan, even President Nazarbayev initiated, didn't like this proposal and initiated to rename the Kazakhstan's country as a Great Step country. And then Uzbekistan, there have been also the periods of grievances and constraints with regard to full-fledged and normal relations between both nations, especially Uzbekistan, because Uzbekistan joined in 2000 so-called Guam alliance, actually, and then it stopped its membership in 2005. Because starting from 2003, the color revolution started happening throughout post-Soviet regimes, and Guam was an alliance to counter the Russian encroachment on the region, and a major, hair-raising event took place because Guam stood for, and all color revolutions took place right in accordance with the order of and sequence of these letters. First, it happened in Tbilisi, in Georgia, then in Ukraine, and in Uzbekistan, and Azerbaijan, and Twitter revolution also in Moldova, and local regimes became frightened by the color revolutions, and they could not realize how, by establishing closer relations, and they could not understand true purposes of the United States of America. Now, accession to the WTO.
Dr. Saipov, I already gave 4 minutes, near to 5 minutes to you. You just got 5 minutes more right now. So are you need some 1 minute or something to conclude?
Yeah. To just to sum up, I earlier mentioned the Freedom Support Act, and also if we look and how to peruse it once again, what really had happened and what was the true design and these long-term policy priorities of Washington with regard to Central Asia is to make Central Asia and the rest of former ex-Soviet countries become more democratic, and their societies based on free market economy. And they also initiated TAPI, CASA 1000 projects, and also the major issues that Uzbekistan plays a strategic role with regard to Afghanistan is this construction of Termez Hairatan railway project. And also it was earlier used as a part of the Northern Distribution Network. Then became the time of strategic silence because there was also when Pentagon delegations used to visit the Central Asian countries, especially Uzbekistan, with regard its position to Afghanistan, and the US Department of State diplomats visited, they raised different issues, the hard power and soft power, and so you are aware of this C5+1 program. So to conclude, Washington tries to engage these countries, and the relations with these countries would have become more closer and friendlier if they were more democratic and less authoritarian, and if could comply and abide by their constitutional principles and norms that have been violated for several times. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Saipov. So you already used it nearly, let's say, the doubling the time, but it is a kind of carrying your, let's say, the problems with the internet. So this is why I gave you more than the other speakers. Thank you very much for your contribution. And as I said, we are just late for the other session, but I would like to give at least 1 minute to 1 minute for ladies first, if they are really wondering to say something about, because they used only 8 minutes and the 9 minutes, and also Mr. Ajmal to with the 1 sentences. If you don't have any other, let's say, please just think about the other session, because
I'm good. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed listening to all the panelists. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Andrea?
Michi, just a short recommendation. I think everybody made very interesting points and very important points. It would be great if we can transform all this into policy recommendations. I think that's what is needed.
Yeah,
Right?
it is very important. Yeah.
Yeah, that is very important for our governments as well. So that would be the only thing that I would add. Thank you very much. Everything's been great.
Thank you. Mr. Ajmal? Yes, please, Mr. Ajmal.
Thank you very much. I also wish to say Tashakkar Lair, Nazik Senez, you gave me plenty of time, but I just wanted to end by saying that the success of all these new Silk Road projects also facing challenges of security, interstate rivalries, and depending on the stability in Afghanistan, which is the crossroads of the Central Asia, and importantly, US behavior in the region, and especially the China-US-India nexus. That's it that I wanted to end up with. And thank you once again for inviting me to speak at this most distinguished forum, whether I would say Ambassador Cenk or Professor Cenk or whatever.
Just say Dr. Cenk. I have my degree. I like Dr.
Thank you so much.
And Matt, maybe you can just raise something. Are we okay with this? Okay. So
thank you very much.
Dr. Saipov already said, but if you have something to say, one sentence, you can also add. Otherwise, I have to give the floor to our friends, Rihanna, to take the session and then jump into the other session. Thank you very much for all speakers for their cooperation. And thank you very much, Anka-san, inviting me as the moderator of that session as well. Thank you for all. I'm closing the session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pala, for moderating such an interesting session. For real, I'm sure that our audience noted a lot of interesting points, and our leading speakers, they contribute to their vision of the regional and global actors in Turkish world. And now I would like to give the floor to our next moderator, Colonel Rich Olsen, who is the representative of George Mason University, and he will be moderating the session named The Future of the Integration Process in the Turkish World. Mr. Richard, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, Rihanna. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Very good. Thank you. Well, to Dr. Erol, to Anka-san, and to the rest of the participants, it's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm pleased to moderate this panel. I'll also make some remarks at the end of the panel. A very distinguished group of panelists. We will have 6 speakers. I'll give a short introduction to each now, and then shepherd them through as we begin the remarks. We have with us Professor Mohammad Nazif Shahrani, who's a professor of anthropology, Central Asian and Middle Eastern Studies at Indiana University at Bloomington. Dr. Shahrani has served 2 terms as chairman of the Department of Near Eastern Languages and Cultures and as director of the Middle Eastern and Islamic Study program at Indiana University. We also have Ambassador Omar Samad, who's a non-resident senior fellow at the South Asia Center at the Atlantic Council. He's also a non-resident senior fellow with the Atlantic Council South Asia Center. Founder of the president of Silk Road Consulting, LLC, and has been a contributor to Afghan and international media since the 1980s and has published extensively in the United States, Canada, Europe, and Afghanistan. From Turkey, we have Professor Oktay Tanrısever from Middle East Technical University's Department of International Relations, whose research interests include transnational security issues related to migration, terrorism, and cyberspace, energy, water, and environmental diplomacy, regional security and peace building, and international negotiations. From the United States, we have Dr. Roger David Kangas, who's the Dean at the Near East South Asia Center for Strategic Studies at the National Defense University. Dr. Kangas works in Washington, D.C., and is a specialist on issues related to Central and South Asia, Russia, and the South Caucasus. He's also held positions at the George C. Marshall Center for European Security in Germany, the Central Asian Institute in Washington, D.C., and the Open Media Research Institute in Prague. From Azerbaijan, we have Anar Nagiev, who's the acting rector of Baku Slavic University. So a very distinguished panel. I would like to invite, for beginning remarks, Professor Mohammad Nazif Shahrani. And given the number of speakers, and we have a little bit over an hour to do this panel, I would ask that each speaker try to keep your comments to about 10 minutes, and I'll gently remind you when we get to 10 to start wrapping up. Dr. Shahrani. I believe you're still muted, sir.
Assalamu alaikum to everybody, and good morning from here in North America, where it is still morning. Elsewhere it may be late. Good evening. It's a pleasure to thank Dr. Errol for inviting me to this panel and to be with some of the colleagues I know well and others that I do not know. I'm going to be speaking this time more as an idealist anthropologist, looking from bottom up rather than from top down, and hopefully also speaking against colonial mentality, which we have acquired or has been imposed on us so effectively during our own lifetimes as academics or otherwise, by virtue of the fact where we live, as well as where we teach and where we have learned our lessons of world order, especially taking for granted the so-called modern nation states in the ideology of poisonous ideology of nationalism, which was imposed on the world, and that we have taken that for granted and never willing to question it, while those who imposed on us, in fact, have gone very different route for themselves, while insisting, or we insisting really, to hold on to what they have done to us in terms of dividing us and conquering us and ruling us. So what I'm really talking about today is the notion of dependency of these modern so-called nation states, and also problems of governance that dependency itself has created in these societies, and how that challenges the issue of security and integration of the Turkic world. We're not even allowed to think in larger context of Turkic world as an entity that could be brought together to act together. Whenever it happens, it's always labeled as pan-Turkism, and that, of course, is unacceptable to the world in which we have lived. I really think there is need, very strong need for the creation of a Turkic-speaking world, is an interest block, particularly in this environment of empires by invitation, which we are exposed to, and I'll talk briefly about that in a minute. It's also very significant for creation of that kind of interest block, simply because of calamitous dependency of most of these nation states that are labeled themselves as Turkic, or they identify with the world of Turks. Some of them, of course, were not only dependent, they were conquered and occupied until very recently. So the Turkic World Union, which could be a conceptual term, that would empower a lot of these otherwise terribly dependent agents to complement each other, to become self-sufficient, particularly in terms of their strategic resources, because they do own enormous amount of potential for energy resources, which they are in fact exporting. But more importantly also, this bloc is not only food, or can be food self-sufficient, but in fact food exporting, which they are, or some of them are individually rather than collectively. And we really are not thinking in terms of how the world has changed but we are stuck, or we're made to be stuck in an environment that is detrimental to our own power is members of the Turkic community as such. And I mean to say that the world has changed, particularly after the European Industrial Revolution, which brought or imposed empires of commerce on the rest of the world outside of the West. And that they turned those into empires of conquest and colonial empires of conquest, against which people rose in wars of liberation. And of course, the wars of liberation led to creation of modern dependent states in the world as a whole, and particularly in the Turkic world is such. Europeans also, in the face of resistance against the colonial expansion and conquest and so forth, also engaged and tasted the bitter, I suppose, rewards of their own nationalism, which turned into fascist wars. World War I and World War II, which were fought in Europe, but also fought in the adjacent areas, which resulted in the, of course, destruction of the Ottoman Empire and the Turkic unity of sorts that existed at that time with other issues to boost. And as soon as World War II was over, the Europeans started World War III, which they labeled as Cold War. And it was the Cold War that divided and created further dependency and made a mess of the world of this dependent small nations that people have suffered from. But at the same time, there is, at least according to one very important person, and that is Count de Montchay. Count Montchay was the head of the French intelligence from 1970 till 1981-82. And he wrote a book that was published in 1992 called The Fourth World War. And it's the Fourth World War that we are in fact engaged in. And one of the important things that he starts the book with is how he proposes to President Reagan, when he was just elected and not yet inaugurated, that he should focus on Afghanistan and focus on two things. One is on narcotics, how he should, the FBI that has acquired, that captures drugs, that Reagan had told them they were destroying them, they were burning them. He says, don't, send it to the war front in Afghanistan against Soviet soldiers. And let's produce more of them in Afghanistan, which of course has turned the country into a drug production and dissemination area, just like America had done in the Vietnam War. And the second thing is focus on religion, how the French were producing Bibles in Russian translation and how it should be disseminated through the war to Russia, and also to produce all the madrasas in Pakistan, which we now have registered 45,000 of them. It was not CIA who initiated this. It was the French intelligence that carried out with CIA money. And of course, the problem that we have today in Afghanistan with Taliban, with Al-Qaeda, with the rest of them are essentially rooted in there. So the Fourth World War is a vicious creation of dependency and creation of forever wars. What President Biden recently also referred to as meaningless wars. Yes, it is meaningless to some, but in fact, it is extremely destructive to others. And this process, in fact, produced also the new form of empire that I refer to as empire by invitation. It started with America being invited to the First World War and Second World War by Europeans to join, and eventually proving itself successful, it essentially created empire by invitation, which is the world in which we live now. The empires no longer conquer. They conquer only when they are invited. They create the environment in countries, in the third world countries, in the rest of the world, so that they are invited and they are needed. This is what happened with Afghanistan. If I may just briefly talk about how Afghanistan has become, in fact, exemplary in this process of creation of dependency and poor governance, or horrible governance, I should say, that has brought the country to where it is today. Afghanistan was
2 minutes, please.
I'm sorry?
2 minutes to wrap up, please.
Okay. It was created as a buffer state and got dependent until World War II, essentially, by British. And then Cold War, that's the so-called the Third World War, which resulted in the invitation of Soviet Union to come and invade the country by the communists. In the machinations of that, they're obvious to most. And then, of course, in 1990s, after the Soviet collapse, Afghanistan got into a proxy war that was managed by outsiders and regional powers, and then eventually created the Taliban in environment which they essentially invited the Americans to go and invade the country, which they have. And of course, after 20 years of essentially bombing the country forward to the Stone Age, they handed it over to the terrorist regime of Taliban, which we are dealing with. So this is a story that has been repeated or will repeat. I don't think the Chinese are going to be any different. They are also now empire by invitation. Their one belt, one road, which was discussed earlier by Dr. Qureshi and others, is a scheme through which they're creating dependencies and they're creating an environment in which that people in these countries never have had a government, legitimate government that is based on people's will, on people's wish. And as such, these governments are always illegitimate. And they're rented regimes or rentier regimes in some cases. And these rented regimes are part of the problem. So today's Turkic country, for the most part, if you look at them, are really rented regimes of one sort or another. And in some cases, maybe rentier in terms of what is that they're selling in energy and so on and so forth. So what is needed is really a kind of united Turkic bloc that could put its resources together and become European Union or become the United States. That's what West has done. West has overcome the division of these nationalist entities, which took them to nationalist and fascist wars, that they have overcome those by creation of European Union, but they're not allowing other entities to come into being that could match them, that could stand against them, that could fight them. And that's, or at least compete with them peacefully. That's a possibility also. This is why I believe the Turkic world needs to return to its own political roots, go back to the Mirror for Prince genre of literature that was produced for us by Imam al-Ghazali in Nasihat al-Muluk, or in Siyaset of Nizam al-Mulk, and others who are saying that Deen and Dawla are one, they're twins, they're born, they cannot separate it. You have to rely on the values of Islamic brotherhood. And in fact, the notion of millah in a way that manifests the values, the true values of Quran in Islam, in bringing people together. And that's what I think one thing that, since the time is running out on me, one thing that I want to say is from Yusuf Hajib Khas's Qutok Dubilik, where he says to have a stable government, and it's very important theoretical maxim that we have ignored, we have not really paid attention. And he says, to keep the realm, you need many soldiers. Of course, in his time, horse and foot, on horse and on foot. To keep these soldiers need much money. To get this money, the people must be rich. For people to be rich, laws must be just. If one of these left undone, all four are undone. And if these four are done, the kingship or the governance is undone. And
thank
this
you,
is
Dr.
the reality.
Thank you very much,
we are faced
Doctor.
today
I'm sorry, we're out
in the
of
Turkic
time.
world. Just give me a second to finish. That's the last word I'm trying to say, okay? And that this is the reality in which the Turkic world is faced, and the sooner its leaders wise up and understand and not to be essentially distracted by nationalist, poisonous ideology of the West, which they are all stuck with, and they come to think in terms of their people's wishes, their people's want. This is what Turkic people wish and want to see happen. And whether we will have the wise leaders to rise up to it and to stand and to do it is the biggest question of our time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shahrani, for an invigorating examination of nationalism, imperialism, and a call to return to the wisdom of the 10th century and Kutad Gubilik as a mirror for princes. With that, we'd like to move on then to our second speaker, retired Ambassador Omar Samad. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. Good morning, good evening to everyone. And my thanks to Professor Errol and Ankasam for this invitation, and to you, Colonel Utzen, from a few miles away from where I live, for moderating this. Well, after my friend Professor Shahrani's food for thought and provocative and insightful presentation and suggestions, I will, as a former diplomat who served Afghanistan in different capacities over the last 20 years, and I'm not yet retired, but maybe one day I will. I would like to just focus and use my 10 minutes by sort of focusing on my topic, which is Afghanistan today, caught between a rock and a hard place, and bring us down to the ground level. But I want to divide that into two categories: the macro sort of larger context, look at the Afghanistan situation right now, the dilemmas faced by the country and its people, and then also go to a more micro, ground level, grassroots level issues that drive today's situation. At the macro, larger context level, I think that we need to look at two variables in two dimensions. The fact that Afghanistan is and has been throughout its history, and again, the issue of when did Afghanistan become a nation state and when can we consider it as being an entity, a modern entity, is a fact that we cannot ignore, looking at its long history and when Afghanistan emerged in the 19th century. But it is a victim. But my point is that this landmass, this area today called Afghanistan, is a victim of geography, of geopolitics, of power, great power rivalries, and historical trends. And so if you look back at the last half a century, more or less, of Afghan history, ever since the communists staged a coup, and we can take it back to the 19th century as well. But just in the past half a century, we see this dilemma that the Afghan people are facing just because of where they're situated and how other powers, regional and world powers, have either used or abused, unfortunately, Afghanistan. The other dimension of the macro has to do with a more internal concern of, I would say, bad fortune in terms of bad governance, bad leadership, and misguided and self-serving strategies. And I will use Professor Shahrani's theory and thesis about the fact that we are we have become a dependent country. We were not so much of a dependent country before the communist coup. Yes, of course, there was a need for foreign aid, but Afghanistan was moving towards some level of self-dependency and self-reliance. And even in the agricultural sector was becoming self-reliant. And the fact that Afghanistan seems at times to give the impression that it's a rentier state, as Professor Shah mentioned. So these two aspects of dependency and becoming a rentier state have hurt Afghanistan. Just look at the last 3 months. A country that was receiving in the tens of billions of dollars per year. The average estimates are $40 billion per year of foreign aid in order to prop up a government and in order to give it certain capacities, institutions, and keep the economy afloat. That was cut after the Taliban took Kabul. And some estimates are that the United States alone spent on average $300 million a day in Afghanistan for the last 20 years. It is easy to use these figures, but when you think about the result and what was left behind and the legacy, you then realize that 3 months after the longest war ended, the longest investment ended, the biggest investment post 9/11 ended, that the people of Afghanistan are starving. There is no food, that the economy has collapsed. There is no economy. The banking system has shut down, that more than 1 million Afghan kids are facing starvation. So you wonder, what happened? What did we do over the last 20 years? How did we govern? How did we help a country build democracy, institutions, including an army that didn't fight because it had lost 70,000 of its men over the last few years, a regime that became a kleptocracy, a corrupt system that unfortunately did not deliver for its people, and at the end of the day, hurt Afghanistan deeply, but also shamed those who helped it along the way. Because the result is what we see today. So the other context, going to more of a ground reality, is this looming humanitarian crisis that we are facing. More than 35 million Afghans still live in Afghanistan. Yes, millions, if they have a chance, would probably like, for survival reasons, maybe leave the country if they cannot feed their children. And yes, most of them will head west towards Iran and then Turkey. And then yes, from Turkey, if they can, they will head toward Europe. And yes, this is a major issue for Turkey and Europe and Iran at this point, because less people have the ability to go north. And if you may end up going to Pakistan, although there are already 3 million or so Afghans in Pakistan going back to the 1980s. So what you see is a fragmentation, further fragmentation, after all these years, of a country that once was united, had all kinds of issues, but was still united and was stable and was peaceful. And so the question comes up, how can we turn it back into a peaceful, stable, normal country? Or is it probably too much to ask? We have all the figures. More than 90% of the country is facing acute poverty and, as I said, starvation. And the other problem at the ground level right now, which involves other countries, is the fact that this new regime that has taken control of the country is lacking internal legitimacy and is also lacking international recognition. And so you have a country that has basically, it's a nation with no state. And it's a hybrid that can become a big problem, because this is the kind of environment in which you can have terrorism grow, you can have criminality grow, you can have more narcotics being produced and exported. You can have all kinds of bad things happen if we cannot put this country back together. Now, we have to be realistic. Whether we like the Taliban or not, and obviously there are a lot of reasons why we should be apprehensive about them, but they have taken control of 100% of the country. And this is actually, ironically, the first time that a single group or a single faction is taking control of a country, of Afghanistan, in the past 43 years. The last time that a government was in control of 100% of the country was under President Dawood between 1973 and 78, and before that during King Zahir Shah. So we have a situation where we have a reality to deal with. Do we engage or do we not engage? Some say engagement is better than not engaging because you can probably moderate some of the policies and some of the viewpoints. I'm of the view that we cannot abandon Afghanistan as we did in the 1990s. We cannot disregard Afghanistan as though it does not exist. We cannot wash our hands off Afghanistan because after 3 months and go from $40 billion a year to $0 a year. We have to prioritize accordingly. We have to strategize accordingly. We have to look at reality on the face, and we have to look at the possibilities and the opportunities that exist in a very dire situation. And the people of Afghanistan and the 35 million who are facing abject poverty and starvation are the number one priority. We cannot let them starve because of bad policies and bad strategies of the last 20 years. So there is a responsibility on behalf of the international community.
2 minutes, please.
I know that my time is ending. And this is the moment to rethink the role of the country and rethink about the risks, the risk factors, as I mentioned earlier, both security, terms of counterterrorism, terms of human displacement, terms of drugs and criminality. All kinds of things are involved here. And in terms of the fact that the Afghans want and need some kind of normalcy and stability again. And for that, we need to engage in a manner that works, does not empower those who obviously subjugate their people or hurt them, but in a way that can move the process towards some solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Samad, for a very timely call for continued engagement and pragmatism from the U.S. and the West as we look at how to avoid worst outcomes in Afghanistan and for the Afghan people. Appreciate that. Next up, we have Professor Oktay Tanrısever. Dr. Tanrısever, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Professor Mehmet Seyfettin Erol for organizing this timely and important event. I would like to also thank you as our chairs in the panel and also distinguished panel. I follow your works closely. It is a great honor for me to speak in this panel. I think this topic has always been important. I would like to take the study the evolution of Turkey's approach towards the cooperation among Turkic states, characteristics of the evolution of this relationship, and also implications of that for regional geopolitics. I should first start with my interpretation of historical evolution. Of course, you know much better than us, but much better than me. But I think it is important to show how I see these things, historically speaking. I think this Turkic independence of Turkic states was a novel development in the post-Soviet space, and the geopolitical implications of this new phenomena has to be dealt with delicately. First, there were some misunderstandings about the Turkic states from the outside powers, but also there were misunderstandings among the Turkic states. So it took almost 30 years for these states, or 20 or 30 years for them to remedy these misunderstandings and develop a practical cooperation in time. That was not easy. It was not automatic. The internal misunderstandings haven't been discussed much, but outside powers also, especially Russia, right from the beginning, raised or highlighted that the cooperation among Turkic states would be a source of instability. It was an assumption, but probably the wrong assumption. And the historical evolution of the Turkic cooperation demonstrated that the cooperation among Turkic states is not likely to pose in challenge to other powers. It could contribute to regional stability in a meaningful way, because I think there were also this assumption of instability was based on the mistaken understanding of regional stability in the region. I think right at the beginning of the post-Cold War period, instability was associated with great power struggles. If Turkic powers emerged as independent actors, as more independent as possible from Russia, Russians perceived that as a zero-sum game. But in reality, in a globalizing world, all states had something to contribute. And there was a great vacuum of power in Central Asia. Afghanistan demonstrated that, especially developments after 9/11 demonstrated that problems associated with vacuum of power and the problems related to failed states and the state capacity or incapacity would cause problems for all. So it was important to facilitate regional cooperation. It is in the interest of globalization and regional stability. And Turkic states also had to understand each other, especially Turkey, because many of them were not really happy to see Turkey playing this big brother role. And some of the Turkish leaders also didn't really develop a comprehensive strategy towards the region. I mean, Turkic countries or Central Asia was important, has always been important, but not necessarily number one priority at any time in history. Maybe still, we don't know that, because other regions, especially the European context and also Middle Eastern context, posed more challenges to Turkey than this Turkic world. So in terms of prioritization, this was a fact. But some of the Turkic leaders also were more interested in their autonomy, regional autonomy, and believed that greater Turkic cooperation, especially cooperation with Turkey, would limit their alternatives. But this was a wrong assumption. Why? Because Turkey could have played important role in bringing them closer to the West, closer to Europe, closer to the broader transatlantic world, because Turkey is an EU candidate country, NATO member, and part of OECD. So Turkey is a kind of bridge between East and West for years. So this could be an advantage, great asset for the Central Asian Turkic states. And Turkey doesn't have, as I said, a comprehensive strategy for a long time because of other priorities. So they don't need to worry about this big brother's role. I mean, Turkey is there to help them. Most of the Turkic leaders realize that is the case, this is the case, and they have a lot to share and cooperate. In that sense, I think the years of conferences of Turkic leaders, I mean, having good time and meeting occasionally in touristic places in 1990s were replaced by genuine cooperation. And these countries, especially with the support of Nazarbayev and Aliyev, I mean, they also realized that Turkey could play a more important role, but recently Uzbekistan is also quite vocal about that. So all countries, without an exception, I think, Turkic states, believe that greater cooperation with Turkey is very good, especially through the framework of Turkic Council, or Türkeneşi, as we say. This organization is likely to take more structural form. Its international organization status is likely to be developed, and it has some affiliate organizations which have been active, like Turksoy and other branches like Turkish Academy. But together, now Turkic states are interested in deepening this regional cooperation to the advantage of all members and not to the disadvantage or to the without posing challenges to other actors, any other global actors. So I think all Turkic states, Turkey, are aware of the importance of maintaining relations with all countries.
2 minutes, please.
To conclude, Turkey's Asia a new policy should also be understood in this globalizing context. Turkey is itself a globalizing country, trying to establish with all countries in every single part of the world. And I think Turkey could contribute to Turkic states in their own globalization, in reaching out to different parts of the world, being part of global economy, and also developing cultural relations with other cultures. So Turkey has established its own structures already and ready to share with the Turkic states, and Turkic states also have a lot to offer Turkey. So I think to conclude, Turkey and Turkic states through the framework of Turkic Council could play positive, constructive role for the globe in general. And there's nothing to worry about that. I mean, internationally speaking, it's a win-win game for all. And Turkic states will develop greater state capacity, and they will be able to deal with regional challenges of regional instability and underdevelopment and other problems collectively. And Afghanistan could benefit from that because this is, I think, the most challenging region. So Turkic countries should protect themselves from instability in that region, and greater cooperation through Turkey should be considered as good news. I think Turkic Council is capable of meeting the expectations if global actors and regional actors understood this win-win offer of Turkic cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taner Saber. Much appreciated. Excellent remarks on the potential of the Turkic Council to fill some necessary space in coordinating development and diplomacy in this space. Dr. Kangas, my former colleague from the National Defense University, good to see you on screen. The floor is yours, sir.
Okay, wonderful. I was just going to say good to see you and other colleagues here for us this morning, but I know for others in the room this afternoon and perhaps going into the evening. And As with other speakers, I want to thank the organizers for putting this ambitious agenda together, bringing really a wide range of views, topics. In each one of these, we could dive so much deeper. And so, you know, obviously the time constraints we all face, but equally important, you know, just the challenge of trying to understand this region has been made very clear today. My goal is fairly simple. As we've looked at, you know, the situation in Afghanistan, and my fellow speakers here have raised this of what were the problems, perhaps the sources of the, you know, collapse this past year, what are challenges ahead. I'm just going to offer a kind of a very quick assessment of, you know, where it stands now. And then as we look to solutions, is there a role for regional security organizations based in the region? And I emphasize that because all too often we look at NATO, the European Union, and others as really the sources of solutions. But I'm going to say, let's look in the region itself. And I really premise this on sort of start with three basic points. First, you know, yes, the Taliban accomplished their goal. After 25 years of being out of power, or should I say, coming into existence, gaining power for a while, losing it, they've come back and they're in control of Kabul. I'm not sure if it's quite 100% of the country they manage, but they definitely manage, you know, a very high percentage. Whether they'll have the capacity and the resources to actually govern this space is something we're going to see in the coming months and I would say years, or at least as long as they're in power. There still are internal challenges. They're managing their own dynamics within the organization, as well as contested spaces with groups like Islamic State, Khorasan, and others. But I should also add, we ought to note that this is not a new and improved reformed Taliban ready to join the international community. It still is an organization that fundamentally adheres to a specific ideology and a specific interpretation of its faith. And that's not a criticism, it just is. And so when we work with the Taliban or suggest working with the Taliban, we have to be mindful of that. This notion of thinking we can reform them or change them is perhaps something we ought to put on the shelf. Secondly, the US has left Afghanistan, at least militarily. I know there's still discussions of, oh, there may be a return of the US in the region, US bases in Central Asia and other spaces. No, the US has moved on. If you look at a typical newspaper in the United States, it's hard to find an article on Afghanistan. There are individuals, and I would put myself in this category, who have an interest in this space, have an interest in the country, the people, but that's not shared by many of my fellow citizens. You know, the discussion of the billions of dollars put in, absolutely, but so much of that was actually put into Afghanistan to support Americans. SIGAR and other groups, if you look at their detailed studies, assess how much money actually went to Afghanistan itself, the people, the communities, construction programs, government, etc. And you'll probably be a bit disappointed. So much of it went to supporting the US effort there. And with that departure, those resources have already been allocated to other actions in the United States. So, you know, this is something that we need to be mindful of. And then just thirdly, there is a sense of, and I do want to emphasize this, there is agency in the region. The countries in Central Asia and the broader Turkic world will put Afghanistan in this space as well, and other non-Turkic countries do have the opportunity to make decisions, choices, alliances, etc. It's not just great power competition framing the region, because this really underscores what I would say is two organizations that are looking at Afghanistan and will see both their possibilities, but also I would say strong limitations. The first one, and I hate to say easy to dismiss, is the Collective Security Treaty Organization. One of the immediate neighbors, Tajikistan, is a member, also obviously Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, Russia, the largest member. It's a collective defense structure. It's an organization that did have military to military ties with forces in the Ghani government. We'll wait and see if they extend those to the military or security forces of the Taliban. But the discourse that they presented, and we saw this most recently at the CSTO summit in Dushanbe, has gone less from regional cooperation and more towards regional management. And I want to emphasize this. The notion that there are problems and challenges in the region, the transnational issues that need to be managed. There's not a concern, by the way, of state-on-state violence. There is not a concern that the Taliban wants to take their armies and march north, across the Amu Darya into Central Asia. But there are transnational issues, and colleagues throughout the day have highlighted these: the drug trafficking, extremist ideologies, extremism and terrorism crossing in. And this does seize the attention of CSTO leaders. Their border security operations, exercises, enhanced measures along the border are indicative of this. And this securitized perception of the South, which in my opinion was a hindrance to how they could engage collectively, and I would say on equal terms with Afghanistan, unfortunately is continuing. I wish I could say, oh no, there's now this big embrace. We saw that this past July at a regional security conference in Tashkent. But of course, that quickly dissipates with the collapse of the Ghani government a month later. And so this leaves us with the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And I'm so pleased that other colleagues have highlighted this organization throughout the day in terms of its capacity, but I'm going to sort of maybe put a reality check here. It's an organization, of course, that initially focused on, if you want to call it, confidence building measures, and then enhancing cooperation in the region through a number of vectors: economic, social, banking, educational, and yes, political and security vectors. And in this, we all know in this room, the emphasis on combating terrorism, extremism, and separatism. It's not a collective defense structure. Rather, it's a collection of countries that are fighting transnational threats. And so it's in this light that, again, we see recent summits by the recent summit by the SCO, recent public declarations by the SCO, as well as individual statements by SCO member leaders, emphasize that these three challenges are still associated with Afghanistan. The separatism question, thank goodness, other countries tend not to emphasize this in the region. There's not a thought of, non-Pushtun communities, Uzbeks, Tajiks, Turkmen, and others separating out of Afghanistan or creating separatist senses in their countries. That's a narrative we really only hear out of Beijing. And of course, that's with respect to Xinjiang for obvious reasons. And their concern, and they've said this directly to the Taliban and quite publicly, they want to make sure that extremist elements out of the space of Afghanistan do not adversely affect what goes on in China. Fair enough. I think that's a logical request. Whether it's the Taliban itself or groups like Islamic State Khorasan, which the Taliban do not control. The issue of terrorism and extremism, that is the actual physical acts of violence or the ideas behind them, these are views we hear in Central Asia. And I would say, as we look ahead, the security structure of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, that is the security element, unfortunately is going to be less inclusive of its southern neighbor and more about, to parallel the CSTO, about management. China's expanding base operations in Tajikistan. There's a modest base there, military base. They're now building a separate one, and they're calling it a base, not an outpost or a transit center or whatever. And so this really poses a couple of final questions, and I'll close in my last minute here, which is, this is an organization that could engage, should engage with Afghanistan, because it is a structure that has now expanded, not just India and Pakistan, which joined in 2017, but Iran, which is now will be a full member, legally, probably in the next year. It was already declared to be a full member. Now it will go through the process of joining. Countries like Saudi Arabia and Egypt are now part of the, observer group or dialogue partner structure. And so we're seeing this as an expansive Eurasian, Asian, and I would argue even into West Asia or broader Middle East security architecture. And so it's looking at engaging with and on problems, and I will say problems, such as Afghanistan. But the challenges, to conclude, it's about capacity. How much are they willing to put into these efforts? And let's wait and see what the budgets are in the coming years. It's about agreements of what are the problems and means to engage. Tajikistan, for example, is much more wary to engage than, say, Pakistan or Russia. And it's about commitment. Who's going to put what personnel and, if you want to say operations on the soil of Afghanistan. NATO put in well over 100,000, including US troops. I'm not sure if our friends in the SCO are willing to engage in that way, nor will the Taliban want them to. We need to put that. But then finally, to conclude, it's about recognition. And this has been brought up a number of times in this session. And I would just say there are 10 countries that currently operate embassies in Afghanistan, but not one of them recognizes the Taliban as the legitimate government in Afghanistan. The United Nations still does not put the Taliban in the seat at the UN. There are conditions for this. And quite frankly, the Taliban need to meet certain conditions. So legally, this can't happen until steps are made. That's, in my opinion, as we observed and sort of follow, that's what we need to look at. Because once they cross that threshold, then perhaps we can see these other organizations engage. Thank you for your attention. And Rich, back to you.
Thank you, Roger. Dr. Kangas, it was a very thought-provoking presentation, especially on the potential role of the CSTO and SCO. Of course, I have my preferred regional organization, and it's not either one of those that we'll talk about in a little bit, but your description of its growing presence and participation in even some allied countries to the United States is certainly on target and reflects the regional realities. So we're expecting Anar Nagiev, acting rector of the Baku Slavic University. I don't see him on screen. I'll give him, if I'm simply missing him, let me give him an opportunity to come up on the net. Dr. Nagiev, are you here? Once, twice, three times. Okay. In that case, we'll go on to the final speaker for this panel, which is me. And it's easier to go at the end because you can reflect on the collective wisdom of the speakers prior to you. And I think that what I have to say is largely consistent with many of the observations that this distinguished panel has made. Winston Churchill once said of Americans that they always do the right thing after they try everything else. I think that may apply to Central Asia. We tried to challenge an established hegemon in Central Asia with the anti-Soviet jihad and our support to it in the 1980s. We tried to walk away in the 1990s. We tried to intervene and directly democratize portions of Central Asia, certainly Afghanistan, trying to directly manage that process, and then trying to run programs to help democracy projects in the other portions of Central Asia as an external force as well. And that experiment, I think, after 2 decades can be said to have not worked the way that it was imagined to. Perhaps the right thing in this case, in the Winston Churchill sense, is to foster organic development as an interested but supporting rather than leading actor in a manner designed to strengthen in-region projects and development and not leave the security or economic fields in Central Asia to other external hegemons. From a US perspective, when thinking about Central and Western Eurasia and the Turkic world, which largely overlap, although not perfectly overlap, in the wake of the Afghanistan debacle of this past summer, 5 key points stand out. First, the US is now and always has been geographically remote from Central Asia. The longstanding geopolitical principle has been not to allow a single hegemonic power rule over the entire area, but rather to maintain a stable balance among several forces or blocs. That's consistent with US geopolitical interests. We don't want a China-dominated region, either militarily, politically, or economically. I'm not sure China wants to dominate the region, at least to make the investments necessary for that either. We also don't want a Russian-dominated region, nor do we want a region that is either marked by authoritarianism, jihadist extremism, or chronic dysfunction. The second point is that we have, in the United States, neither the inclination nor the interest in being an organizing power in the region. As we said, we've tried that, and it didn't turn out very well. In the global system, we've clearly passed into differentiated multipolarity, in which the US maintains, or remains rather, a key player in multiple regions, but faces a near-peer competitor, or more than one, in all regions, especially in the wake of the collapse of the government of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan and the mishandled US withdrawal. All thoughts in Washington, as Dr. Kangas mentioned, are on how to avoid entanglements and encourage local partners to do the proverbial heavy lifting. The third point is that while US military or political investments in this region are likely to be light, US businesses, projects, and economic aid, both bilateral and multilateral, can play an important role in stabilizing the area. This should be a private sector lead with some diplomatic facilitation. We don't create many friends when we send our soldiers and diplomats in the lead. Oftentimes our business people and non-governmental organizations with important social functions and mitigating functions for challenges of the region, those are much more welcome. Fourth, we can't look for perfect partners. We need to look for the least bad partners. In the US, there's a tendency to sort of separate our views of the human rights and democracy in different countries and our geopolitical relationships with those countries. And oftentimes there's a disinclination to work with partners if we are unhappy or portions of our policy community are unhappy with the status of democracy or human rights in those countries, in manners that complicate cooperative work, even when there's a clear economic or geopolitical interest to do so. But there are no states with perfect human rights records or democratic practices. The states of the region are works in progress, as is the United States itself, in fact. And fifth, the bad outcomes are all more likely if we ignore the region, as we have in the past. Anti-democratic practices, terrorism, economic underperformance, external hegemony, internal conflicts. These are all far more likely if the United States takes no role at all. A light but substantive touch from the US is a hedge against all of these geopolitical pathologies. So tying these points together suggests a solution, working to encourage regional economic and political cooperation, not under the aegis of external hegemons or organizations, neither NATO, nor CSTO, nor SCO. The strongest candidate, in fact, is the Turkic Council. The US should work in what has been called a mini-lateral approach with the Turkic Council and other nearby powers, such as Pakistan, to support economic, political, and diplomatic ties among the various states and with the West. So this term mini-lateralism, the greatest example of that is the Quad. So concerned over what's perceived as Chinese aggressive moves in the South China Sea and other areas of East Asia, the United States has not sought to galvanize some broad coalition of all the states of NATO or even of Asia or East Asia. It's put together with countries with whom it shares this sensitivity, concern, and interest. So India, Japan, and Australia, this Quad concept of cooperation for specific shared goals. This should also be possible, this mini-lateralism, a multilateralism, but on a small and selective scale in Central Asia. What would a mini-lateralist approach look like to Central Asia? It would look like having real substantive discussions, not only with Turkey, also with Pakistan, frankly, with some foreign funding sources and investment sources, such as Qatar and other Gulf states that are interested, and to the extent that they are interested, other European partners as well. The US won't do the heavy lifting. It won't be the single organizing power here, but it would be perhaps a facilitator of like-minded action. And unlike the Quad, this would be less about security and more about investment. Certainly we have security interests in the region. But I think that most of the security interests are exacerbated by economic dysfunction. So something to both stimulate the internal economic development through a program of investment, but also, and one of our earlier speakers talked about the Belt and Road Initiative, also in a sense to both compete with and complement the Belt and Road Initiative. It's important, and I'm going to take China at its word that the Belt and Road Initiative is not about political domination or control of the countries in which it makes these investments, but about really developing a common good for all of Eurasia. However, that can easily turn into a sort of hegemonic type influence if you control all the 5G networks, if you control the ports and so forth. We have to compete in that space. More is better. Belt and Road is only nefarious or bad if it is uncontested. It's great. I'm actually quite encouraged at the thought of China investing along with other partners in Central Asia. It should do so, but so too should the West. There must be north-south pathways for trade and transit. There must be east-west. There must be some that are sort of oriented to the east and perhaps designed and constructed with the east in mind, but there must also be those that are constructed, whether it be energy corridors or transit hubs, with the West in mind, and that see Western engagement as well. Multiplicity is good. So a Turkic Silk Road and China's Belt and Road must be alongside, not in place of, networks, routes, and projects that are supported by and oriented by the West. With multiple strands like that, the entirety will be stronger. So this sort of role is something that the United States is suited for and has the appetite for. We don't have the appetite for and are not suited for being the sort of the white knight on a horse that comes in to save Central Asia or Afghanistan. We tried for a decade or two to function as a unilateral, unipolar power in multiple regions across the world. That's clearly not working. In a multipolar world, this sort of an organizing role of a mini-lateral coalition to represent strong Western-oriented investment in the region is about what we can do. So the Turkic Council is a fascinating example of muscle tissue in a sense that's there and ready to be developed. This would be sort of a new thing for the US to take an interest in supporting that. I don't know if it's possible for the US to become an observer in the Turkic Council. I know that at least one other, not exactly Turkic NATO partner, Hungary, is already an observer in the council. But to the extent that the Turkic Council becomes a venue for increased trade and development among its member states and with the West, that is something that the United States should, both through diplomatic heft and through targeted investments, support. So this approach, in fact, may be attractive to the other external powers as well. And this will be the final point I make, is that Russia, China, India, and the West, none of them really want to get bogged down, so to speak, in Central Asia. It's the middle space in Eurasia. We all want to see it functional. We all want to see it not entirely aligned with any of the great world powers. We want to see the ties among the states in that region functioning, and we want to see an economic partnership that is multifaceted and not tied simply to China or to Russia or to the West. And I think that the Turkic Council is certainly a mechanism for doing that, and in a sense may be palatable to all of these great external powers because it's organic to the region and is not, in fact, tied organically to any of those external powers. So we'll see what the coming decade brings in terms of the development of the Council and whether U.S. policy is agile enough to coordinate its very real interests in human rights, democratization, and Western standards for these things as we understand them, and the need for organic solutions, because the U.S. has often been seen as, and frankly been guilty of, being an imposing power, trying to force its views and its systems rather than reading sort of the ecosystem present in a given region and stimulating the parts that are most promising. Certainly the Turkic Council in the context of Central Asia is the most promising element. And that's what I've got. I'll make one more call before we finish up the panel here to see if our previous speaker has joined us. Anar Nagiev, previous planned speaker, that is. Anar, are you on the line? Okay, not on the line. With that, we've come in just over an hour, and I appreciate the wonderful contributions of the panel speakers, and to Dr. Errol and the fine people at Ankara, thanks again for giving us all the opportunity to contribute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olsen, for your moderating, and thank you very much for all the panelists who delivered their very valuable opinions about the future of the integration process in the Turkish world. And before the opening the floor for the last closing session, which will be moderated by Professor Hasan Ali Karasar, who is the rector of Cappadocia University, I would like to share with you a bit sad news related with one of the speakers of our closing session, Russian political scientist Alexander Dugin. Unfortunately, he had to have the last minute surgery, and because of that, he will not be able to attend our conference. So on behalf of ANKASAM, we wish him the fastest recovery. And I hope we will be here together in the next events. Желаем вам скорейшего выздоровления. So now I want to open the floor for the Professor Hasan Ali Karasar. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yes,
well, dear participants, welcome to the last panel of a very comprehensive and energetic full-day conference. Greetings to you all from Cappadocia, Central Anatolia. Well, I heard the news about Alexander Gelievich, and actually I was very excited to host him in this last panel because he is a very special person. He needs no introduction to most of you. I was expecting a hot debate for the last panel. I wish him very speedy recovery as well. He's in hospital for an unexpected condition, I assume. I think this is the best event at the 30th anniversary of the independences of the Turkish Republic, since I have attended most of them in Turkey, in other Turkic republics. I would like to extend my very warm congratulations to ANKASAM and its president, my dear colleague, Professor Mehmet Seyfettin Erol, and his team for organizing that. Very refreshing. Since the morning, I have been taking lots of notes. Throughout the day, the most distinguished experts, academicians, and practitioners have been making their presentations about extremely important topics. Well, as you all know, our world is going through a major set of transformations for the last 30, 40 years. In history, we usually do not see such a case very often. Many of the Western and Eastern theses or forecasts of mostly 1990s, such as end of history, clash of civilizations, rising Eurasia, were turned as quite disappointing promises, and still they were still under the influences of some geopolitical aspirations, probably of 19th century, I assume. But I think we will all agree that our world is going through at a very weird conjunction of history. Our societies, especially in this part of the world, suffer deep crises of all kinds. Post-truth, populism, authoritarianism, xenophobia, sectarianism, refugee crisis, financial transformations, asymmetric warfare, inequalities of all kinds of forms, Islamophobia, cyber-fascism, or digital forms of intervention, even terrorism, are only a few instances we should deal with in the upcoming years. There is definitely a new great game, but the actors are unknown yet. And at the very heart of this new great game is Eurasia, and at the very heart of Eurasia is the Turkic world, extending from diaspora in Western Europe to the Asia-Pacific basin. Cooperation and integration in Eurasia and in the Turkic world in particular have been met with surprise and sometimes with protest in the West mostly. The natural stream of complementary interests and economic, cultural, sometimes military and political diplomatic cooperation, integration in our regions vis-a-vis the global actors and former colonial powers is not a policy option, but a realist necessity from our point of view. The search for optimal cooperation and peace efforts continue in the Asia-Pacific, Indian subcontinent, MENA region, and transatlantic regions, but they all surround Eurasia and the Turkic world. After this brief introduction, in the absence of Alexander Gelievich, I would like to continue as the second speaker of this panel. I'm Hasan Ali Karasar. Currently, I'm the rector of Cappadocia University in Central Anatolia. Previously, I worked almost quarter a century at Bilkent and Atılım universities in Ankara, and also several Turkish think tanks. And I continue to work on mostly 20th century Soviet history and mostly Central Asian region related issues. And for the last 30 plus years, I was also a political activist for Turkic integration and spent most of my time to convince people that Turkic world paradigm is not against anyone. It is not a neo-fascist or a pan movement, and it's not a neo-imperial scheme or project. But Turkic world is a reality. Either or not, one supports it. It is the natural result of 250 million people spread all over the world, and especially Eurasia. They speak the same language and share a common heritage. However, it is not monolithic world, Turkic world. It is very cosmopolitan by many standards in terms of their neighbors, priorities, numbers, status, political statuses, even religions. It's not monolithic and unified. There is a huge amount of cosmopolitanism within the Turkic world as well. That's one important thing we should never forget. And that's why a basic nationalist in its European meaning or political science meaning approach cannot explain this paradigm or this reality. Anyway, I would like to point out a number of important issues concerning the current status and problems of the Turkic world. Exactly, more or less exactly, 1 year ago, during the Second Karabakh War, we have observed a unified diplomatic and political support of all Turkic countries to Azerbaijan in the liberation of Karabakh and the occupied territories, which was the first time since independences. After 30 years of independences, there was a very unified support and grassroots support as well, all over the Turkic Council member states, not only limited with them, all over the Turkic-speaking world. I consider that as a turning point in that respect. Maybe later we can a little bit explore the topic. Secondly, independences of Turkic republics are galvanized irreversibly. All Turkic republics have demographic, economic, and political independence to the fullest extent. And they completed building of all necessary state structures of their own states, and including considerable amount of military strength to defend themselves, as we have seen in the example of Azerbaijan last year. Thirdly, Turkic Council, Türkeneşi, evolved from the Turkic summits, which were organized between 1992 until 2009 Nakhchivan summit. They transformed into a full-fledged international organization, especially with the membership of Uzbekistan in 2019, official membership. It became a major and very comprehensive international organization body. It's a strong regional cooperation scheme, and it works on a large spectrum of cooperation topics. If you briefly look at, and I attend many meetings of Turkic Council, especially in Turkey, but in some other places as well, from higher education to border security, from political cooperation to meetings of the chambers of commerce of the Turkic world countries. They work on a very wide spectrum of issues. Whenever you say in political science theory, integration, many people remind you European Union experience, and European Union experience is a very important experience in regional integration. And actually, if you follow what Turkic Council is doing, there are very similar integration topics and organizational charts. Fourth, at the grassroots level, we observe even a higher degree of increase in Turkic solidarity sentiments among the populations of Turkic countries. Within the last 3 decades, the interrelations between the peoples, the normal people, has increased a lot, and we see on different topics that there are lots of barometers done by, especially by our Kazakh colleagues and also some Turkish colleagues, measuring the solidarities at the grassroots level about certain topics. Karabakh was one of them last year. There's always an increase, and actually what I call is this phenomena as we are at a new stage right now in the Turkic world. I mean, the last 3 decades were kind of meeting up, knowing each other, but right now it's probably time to further it up a little bit more. Fifthly, Russia as a key Eurasian ally and partner is not alienated. This is quite a success on the part of the Turkic world cooperation projects. All Turkic states, including Turkey, have close and cooperative relations with Russia and other Eurasian partners. We have some problems, but compartmentalization of all those problems and isolation them as problem issues, but continuing the cooperation, engaging Russia as it used to be, is a very important topic. There was a Churchill quote, I don't know if it belongs to Churchill or not, but I remember this quote: Russia is never as strong as she looks, Russia is never as weak as she looks. Some people attribute it to Bismarck, some people attribute it to Churchill. Sixthly, EU, NATO, and United States are all also rearranging their positions vis-a-vis the Turkic world. Their previous standing was similar to one they have adopted for Eastern European countries during the 1990s. There was a desire to, export democracy, human rights, and liberal values. But right now, we see them rearranging their positions from a realist perspective. And after experiencing, I think, several setbacks and better understanding their limitations in this geography, they have adopted softer and more engagement-based policies. Seventh, China's containment in the Asia-Pacific region forces this country to increase efforts to vitalize One Belt, One Road initiative and increases the importance of Central Corridor or West Asian Corridor. Eighth, regional integration is a familiar structure for all countries of the region, especially in Central Asia. Apart from the Soviet past, dozens of regional integration structures were established within the last 30 years, 3 decades, and some still working quite well in their areas of concentration. And also remember, throughout the 1990s and 2000s, within Central Asia only, there were many initiatives to organize a Central Asian Union, Central Asian Economic Union, etc. And then, of course, with the Eurasian Economic Union and Turkic Council, that's at another level right now. In summary, we have a good opportunity in history to expand and flourish Turkic cooperation and integration. Regional and global geopolitical scene is quite suitable for that. What are the vulnerabilities, fragile points? There are many. Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, and other MENA source many problems. South Caucasus is not still a land of peace right now. Extremism, refugees, population movements, climate change, but these are all global vulnerabilities, which gives us a frontline duty to help the world to tackle with all these problems. It's a responsibility, but probably one serious vulnerability in our region, I should say, is, and that's shared by all Turkic peoples, maybe because of our tribal clan-based society and history, but it's a major obstacle towards further development, is nepotism, regionalism, and tribalism. Name it as you wish, threatening our long-term domestic stability and development in that respect. The most important and the last point I would like to underline at the end of this short analysis is the fact that Turkish world is not limited with the independent Turkic-speaking countries and members of the Turkic Council. Turkic-speaking peoples in many countries such as Afghanistan, Iran, China, Russia, Iraq, Iran, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Macedonia, Ukraine, the whole of Western European countries are all in lively cultural interrelationship with their kins in the rest of the Turkic world. So that is a major topic, I think, in the future Turkic countries should deal with, because at the grassroots level, there is growing sensitivities about what are their Turkic-speaking kins are experiencing, let's say in Iran, in China, in Afghanistan, in Syria, in Iraq, that kind of things. Well, I would stop here, and I would like to introduce our next speaker. Is from the US, actually from Turkey, is Matthew Briza. He's a senior US diplomat, and he needs no introduction, I think, especially for Turks, for Azerbaijanis, and most of the member states of Turkic Council states. But let me read a short note sent to me by Ankara. He's a non-resident senior fellow with the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center and Eurasia Center and Atlantic Council in Turkey. He was the director of the International Center for Defense Studies in Tallinn, Estonia. He resides in Istanbul now, where he also works as a business consultant and board member of several private companies. Ambassador Briza completed a 23-year career as a US diplomat. His final assignment was as US ambassador to Azerbaijan from 2011 till January 2012. From 2005 to 2009, Ambassador Briza served as a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Europe and Eurasia, with responsibility for the South Caucasus, Turkey, Greece, Cyprus, and Eurasian energy. Ambassador Briza simultaneously served as the US co-chair of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, Minsk Group, mediating the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, and as US mediator of the Cyprus, South Ossetia, and Abkhazia conflicts. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you so much, Professor Ali. That's a very, very nice introduction. And I guess I'm going to speak today or this evening, depending on where you are, from the perspective of a practitioner, as you just described. And yeah, I live in Istanbul now. I'm a business person now. I have a consulting company. I have an environmental solutions joint venture. I'm trying to build an investment fund, a lot of stuff. And so I'm going to try to speak not only as a practitioner, but also from a pragmatic perspective. And I'm going to end up, I think, where my dear friend, Colonel Richard Knudsen was, saying that the best the US can maybe do is to be a facilitator, hopefully taking advantage of whatever pan-Turkic or however we want to put it, solidarity can be developed, and focus on business and investment. Because I think the grand schemes that the United States and others have championed since the collapse of the Soviet Union, but really since September 11th, 2001, failed. And they failed because of a number of reasons. One, I think, nationalism throughout Central Asia. Another reason is distrust of the United States and its motives. But I'll go through those things systematically in just a couple of minutes. And what I'd also like to do is reflect on some of the things I've heard earlier today in the previous hours of this really rich and great discussion. So the first thing I'd like to react to is the notion a few panels ago that Central Asia is part of a great game, and that the players in let's say the greater Caspian region are sort of victims of the great power competition. And I actually believe that's true and untrue. I mean, of course, if you look at the history of the 5 post-Soviet or former Soviet Central Asian Socialist republics, sure, they were, I mean, this is now a post-colonial world after the colonial empire of the Soviet Union collapsed. And so Russia has an outsized influence, and it will understandably, like any post-colonial power, look at France and the Sahel, is going to feel that it has special interests. And I wish Alexander Dugin the best. We were on some great panels together during the 44-day war last year. And as much as we disagree on some fundamental things, we totally agreed on the Karabakh War. And we had a great time. And I only wish him health and the most rapid recovery possible. So there's a great game going on. Russia has strong interests. I think, obviously, as we've heard repeatedly, China with its Belt and Road Initiative has strong economic interests, which are, of course, geopolitical in nature. And there's a desire by China to transform or translate its huge investments in infrastructure into political influence. And why not? That's what all big countries do. I've noticed as an aside that over the course of the past year or so, there's been some tension increasing between Beijing and Moscow as China starts to be more interested in questions of stability and security in Central Asia. So definitely there's some great game thing going on. But I don't think the US wants to play. And I don't think the US believes it's engaged in any great game antics in Central Asia. I mean, the clearest evidence of that, or proof of that, is the chaotic, horrible withdrawal from Afghanistan. If you follow the debate in crude form in the United States as to why the Biden administration chose to leave, it's because for years, then Vice President Joe Biden and now President Joe Biden has determined the US has no strategic interests in Afghanistan and has few strategic interests expanded into Central Asia. Now, I don't agree, but that's what he thinks. And so the US simply left Afghanistan and left it to this chaotic situation. And as my brilliant Atlantic Council colleague said a couple of minutes ago or an hour ago, we've left Afghanistan as a nation without a state. If you think back to the period right after September 11th, 2001, when I happened to be in the White House at the moment of September 11th, covering Central Asia, as well as South Caucasus, the US policy was, we must never leave Afghanistan alone again, as we did in the 1980s. We now have to be there to eradicate the terrorist threat posed by Al-Qaeda. And then that mission morphed into building a democratic Afghanistan in some image that we thought could somehow be appropriate for a totally different culture. That second endeavor was completely a failure, as we know, for lots of reasons. The first part, though, eradicating the Al-Qaeda terrorist threat, was accomplished a while ago. And so President Biden had said, mission over, mission accomplished. So great game in Central Asia, yeah. Great power jockeying, yeah. But I don't think the United States thinks it's playing in that game right now, for better or for worse. Then there's the issue of why did the US ever get interested in Central Asia? And I got involved in Central Asia back in the late 1990s when then President Bill Clinton looked at the map as the Soviet Union had collapsed. He realized, wow, there's the largest discovery of oil and gas since the Alaska North Slope in the United States 20 years earlier. It has happened in the Caspian region. And it makes no sense for those resources to be exported either via the Persian Gulf, where already 2/3 of the world's proven oil reserves were located. And it made no sense to acquiesce and let those new oil and gas deposits be exported via the monopolistic pipeline system of Russia. It would be smarter for everybody to help the global economy, the oil market, be more liquid, and that market forces come more into play by exporting those resources via a new corridor from Azerbaijan through Georgia into Turkey and then to global markets. And so that was the US policy. Before that, I guess, as Dr. Saipov said a little while ago, sure, when the Soviet Union collapsed and the US Congress passed the Freedom Support Act, there was initial interest in Washington to help the new independent states of the former Soviet Union secure their independence and become prosperous and reform. It wasn't just a goodwill initiative by the United States, but there was a recognition there that if the countries of the former Soviet Union can consolidate their independence, can be stable, that's better for US national security and for the national security of our friends and allies. But to become stable, those countries need to be free, both politically and economically. Sounds naive today, but that's really what the United States was trying to do. So, and then we were sort of peripherally involved. Yeah, we wanted to promote these reform initiatives. And then, okay, we got interested in a more strategic sense in oil and gas, but there was no real strategic US footprint until September 11th. That changed everything. So then the third point I'd like to make is, after September 11th, the United States really did want to try to facilitate cooperation among the Central Asian countries themselves. And I mean, we had numerous attempts to do the new Silk Road with all sorts of different, slogans underlining it. I was often kind of shocked by how little knowledge there was of my senior colleagues at high levels at the State Department during this period about Central Asia. There was Central Asia then like Turkey, by the way, was an obscure subject for experts. It wasn't anything, a region, just like Turkey, hard to believe, that ever really was in the mainstream of hardcore US national security thinkers. And we talked about Zbigniew Brzezinski before. Yeah, he talked about Central Asia, but derivative of US relations with Moscow. After September 11th, Central Asia became really important unto its own, in its own light. And so there was initially a temptation by the Bush administration then to try to pull Central Asia toward the transatlantic community via the OSCE. And I'll never forget, one day, my boss at the time happened to be Condoleezza Rice's national security advisor, but it was an amazing conversation. Hope I don't go to jail for this, but together with President Bush. And she looked at me and she said, Matt, you know, this strategy of trying to pull Central Asia toward the transatlantic community, it's not working. And why would it work? They're not transatlantic countries, they're Asian. And let's think about their Asian identities and their Asian needs and aspirations and work with them to help them achieve those. And still we were thinking narrowly in terms of the 5 post-Soviet Central Asian states. And then a really smart desk officer for Central Asia at the State Department approached me one time and she said, this is never going to work unless we think about Pakistan and the role Pakistan can and must play to achieve this full range of goals that we, the United States, think we're pursuing with our transatlantic allies. So the point there is the United States was kind of dragged in to Central Asia in a strategic sense, didn't know what it was doing. Yes, it tried to reform or change the Central Asian states initially to be in sort of some image of whatever Western democracy is, but we've learned a lesson. And then we realized, okay, we need to respect the cultures and the histories of these countries. And if you think I'm just sort of making this up, go back and look at George W. Bush's second inaugural address in January 2005, where yes, he talked about democratization in and around Afghanistan, in the so-called, I hate the term, Muslim world, which is not a fair term, but nonetheless. And he said, but that democratization must occur in accordance with the cultural norms and the histories of those countries. We didn't do a good job in translating that vision into practice, unfortunately, but that was at least the presidential vision. So those are 3 big points. So, you know, great game. The US doesn't think is playing. We were, the countries of Central Asia that, well, we were dragged in, sort of not necessarily wanting to in a broad strategic way. And then I guess the next point is the countries of Central Asia themselves, they didn't really like or embrace our initiatives to try to get them to cooperate. Back in the early 2000s, and then subsequently, Kazakhstan, for example, and Uzbekistan wanted nothing to do with each other, particularly when Islam Karimov was running Uzbekistan. Azerbaijan and Turkmenistan wanted nothing to do with each other at all. They couldn't settle their dispute on the Kapaz-Sardar oil field in the middle of the Caspian Sea. Once Azerbaijan discovered natural gas at Shah Deniz, the Trans-Caspian gas pipeline was dead for a couple of decades. And I even remember a trip I made with then Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill in about 2000, I guess 2002 or 3, to Central Asia. You know, he used to be the CEO of Alcoa, a huge aluminum company, right, based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So as we went to Uzbekistan, he learned about the alumina deposits in Uzbekistan. We went to Kyrgyzstan, and he learned about the enormous hydropower. And as a great businessman, he thought, why can't we bring these countries together, use the hydropower in Kyrgyzstan, the alumina in Uzbekistan, build a big aluminum smelter, put in place the transportation links, which now, by the way, China is finally going to do with Belt and Road. But no, Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, they didn't want to cooperate. They were following their unique paths. So if a Turkic council, and if this idea of the Turkic nations sharing their and embracing their linguistic pasts, their ancient past going back to whatever, the Altai in the 1200s and before, can use that to overcome parochialism, which is understandable. Each country wants to prosper. They don't necessarily trust their neighbors, although that's getting better. If this vehicle can do that, as Rich was suggesting, fantastic. I think that is something that theoretically the United States can and should support. And then there's just one more problem, which is the unfairly, but very negative attitude about Turkey that remains in Washington, D.C. You know, President Biden started out not being Donald Trump, thank God in many ways, but for Turkey, that wasn't good. Donald Trump had a special affinity for Turkey and for Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He liked him. And so when there was a lot of rancor and anger toward Turkey for a number of whatever the reasons are, misunderstandings, Donald Trump really tried to keep the relationship on track. And finally, he got worn down. And I'm not a Trump supporter, by the way, but this is just what I observed. And so at the end of last year in December, he finally had no choice. He signed on to the sanctions against Turkey under the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act because of the purchase of the Russian S-400 air defense system. So when you remove Donald Trump from the equation, the president who was trying to kind of shield Turkey from the animosity, especially in Congress, well, then, of course, no matter who became president, there's going to be negative feelings toward Turkey. And it started out rough with Biden. I think that's turning around now. I know for a fact that the meeting they just had, I mean, Biden and Erdogan on the margins of the G20 was extremely productive. The Turkish side was really happy, and someone super senior in the Turkish government said it's the best meeting they've had in years with any US leader. So I think the US president now is maybe poised to see the utility in working together with Turkey and then all the Turkic states to the east to try to do, to be crude again, good things. The good things I was talking about before. But there still is, this is my last point, this ridiculous animosity and distrust toward Turkey itself in Washington, largely in the Congress and the US Senate, also though in much of the academic community, and these sentiments are whipped up by lobbying organizations, whether they're part of the diaspora, ones that oppose my nomination, for example, to be ambassador to Azerbaijan, or whipped up by the Fethullah Gülen organization, which is an unbelievably effective lobbying group in Washington. Regardless, here is the how to put conventional wisdom or lack thereof of Turkey strategically in Washington. This is painful for me to read. It's from a report that was written about a year and a half ago, but some of the people who wrote it are self-styled friends of Turkey. Others are self-styled enemies of Turkey, all former American officials or academics. This is what I'll wind up with, which makes me worry. Quote, the primary driver of regional change has been Turkey's transformation under President Erdogan from a democratic and reliable NATO partner to a pro-Russian autocracy hostile to the West. Increasingly, Ankara's ambitions point toward greater regional influence and possibly even predominance at the direct expense of Greece, Israel, Cyprus, Egypt, and other US partners. Reading that almost brings tears to my eyes. I totally disagree with it. But that is what passes as conventional wisdom still in Washington today. So there's an uphill battle to climb, but ultimately, Rich, your vision, I think, is the right one. As attitudes change in Washington, harness this ability of the countries that share this Turkic identity to attract investment in telecommunications. There's a huge project to connect data centers in Southeast Europe with Central Asia, under the Black Sea, under the Caspian Sea, with logistics connections, not just oil and gas pipelines, but container transportation as well, and with trade in all sorts of other commodities beyond oil and gas. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Birza, for your crystal clear comments, very insightful comments. Our next speaker from Uzbekistan, Mr. Eldar Tulyakov, Executive Director of Development Strategy Center, is attending the official inauguration ceremony of President Mirziyoyev, and he couldn't make it to come. So I will proceed with my colleague, President of ANKASAM and the organizer of this great conference, Professor Dr. Mehmet Seyfettin Erol. I think his speech will also coupled with the closing remarks. Floor is yours, Professor Erol. We can't hear you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, dear Chairman, dear Hasan Ali Karasar. Dear guests, we have come to the end of an event where very intense, efficient, and valuable ideas come together. I think that the conference I have today is very important for both the Turkish world and Eurasia. For this reason, on behalf of ANKASAM, I would like to thank all the experts and colleagues who attended and supported this conference. I can say with honor and happiness that over 40 experts from 16 different countries participated in this conference. The topics were discussed here, we discussed today, include topics that will serve regional and global peace. In addition, experts from different parts of the world have tried to offer impartial, measured, and rational approaches. Thanks to this conference, I believe that the establishment of connection based on dialogue among experts living in different countries will also begin. For this reason, I would like to express my gratitude once again to all participants. Dear participants and colleagues, I think that we have made an academic and analytical contribution to peace and integration process in Turkish world with this conference. In addition, a roadmap has been put forward that priorities mutual respect and interest to solve many problems. Turkey Council also has a significant mission and responsibility for ensuring regional peace and integration. As you can see, Eurasia also needs this peace. The security environment provided by establishing cooperation in the region will both make routes more convenient and encourage the strengthening of the desire for integration. It is my hope that the problems in Eurasia are solved peacefully and can be established permanently in the region in the next future. Although Eurasia has witnessed various rivalries throughout history, now it is time for cooperation and brotherhood. Because Eurasia is not just a geography of competition and conflicts. Remembering the past in which we built friendly relations will also encourage us to build a better future. Undoubtedly, this is one of the objectives of this conference. The final declaration to be prepared in this context will take its final form with your contribution and approval and will be announced to the world as soon as possible. ANKASAM, which is a non-governmental think tank, will continue to contribute to the formation of a common intellectual strategic consciousness that takes into account peaceful methods for solving problems and crises on a regional global basis, especially in Eurasia. In this context, I would like to state that we like to be together again in our next events. Therefore, I see today's conference as an important stage of strong cooperation and integration. I would like to express my gratitude, respect, and love to all of you to see you at the next event. Thank you very much for your contributions and participations.
Thank you, Professor. Then I officially close the last session, and probably Mrs. Tevfikova will close the whole conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Hasan Ali Karasar, and thank you very much for panelists of the closing session for their very important insight remarks. And I'm sure that it was very fruitful discussion for all of us, for academicians. And my profound thanks to the conference facilitators, record keepers, press officers, document officers, and technicians who made possible this video conference presentation. And let me express my great appreciation and thanks to all the panelists of the conference for the serious participation and preparation for the cooperation and flexibility and your constructiveness and understanding you showed during the sessions of the conference. Furthermore, I would like to thank to our listeners and audience who have joined to our conference all over the world. And in case if you missed part of our conference, you can check again the record of it in our Ankasam YouTube channel. It was a great honor for me to help guide to work conference to a successful conclusion. And I'm looking forward to seeing you in our next events. Have a great evening. Conference is officially closed.